start talking, I will then remove the graphics. Yep.
Welcome everyone, welcome to the International Racing Organization round number 6 at Le Mans. 24 hours of racing, and as we can see right now we have the number 45 on pole position. We have the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing in number 2. Then and behind that we have the number 44 of Racing Asylum, and in number 4 we have the guys from Project 1 Racing, the number 20. Behind that we have the Overboost Racing Team, the number 1 car. Just behind that we have to look for that Sector 7 Racing again. Behind that we have the number 66 Finland Racers. Behind that we have the number 3 Grid Life. Behind that the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing, and number 10 Sector 7 Racing, the third team, the 64. Then behind that we have the 77 of Racing Asylum, the second team, and then behind that the 35 of Loose Moose Racing, and at the back the Project Platypus team. First of all we have of course a warm-up lap, and after this we're gonna have a double file rolling start, and we're gonna start the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it's gonna be scorching hot. Every stint the racing medium tire is required, is mandatory, so you have to drive that. You have to use that. Of course we're gonna see 1, maybe 2 pit stops, but definitely 1. We'll see what it will bring. And why did that change? I was searching for my spotters guy. I got it again. And yeah, of course everybody's heating up the tires, but you gotta be aware. Tire wear is ×1, fuel rate is ×1. Make sure you don't burn them too much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be the first one for IRO I'm gonna do. We're gonna do stint 10 as well. And let's see. We have of course the championship standings. And we know that Sector 7 right now is in the lead of that championship. The esports team, the number 5 car with 279 points. And then we have Racing Asylum, the number 44 car, in second place at this moment. And the Grid Life Racing number 3 car in third spot. In fourth spot we have the 35 car of Loose Moose Racing. And then in 5th, the number 20 Project 1 Racing car. In 6th, we have the 66 car with 97 points. Would have been nice if they would have had 66 points. Then you have a lot of 6s. And in 7th place, the number 1 car of ORT, Overboost Racing Team. And in number 8, we have the Last Minute Racing with the 45 car. And behind that, the second team of Sector 7, the Boomers in the 764 car. In 10th, yet again Sector 7 Racing, but the Makuga team with the 64 car. In 11th, Eric's Racing with the number 7 McLaren. And then in 12th, Project Platypus with the 11 car. Behind that, Apex Hunter Racing, the 69. And at the back, the second team of Racing Asylum, the number 77, BMW. So be aware of the number 5, 44 and 3 car, and even the 35 and 20, who's still fighting for the championship, but especially the number 5 and number 44. They're already with over 200 points. They're doing a really good job. And those are the big guns for today. Well, let's get ready. We're through the Porsche curves. And soon everything is going to be single file next to each other. Or double file, I must say. There you can see the message on the left hand side, double file. Everybody's closing up, and we're gonna start this one. After the 4 chicanes, it's gonna be a green flag, and it's gonna be go, 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 go. As we can see in the chat as well, a lot of good luck wishes. I can see those as well, so if you have a question, if you want to ask something, ask them. And okay, we're gonna go into the 4 chicane, onto the main straight, and we're going to wait for that message for the green flag. Here we are side by side, and of course Lemon Squeezy on pole position for the 45. Man, it's green flag, it's green flag, go, go, go with the 24 hours of Le Mans with IRO, and a really good start of the 45. And just behind that we can see the Sector 7 car, the number 5, a bit under pressure immediately of the 44, and here comes the 44 car on the inside, and he pushes him a little bit wide into the Dunlop chicane, and there goes the 44 car, way too wide, drops back all the way to 6th place. And let's look a little bit further. They're gonna go side by side. Oh, and somebody's pushed off. No, 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 no. What happened over there? What a huge crash. But let's quickly follow up and let's see how it further turns out. Here we are on Tête Rouge, and it is the ORT in 2nd place right now. Then we have P1, our Project 1 Racing, the number 20 car, in 3rd place at the moment. And we can see that the number 5 car and the number 44 car are still battling it out. A bit of lag over there. Maybe that was the cause of the crash, but we saw one of the Sector 7 cars dropping out of there. And here we have the other Sector 7 racing car, the number 5, still fighting with that 44 towards the Daytona chicane. But you can see right now, I don't know if bump drafting is allowed, but they're going to go 3 wide towards the first chicane on the Wilson Straight. Oy. Take it easy, guys. It's 24 hours. Let each other live. That's, by the way, the GTFR, the 66, fighting it out with the number 5 and the number 44. The 2 main contenders, or one of the main contenders for the championship. Let's go all the way up front. There we can see the 45 car with a 1.4 second gap. That means he has no slipstream, with nobody behind him that can benefit from the slipstream. But we know the Viper is fast in a straight line. The GTR is as well, but I think the Viper is a bit faster. We'll have to see that. And soon we're going to check out who's doing what on the racing tires. I believe everybody has mediums at the moment. We can see behind that. Oh, huge battle over there. Well, let's see that. We have a huge battle between the 64, the 69, and... oh, that's the number 5 car. Dropped all the way back to 10th, isn't it? Oh, it gets overtaken by the number 11 as well on the side over there, the BMW. And are they going to make it? Oh, a bit of door banging over there into Mulsanne corner. Still side by side, and drop all the way back to 11th place. What is going on? Rear bumper damage. Then somebody must have front bumper damage, I think. This probably happened in the Michelin chicane. Maybe so. He's still on the slipstream, but let's go a little bit further and let's see if somebody has. Oh, that is a huge fight as well, a little bit further up front. Whoa, it's chaos all over the place. B1R dropped back to 4th place. The 44 car is now back in 3rd. And then we have the 66. No damage we can see from GTFR. And we can see the 64 has no damage. No, is it the number 6? No, it's not. A little bit further back, we can't see any damage on that one as well, with official 001. In the 69 car, and a little bit further back, the 77. of Racing Asylum in 9th, no damage. And there we have the number 11 car with no damage. How did they got that rear bumper damage, the number 5 car? And they're all the way at the back right now, as we can see. Well, of course, all the way at the back we've got, with damage as well, the Sector 7 Aston Martin. My god, my god, my god. But we can see that, let's go up front again, that ORT is slowly closing the gap towards the 45 car of Sector 7. And it's the number 1 car. Whoa, goes a little bit deep into the 4 chicanes. That's going to cost them a lot of time. We can see immediately that the 44 car is closing up. This is going to be exciting. It's a 4-way battle for the lead right now. A little bit further back, we've got a 2-way fight for place number 5 between the 66 and the number 3 car. A little bit further back into the Dunlop chicane, the 64 Mercedes. And behind that, we've got the BMW number 11 with the official in it. And take a look at that a little bit further up front, nearly pushing each other on into the S's. Going into Tetre Rouge, one of the most important corners on the circuit, but one of the most difficult ones as well, because it's a really fast right-hander with a difficult track limit on the outside. And why is it important? Because of this massive long straight towards the first chicane on the Wilson Straight. Take a look at that slipstream train, and they're bump drafting each other to make sure they're closing up to the 4 front runners. And let's see, let's check in with P1R and let's get on board with those guys. Out of the Daytona chicane towards the Michelin chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. As we can see in the slipstream, of course. Let's get back to TV cam, because I think somebody tries to break the slipstream. Oh, it's a change of the lead. We have ORT in the lead right now. Passing Lemon Squeezy in the 45 car of Sector 7 Racing. A change for the lead right now. Wow, 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 wow. And let's see if ORT can break the slipstream. It's going to be difficult because that backs off that Mulsanne Straight is absolutely ridiculously long, with only 2 chicanes in it. And after that, of course, towards the Indianapolis, after this Mulsanne corner, a really long straight as well. Whoa, and the 45 of the 44 car nearly goes too wide over there. You got to be careful at the exit of the Mulsanne corner, else you're going to get a half-second penalty. But so far, I haven't seen any penalties. That's surprising. Everybody behaved pretty well, except into the S's after the Dunlop chicane. That contact between the S7R and I think the 44 or the number 5 car. But we'll have to see that again. If it was between teammates, between two cars from the same team, yeah, then it's extra punishing. Because right now I think all the way at the back we have that still. The number 5 car is slowly fighting his way back in the Lexus. But still all the way at the back and with that rear bumper damage. And let's see if the number 13 in the race, that was that Sector 7 car. Is it the number 1 car? No, it's a 764 car. Has made a pit stop, got onto mediums and repaired the damage. Because on the long straights, especially with front bumper damage or rear bumper damage, you're gonna lose so much. That's ridiculous. But let's quickly look, and it's only 2 tenths between the leaders, and right behind it we have the 44 car and the number 20. As I said before, a bit of lag around the number 44. That's going to be difficult for fighting, but let's see a little bit further back. Let's run you through the complete order. So we've got ORT in the Viper, the number 1 car in the lead, and then in second place we have the 45 car of, let me see that again, of Last Minute Racing, LMR, in second. And then in third place we have the 44 car of Racing Asylum, the esports team. And in fourth place the P1R Project One Racing 20 Aston Martin. And behind that, the second car of Racing Asylum with Luke. Let's not say that further, that name. Behind the wheel, now in 5th place, by the way, and they overtook GTFR, the 66 GTR, for 6th place. And we can see they're slowly losing time. They're on the racing mediums. Slowly losing time to the 64 car Mercedes of Sector 7. And I believe that's the 3rd team of them. The 64 is the Makuga. And behind that we can see the BMW, and here by the way comes an overtake on the Mills on straight on the 66. And the 64 passes easily. And behind that we have the 69 BMW of sorry about that. And behind that we have the number 11 BMW with the only one Zico of Project Platypus in 9th. Then the 3rd team of Racing Asylum in the BMW, closely followed by the number 5 of Sector 7. And just behind that we have the 35 Aston Martin of Loose Moose Racing. And all the way at the back, as we could see, the Sector 7, the 3rd car of them, the 764 Aston Martin, all the way at the back. Let's see, a huge fight for 2nd place right now. We can see that Project One Racing is passing the number 44 and the number 45. The 2 GTRs pushing each other on, fighting for that slipstream behind the P1 car, the number 20 towards the Indianapolis. Here comes the 44 car next to the 45 car, and they're going to go 3 wide towards Indianapolis. No, it's going to be 2 wide, and it's going to be the 44 car who dives in Indianapolis first. They changed a lot of positions over there, and a huge wiggle over there from the 44 car coming out of Indianapolis into Arnage, and they're fighting as if it's just the last lap already of the race. We have P1R back in 4th place. And just in front of it we have the 45 of Last Minute Racing, and in front of that the 44 GTR of Racing Asylum. And let's see if P1R can make that move into the Porsche curves. No, he cannot. This is going to be a huge battle, but as you can see right now, the ORT Kings in the Viper 1.4 seconds loose from, and there goes the 44 car a little bit too wide. I think that's going to be a penalty in 3, 2, 1, bling. Nope. Whoa, they're lucky, really lucky, because track limits are really harsh. Let's see a little bit further back. 45. P1R nearly goes too wide out of the 4 chicanes. Now let's do a lap on board with the guys from P1R. And they're gonna go towards the Dunlop chicane. A really fast right-hander in front of it. Into the Dunlop chicane. Right behind the 45 car right now. With lemony squeeze behind the wheel, and French K88 in the P1R car. Into the SS, coming out of it. Into one of the most important corners, but the most difficult corners. Tetre Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight. That dirty air is not going to help. But after that, of course, the slipstream battle towards the first chicane, the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight. These guys already fuel saving, I don't know. We're 5 laps in. And you got your braking point just at the 100 or the 50 meters on the left hand side. Coming out in second. Be careful on the track limits as well. Right in the slipstream, and is he going to make that pass before the Michelin chicane, or is he going to bump draft? I think it's going to be a bump draft. There you go. To make sure they don't lose any time. And now it's difficult to spot your braking point. Another bump draft. It's going to be on the right hand side. Left, right, left, and it's difficult on track limits as well. Into the Mulsanne kink. And in the last part of the Mulsanne straight towards Mulsanne corner, yet another bump draft to the 45 car, and we can see that the 44 car is closing up to ORT up front. And just behind that, a huge battle between the Lexus and the Mercedes of Sector 7 and Grid Life. Well, let's see that battle for first place between the 44 and the number 1 car. ORT versus Racing Asylum in towards Indianapolis. That's not going to be a fight. And here comes P1R on the 45. Up for third place. And let's see if they can keep it right now. Still in the same order. We have Grid Life, the number 3 car. And then we have the 64 of Sector 7 and then the 66 of GTFR. Just behind that, the 2 BMWs, the number 11. And whoa, a bit of a push over there. Let's see, we have the number 11 and number 69 just behind each other, pushing the GTFR on. Behind that, the Aston Martin. Behind that, the number 5, the leader in the championship, in 11th place, still with that rear bumper damage, but they don't want to pit right now. It's going to cost you way too much. But don't forget, it's 24 hours, so maybe pitting a bit earlier is going to be wise, as they're losing a lot of time right now. Already 14 seconds behind the leader. And behind that, we have the 77 BMW of Racing Asylum. And all the way at the back, of course, the 3rd car of Sector 7, the 764 car. Let's get all the way back to the lead. Racing Asylum still putting that pressure on the ORT team. Lap number 6 already. Just 26 to go. Just 26 to go. With half an hour in, as we can see, P1R did pull out a gap, a little bit of a gap. And here into the S's, of course, right now you're going to have dirty air. It's going to be difficult to follow, but as long as you're not clear a full second, that is going to be a slipstream. Don't go too wide over there, because it's going to cost you. And we can see that the Racing Asylum is right underneath the wing of that Viper. Are they going to go for the move, or are they going to bump draft each other? I think it's going to be a bump draft. Looks like it, looks like it. No, they're going to go for the move into the Daytona chicane. Here they come on the Mulsanne straight. The 44 car is going to go for the lead. And there you go, into the lead. Nice move, perfectly done, perfectly executed. And let's see if the number 1 car can immediately re-overtake. And as we can see right now in the chat as well. And there is a re-overtake of ORT on the 44 car on the Mulsanne straight again towards the Michelin chicane. And we can see yet another move into the Michelin chicane. Oh, the 44 car re-overtakes the ORT car, and because of this fighting, the 2 guys behind can close up again. I don't think that's really smart. You should work together right now. Make sure you get away. They still have that 1.5 second gap. But if they keep battling with each other, that's not going to help them. And it's scorching hot. And here comes ORT yet again. But he couldn't make the move stick. Maybe on this straight after the Mulsanne corner towards Indianapolis. And Racing Asylum 44 nearly goes to wide over there. A little bit further back, it's a 1.6 second gap right now. Behind that, of course, still the 45 car with its windscreen wiper on. I don't think that's necessary today, but hey, maybe for the bugs. And let's see a little bit further up front, because we can see that number 1 car is still trying to read past the 44 car. Will they comply with the signaling of the indicators of the 44 car? I think they will. I think they do. And I think the 44 car is simply saying, please, let's follow each other and let's bump draft. That's quicker than battling. Here we have the number 20. There is the 45. A little bit further back, the number 3 Lexus of Grid Life. A little bit further back, the second car of Sector 7 Racing with a half-second penalty. Oy, is that going to be costly? No, I think the gap is big enough to hold that 6th place. And a little bit further back, the number 11 BMW of Platypus. And there we have the 69 BMW just behind it, and we can see that the GTFR, the 66 car, is slowly dropping back all the way to 9th. They were eventually 6th, I believe even 5th in the race at the beginning, but right now slowly falling back. Don't know what is happening with them. Oh, a bit of a bump over there from the Aston Martin behind it. The number 35 car of Loose Moose Racing, LMR, now in the Italian flag colours. Sorry, the French flag colours instead of the Italian flag, because we're racing in France, of course. And a little bit further back, the number 5 car still with that rear bumper damage, and now already 20 seconds behind. And there they come in. What a timing! And they're gonna repair that damage because it's costing them way too much. So let's see a little bit further up front. It's still the 44 in the lead. ORT just behind it. And let's see if there are any other crazy battles out there. Meanwhile, trying to read the comments. And somebody said Evo has left RA, but apparently not. We can see that Evo is pulling out a gap over ORT. So the number 44 car now nearly, well, around 1.2 seconds ahead of the Viper of ORT. And we can see that Viper is quick in a straight line, but we know the Aston is really quick in a straight line as well. And slowly getting into the slipstream of ORT. Just behind that, a 45, and we can see that Racing Asylum, the number 3 Lexus, is slowly catching the top 4. But also everything is spreading out right now. So we have the 64 of Sector 7 in 6th place, just behind that, the number 11 BMW of Project Platypus towards the Michelin chicane. And this is the second car of Project Platypus, the 69 BMW. So both teams just behind each other in 7th and 8th. A little bit further back, there we have the Aston Martin, and we can see that the Aston Martin 35 of Loose Moose Racing has passed the GTR of GTFR. And behind that, Racing Asylum. And I believe that's the 77 car, it is. And behind that we can see that the 764 car, whilst it made a pit stop and of course probably was quicker than the number 5 car, because the number 5 car is now still coming out of the Michelin chicane, 57 seconds behind the lead. Of course they made a pit stop. They're on the racing softs right now, but this is not good and not looking good for the championship leader at the moment. Let's get all the way up front again and let's see if there are any big battles. The gap stays around 1.2 seconds. And a 1.6 seconds between ORT and P1R. A little bit further back we can see the 45 slowly dropping. Still with that windscreen wiper on. Sure, why not? And the number 3, and we've got the biggest battle over here between the 64 of Sector 7 and the 2 BMWs of Project Platypus. And here they're going to come towards the Porsche chicane of the Porsche curves. And it's difficult to make a move over there because it's not a really heartbreaking zone, but we can see that the Sector 7 car is struggling, and they're going to go side by side over here. Is that going to be wise? Whoa, be careful with each other. Don't hit each other. And we can see one of the BMWs of Project Platypus did pass the 64 of Sector 7. Boy, and we could see one of the Aston Martins in the background go a little bit wide as well. Maybe a penalty. No, it's not. And here comes the move, I think, from the number 69 on the 64. Oh, they hold it together into the 4 chicanes. Huge battle over here. Huge, huge, huge. Well, let's see those comments again. Let's go, Lucas. What else did we got? Oh, the 69 is not Project Platypus? No? It says on my spotter guide, but okay. We've got no clue who the 69 car is. The really colorful one. The number 11 is definitely Project Platypus. 69 is AHR. Ah, okay. Thank you, chat, for telling me who it is. Well, it says differently on my spotter's guide, but okay. Fair enough. Ah, Apex Hunter Racing. We've got them over here. Apex Hunter Racing is the 69. Yug! With official 001 behind the wheel. And we could see a repass from Sector 7 on the number 11 in the Mercedes. And right now they're bump drafting. Yes, thank you guys. Thanks in the chat for telling me who it is. Let's see if the number 11 is going to go for that move again into the Michelin chicane. Quite a big fight between those guys. Yeah, Evo is doing really good for Racing Asylum. Shadow. First of all, let's see. They're still on the Wilson Straight. Are they bump drafting? They are. And is anybody going to go for a move? Boy, the number 11 thinks about it. Halfway, Be careful you don't hit each other in the braking zone. Boy, we could see the Aston Martin of LMR going a bit wide over there. Yes, a half-second penalty. That's what I thought. Wow. It's going to be painful. They were slowly catching the other guys because they were fighting, but right now... Not anymore. Here we go into Indianapolis. A first really quick right-hander. After that, a big braking zone. And are they going to go for the move? Project Platypus. Nope. Still behind the number 64 of Sector 7 into Arnage. Crucial exit because there is a straight, quite a long straight again. And we can see that the number 3 car, the Lexus. Oh, that was the penalty, by the way, for the 35 LMR car. And we could see, I believe it's over here. There we have them. Racing Asylum. The number 3 car slowly catches up. Oh, Grid Life, I must say. Sorry. We have a Racing Asylum driver in it. Are they fighting up front? No, not really. But we can see the 45 slowly getting under pressure of the number 3 car. With Lucas. Let's call him Lucas. That's better, I think. of Grid Life in the number 3 car. It's a way better exit out of the 4 chicanes. Yeah, we're going to go towards the Dunlop chicane after the main straight. And they're definitely in the slipstream. How soon and how quick will they pass? Or do they want to pass? Or are they going to help each other on the Mulsanne straight to close that gap? Let's see. A little bit further back, still in the same order over there. Let's go all the way back. Then we have GTFR. And even further back. Nothing special over here. And the number 5 car still 57 seconds behind the lead. Ay, painful. Let's go back over here and let's see if they're going to bump draft or if they're going to pass. It looks like they want to pass, but it is difficult. And no, it's still a bump draft. Another bump draft. That way you can gain time, way more time than constantly passing each other. Oh, be careful just before the braking zone. Into the Daytona chicane. Well, that's definitely Slugsy. Work together if you're on the same tire compound, I'd say. I'd say 2. Are they on softs in front? Asked Melvin. Oh, I think everybody's still on the medium. Yeah, we can see the number 1 is on the medium, or the number 1 in the race, the 44 car. And then the number 1 car in second is on the racing mediums. Then P1R in number 3 is on the racing mediums as well. And then we have, I have second penalty for LMR. No, Loose Moose Racing. Oh, that's going to be painful. That's definitely going to be painful. The 45. Well, last minute racing, I must say. Whew. And behind that, also on racing mediums, is Grid Life with the number 3 Lexus. Behind that, we have the 64 of Sector 7 on mediums. The number 11, nearly gets overtaken over there into Mulsanne corner of the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. And you can see, because of all that fighting, the 35 of Loose Moose Racing is closing up. Behind that, the number 10, also on the racing mediums, the 66 of GTFR. And behind that, we have the second car of Racing Asylum, also on the racing mediums. I believe that's a 77. Yeah, it was the 77. And the 764 as well on the racing mediums, and all the way at the back to number 5, the championship leader is the only one on racing softs right now. So let's go back to that battle for 4th place. And here comes that penalty of Lemony Squeeze. And that's going to be place number 5 for him and place number 4 for Grid Life. They were slowly catching, and maybe with a bit of pressure on the 45 of last minute racing. Made a bit of a mistake in one of the chicanes. I believe it was the Michelin chicane coming out of there. And got a half-second penalty right now in 5th. And we can see that this is a 4-way fight for 6th place. And slowly the beam of the Mercedes of Sector 7 is pulling out a bit of a gap. It's only 6/10 right now. But we can see in the corners that the Mercedes is a bit better. And of course has no dirty air compared to the BMW. And just behind that we can see that the 35 of Loose Moose Racing has caught up right in the battle for 6th place. Hopefully nothing bad goes on a little bit further up front. But right now, into Tertre Rouge. Don't go too wide over there, because you will definitely get a penalty. And it's still 7/10 that gap. It's going to close up right now, but it's not going to be a pass. And we can see that even the 64 car is slowly catching the 45 in front. Way better pace of them compared to the 45 of LMR. Last minute racing. 4 minutes of the last 4 laps. A 4 minute, a 4:01, a 4:02, a 4:01, or nearly 2. And just behind that, you can see the last 4 laps is a 4:02 of Sector 7, and then a 4:02 again, then a 3:59, and then a 4 seconds, for 4 minutes. By the way, fastest lap is for Evo in the 44 Nissan GTR. And this is one of the problems, well, not one of the problems, one of the things that's difficult if you're the leader in a pack, that anybody can benefit from your slipstream if they're within a second. And you can't pull away, you can't do anything about that. 100% slutsy. What's that? P4 to P8 should also work together. I hope people start doing that. It will make it a better viewing experience and keep the packs closer. That's true. Slugsy. And somebody needs to wake up, I see in the chat. Oh, yeah, they're gonna go side by side, the number 11 and the number 64 of Sector 7. Oh, a bit of a push over there on the straight. You weren't passed yet, but we could see that the number 11 right now is in 6th place. Made that move just before Indianapolis. Nicely done. Nice. B-E-A, beautiful. Let's see, the number 3 of Grid Life pulling just about a big enough gap to make sure the 45 is not in the slipstream anymore. And the number 11 car immediately pulls out a gap over the 64 of Sector 7, and the 69 car eager to pass the Mercedes as well. But don't fight too much. You guys were closing up to the number 45. So help each other out instead of fighting. Advised by the chat as well. Oh, don't go too wide over there. And a defensive line of the 64 into the 4 chicanes. Is that going to give an opportunity to the 69 of AHR to pass him? And is this going to be a bump draft? Yeah, they're going to bump draft to get closer to the number 11 up the road. And it's immediately quite a big gap already, 1.2 seconds, so it's not going to be any slipstream for the 64 Mercedes. Slowly dropping back. I don't think that was intentional, but it seems as if there is no pace anymore in that Mercedes. Wow. The number 11 car. Look at those times. Constantly a little bit quicker. Constantly. Not even a drop. Not one drop back. Perfect. Now let's run you through the order again. Right now. Nearly 3/4 of an hour in. We have the 44 in the lead. 2 seconds in front of the number 1 Viper of ORT. And that's Overboost Racing Team. Behind that we have Project 1 Racing in the number 20 Aston Martin. And I think is slowly catching. Driving about the same lap times, the number 2 and the number 3 in the race. So in 3rd spot, the Project 1 car. Then behind that, right now, Grid Life, the number 3 Lexus in 4th place. Behind that, we have the 45 of Last Minute Racing in 5th place. Behind that, the number 11 BMW cut itself loose from all the other cars behind him. Of Project Platypus, number 11 BMW, and behind that we have a huge fight, a 3-way fight for place number 7 at this moment. Oh, huge mistake over there from Sector 7, and let's get on board with him, boy. Here it is, sorry. My bad. I want to see that again. I think he outbraked himself. Here they come. Brakes a little bit too late. Touches the rear. Goes way too wide over there. Cuts the chicane. Loses 2 places. Oi, 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 oi. That was painful. And the Sector 7 car is in 9th right now. Lost 3 places in 1.5 lap. Well, no. 1 full lap. Oi, 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 oi. So that means that the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing is in 7th right now. Behind that we have the Aston Martin of Loose Moose Racing in 8th. Now in 9th place we have the Sector 7. Sorry. The Sector 7 64 Mercedes. Behind that with a full second penalty for Jaylee in the 66 GTR. Boy, painful. And that's going to cost them even more. Behind that, for Racing Asylum, the second team, the 77 BMW. In 11th place with a half-second penalty as well. Behind that, the third team of Sector 7, who had, unfortunately, that mistake in the SS at the beginning, in the first lap. And all the way at the back with a half-second penalty on the Racing Softs. At this moment, the championship leader in the Lexus. Oh, still 57 seconds behind the leader. And also with a half-second penalty. Let's get all the way up front again. Where are those fights? Yeah, it's still between these guys, and we can see that the 45 car. That's the 35, right? Yeah, the 35 car. Aston Martin past the 69. Any damage is the question for the Sector 7 car. There is front bumper damage. Yes, we can see that. Good question and answered right now. So there is damage, front bumper damage on the 64 car, the Mercedes. It's going to be painful on the streets. Doesn't hurt that much in the corners, but especially on the streets. And let's see if any other car in front of them has that problem. Oh, they dropped all the way back to 10th. Did they make another mistake? Because even the GTFR passed them, the 66 car. And there is no damage on the other cars. So it's self-inflicted pain. Ay, ay, ay. Painful, painful. Dropped all the way back to 10th right now. That's not going to be good. That means that there are 2 cars of Sector 7 already with damage. One on the first lap, and this was the 11th lap. Let's go a little bit further up front, because that fight for 7th place is still on. Between Loose Moose Racing, the number 4 in the championship, and the number 69 car, the number 13 in the championship. Oh. Do I say that correctly? Because we had, of course, 8 hours of Monza was the last race, right? Let me search for that. Meanwhile, those are graphics, media. Nope. There we are. There we have the right one. Oh. Where's the other one? Okay, these are the 2 I've got. So yeah, it's correct. Those are the results. Is the championship standing. I believe a little bit further up front we have the number 11 closing up to the 45 GTR of Last Minute Racing. also an LMR car, but the one is loose moving racing and the other is last minute racing. Hi chat, good luck to you all. But a little bit more Project 1 racing. You want to see Project 1? Here you are. There you've got them. In third place right now, 5 seconds behind the number 2, 7.5 seconds behind the number 1, and 6 seconds in front of the number 4. And since you wanted that more, I'm going to have a short toilet break. Be right back. We're going to get on board with the Project 1 car for a full lap on Le Mans. Here we are again. That was quick. Damn right. Let's see. We're gonna go into the Michelin chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. That's damn right. They're really good on consistency. That's for sure, Slugsy. Let's see, one further, one back. There you can see only the last lap, a 4:01. Further, all 3:59. Wow, like clockwork, me. Advantage, no top speed, so save fuel then, says Sorty 13. I'm coming out of Mulsanne corner. Fast right kink, and yet another fast right kink. You can't really call corners. And into Indianapolis, one of the most difficult corners because it's nearly full throttle in, hard on the brakes. Into the left-hander of Indianapolis towards Arnage. I believe after Mulsanne corner, the slowest corner on the track. Onto the straight. Double on left kink before the Porsche curves. That was the first one. Here comes the second one. Into the Porsche curves. It has multiple names, but lads, for the sake of the stream, just call it the Porsche curves. Really fast right-hander where you have to brake a little. Full throttle left-hander, a little bit of a lift of a left-hander, then a right-hander again where you have to brake. Don't go too wide over here. It's going to be a difficult exit of this left-hander here, and don't go over track limits. That's perfect. And then a right-left, that's full throttle towards the 4 chicanes. Use the pit entry as your braking point. And a fast left-right into a slower left-right, and it really squeezes you over here onto the exit. And let's see that lap time again. It's going to be a 3 or 4 minutes flat. Exactly. And that was your full lap onboard with P1R. Is that enough P1R? Yeah. So let's see where the battles are. And I think ORT is slowly catching the number 1 again. At least they're not breaking loose. And really good lap times as well from ORT and Racing Asylum. A little bit further back. Really good lap times as well from Grid Life, the number 3. And here we can see that fight between the 45 and the number 11 still ongoing. Both on the racing mediums. Project Platypus, I think, is a bit quicker than the number 45. Yeah, just about. But helping each other out on the Mulsanne Straight. A little bit further back. Then we have the 35 and the 69 still glued together. Behind that, the GTR of GT Finland Racing, the number 66. Behind that, Sector 7, I think the number 11, 12. Oh, they made a pit stop. Sector 7. Wow, they're all at the back. So in 13th, we have the 64 of Sector 7. In 12th, we have the number 5 of Sector 7. And I believe in number 9 or number 8, 7, 6. Oh, they're in number 10. Yeah. Number 10, 12, and 13 in the race. The 3 cars of Sector 7 Racing. But the championship leader all the way in 12th. And the second car in the championship, the number 44, in the lead. Grid Life is, believe I, in 4th place. That's correct. And the Loose Moose Racing team is behind the 69 right now. I can see them. Oh, 1, 2 far back. In 8th of Loose Moose Racing. And are they going to go for the move? No, they're not. And then you have the number 5 in the championship, Project 1 Racing, in 3rd. Slowly losing a bit of time to the number 1 and number 2 in the race. Any other big battles going on? I believe the fight for 7th place between the 69 of AHR and the 35 of LMR is the biggest battle we have. Let's keep an eye on that. Are they bump drafting? They are. Let's see how long everybody can last on fuel. So I think with tires it's going to be all okay. Everybody's on the racing mediums except the number 12 in the race. They're on the racing softs, but they made a pit stop, of course, already. The number 13 made a pit stop as well, and the number 11 as well. You want to say that correct? Sorry, the number 10 in the race, the 764. All because of problems, all because of damage. But only the number 5 Sector 7 car made a pit stop towards the soft tires. You can see they're reeling in the number 77 of Racing Asylum Black. Whoa, nearly losing it out of Arnage. Oh, that was really close. Heart to mouth moment. Heart to mouth moment. Take a look at that if you look on board. Here we go. A little bit too late on the brakes and then going a little bit too wide onto the AstroTurf. Nearly losing it. Well held by Bombardier. Dear. Sorry about that. Sorry if I butcher some names. Definitely well held. Whew. That was really close to losing it. But who's gonna make the first? Oh, nearly losing it again into the Ford chicane. What the hell? He's taking all risks. This is beyond. Take a look at that into the Ford chicanes. With that dirty air. Went a little bit in too fast. Oh, it's the curbstone coming in. That could have ended really bad. Wow, wow, wow. And we can see that the number 5 is, wow, sliding yet again. Come on. Jesus. Oh, keep it straight, but couldn't make the pass out of the Dunlop chicane. But we can see the number 5 is way faster than the number 77 into the S's. Coming out of the S's. Don't go too wide over here into Tetra Rouge onto the Milson Straight. 77, picking up a bit of dirt over there. But still, you're faster, you're in front, you have no dirty air. But here comes the number 5. Let's get on board with him. Let's see if he can make that pass already towards the Daytona chicane. The first one of the 2 on the Milson Straight. Good gravy, yeah. Yeah, you're damn right. Ready? Damn right. And here comes that move into Daytona, way too deep. Oi, 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 oi. No, no, no. Oi, oi, oi. Outbraked himself way too hard. He has to give that place back because that was not fair. Let's see if he does that after the replay. Here it comes into the slipstream. Tries to outbrake the number 77 of Racing Asylum and goes way too deep and pushes the Racing Asylum a little bit wide as well. Maybe there's going to be a penalty for the number 5 car. There is a half-second penalty, but is he going to give up the place as well? No, he's not. Wow. Was that a legitimate overtake? I'm absolutely terrified for Honor right now. Oi, oi, oi. Bombardier is doing NFS Most Wanted. I think he is. Oh, and yet another half-second penalty. That's a full-second penalty right now for the number 5. Everything is going against them in this first stint. Already had to make a pit stop because they were fighting with a 44 car. Had damage, of course, on the front bumper. Lost way too much time. Went to the soft tires. I think refueled a little bit or didn't even refuel. And right now still in 11th place with a full second penalty because of the fight with the number 77 of Racing Asylum. Oi, 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 guys. Oh, the reaction of Ray. That was so hard to watch. I ate 10 years and my driver crapping himself. Okay. Whoa, no, 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 hitting the barrier. What are you doing? Yet again a mistake from Bombardier. No, 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 no. Let's get on board with him. Cockpit view. Let's see that. He has that full second penalty, of course. He didn't want to hand back the... But I did. Does he go in too deep, too wide? Yeah, and he's going to hit the barrier over there. Spins out. Luckily, I think, well, it wasn't ghosted. Front bumper damage, left front suspension damage. This is not going the way for the number 5 of Sector 7. They'll have to make another stop because they're going to lose way too much time right now with that damage. Especially half-worn soft tires, as you can see. Wow, 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 we caught it all. A full second penalty and not so risky overtake. Not legitimate, I would say, because you cut the track. And after that, just before the penalty line, coming out of Vanage, a hit to the wall. Losing way more time than you could have gained. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, they're going to pit immediately. Let's see. And I think he will. Yes, he does. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. It's going from bad to worse for them. But okay, let's go back to the lead. Let's see. We still have Racing Asylum, the 44 GTR in the lead. The number 2 in the championship. In second place, we have Overboost Racing Team in the number 1 car. In the Viper. In second, in third place. Oh, in third place. Oh, I think... What happened? What happened? Oh, sorry. I pressed the wrong button. Scared me. Project 1 Racing still with the number 20 in third place. In fourth place, we have the number 3 car of Grit Life Racing. And in 5th place right now with a full second penalty. Oh, they were slowly catching the number 3 car. The number 11 of Project Platypus. It's going to be painful, and right now we can see that they passed the 45 car, but they're going to lose that spot again. But the 45 car has a penalty as well in 6th place, and we can see slowly the tires overheating. Everybody's drifting out of the slow corners. fighting for traction. And yes, we can see that box. Yeah, we can see the reactions on it. Everybody on the number 5 car making all those mistakes, unfortunately. And yes, they've boxed. We saw that. But the 45 with a half-second penalty, and in front of that, in 5th place, we have the number 11 of Platypus with a full second penalty. They're going to lose time towards the number 3 car in front of them. And behind that, we could see the 69 of AHR, Apex Hunter Racing, right now. And yeah, they don't gain any time, but they don't lose any time towards the guys in front of. Well, behind that, we have the 35 of Loose Moose Racing, the number 4 in the championship. Maybe for the next stint they're going to do better, but number 8 is not good enough. And in 9th we have the 66 of GTFR in the GTR. And in 10th, the first of the Sector 7 cars. And they had, of course, trouble at the beginning. And the S's. Behind that we have the 77 of Racing Asylum Black. Behind that we have the Sector 7 car, the 64 with a half-second penalty. Made that stop on the Racing Softs because of damage. And in number 13 we have on the Racing Mediums right now Bombardier, and the number 5 the championship leader all the way at the back, 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind. That's a lot to gain again. But we had, of course, that full second penalty for Project Platypus, the number 11 BMW, and behind that, oh, we could see that the 69 passed. So that's behind here. The 69 passed the 35. The 35, of course, with a half-second penalty, and the BMW with the full second penalty. But what happened to the 35? They're going to come into the pit. No, they are not. Looked like it. But they lost way more compared to the number 11. And slowly the 67 is closing up to the number 11, and they're closing up to a lemony squeeze in the 45 of Last Minute Racing. So let's see how long it's going to take. I think at least another 5, maybe 6 laps before they're going to stop. Yeah, about that. Still a quarter to go. We're 17 or 16 laps in. About 4 or 5 laps they're going to stop. Let's see what else has been said. That's the only way, of course. Looks like the one stop, 18 mediums, 12 soft is preferred strategy, says Slugsy, or something similar, a lap either way. Can I be picky and say it's race, not Racing Asylum? Sorry, yeah, Race Asylum. Yes, you can be picky. Sorry about that. Race Asylum. My bad. What else do we got? we see some comments over here. Oh yeah. Slugsy, behave. But slowly we see that Platypus is catching, drifting out of the Michelin chicane over there from LMR, Last Minute Racing. Just behind him, the number 11 of Platypus. And we can see that the BMW is faster and easier to drive at the moment compared to the GTR. Here we're going to go into Mulsanne corner. And is he immediately going to go for a move? No, he's not. Be careful over there. Don't outbrake yourself. Yeah, they're going to come. Is he immediately going to go for the overtake? Or is it going to be a bump draft? Here he comes. It's going to be a bump draft. Let's go back to TV cam. To the second kink on this straight, and maybe he's gonna go for the move into Indianapolis, but so far no. We hear the tire squeal every single time we're gonna go into Indianapolis, and that was a half move. But yeah, as you can see, being picky, the number 44 from Race Asylum is in the lead. In second, Overboost Racing Team. Third, slowly losing time to the guys in front. 9.1 seconds, or 9 seconds behind the number 1 and number 2. The number 1 and number 2 are still 2.6, 2.7 seconds from each other. Driving really similar lap times. Who's better on fuel? It's the number 44 who's better on fuel compared to the number 1 car. Let's see, further back, the number 3 car from Grid Live. Not doing that well on fuel as well. And behind that, of course, the 45. Oh, did we see some coming in? Yeah, we do. We have the number 6 in the race, the number 11, and the number, what were they again? The 69 in for their first scheduled pit stops. They're going to switch from the racing mediums towards the racing soft tires, I think. We know the medium is only mandatory. So that's for sure they need to use. They've driven the mediums already. So I think it's going to be wise to put on for 14 laps or 15 laps, the soft tires. So let's see where they come out. Will they come in front of the number 77? I don't think so. It's going to be difficult to hold, but he's still in the 4 chicanes in the tighter portion of it. Oh, nearly losing it. Are they going to come out? And how far are they going to refuel? And we can see that the 77 did pass. Still has to make that pit stop, of course. I think only the number 5 car, the 64 car, and who else made a pit stop already? It's going to be difficult. No, the 764 can't make it until the end in this stint. Too few fuel. Well, let's see where they came out. You can see they're still right behind each other, fueled up until the end, and that both are racing soft tires. So the number 11 still in front of the 69, but the 69 right on his tail, and we can see that even the 69 refueled a little bit more. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have to fight? This fight is really close. A little bit further up front, we can see that the 764 did regain a couple of places, but still has to make a pit stop, so is going to drop back behind the guys behind him right now. And those are not the best lap times, but it's slowly getting better for the 66 of GT Finland racing. Yeah, GT Finland races. A little bit further up front, the 35. Wow, lost a lot of time that last lap. And there is quite a big gap to the 45. And if we look a little bit further up front, I think the Grid Life number 3 slowly losing time as well. I think the best of the tires are gone. And we have P1R. And when are they going to pit? When? When is the best time? Is it going to be this lap? Let's see from the 44. Still going to continue. And there we see the number 2 in the race, the number 1 car from ORT is in for his first scheduled stop. What is P1R going to do? They're still going to continue another lap into the 4 chicanes. Let's see a little bit further back. There we have the number 3 car of Grid Life. Are they going to make that stop already, or are they going to continue? They're going to continue as well. And we can see the 45 coming in for the scheduled stop as well. little bit further back. There we have the 35. Also, is going to continue on those racing mediums. Has a lot of fuel left. So hey, why not? Right? And now we can see Lemon squeezing in, of course. We saw that already. And here comes the 66 of GTFR. Also in on the racing mediums. Has enough fuel to do another couple of laps. And we can see that the 764 of Sector 7 still going to continue. And here is the 77 of Race Asylum. Are they going to stop this lap or the next lap? They're going to continue as well. A little bit further back here we have the two guys who already stopped, the number 11 and the number 69. And we can see that they're going to come out in front. They're still not refueling. Yes, they are. We can see that. ORT is out already in 6th place. A little bit further back, there we have Race Asylum 77 passing Lemony Squeeze, the 45 of LMR. And here comes the BMW number 11 immediately on the Dunlop chicane with warmer tires, better tires, worn-in tires, and a little bit less fuel, or I think about the same amount of fuel, even more fuel. Right on the tail of that GTR. See if he immediately can pass the GTR on the Mulsanne straight. Here they come out of the SS towards Tetra Rouge. As I said, an important corner but a difficult corner because of the track limits and the long straight after it. Here they're going to come. Are they going to immediately pass them? Are they going to bump draft? Are they going to help each other? We don't know. All of them on the Racing Soft tires. Bump drafting, so that means is he going to go for that move? Getting out of the throttle over there. Don't outbrake yourself, be careful. And there we have the 69 of AHR, Apex Hunter Racing. Behind that the 700, no sorry, the 64 of Sector 7 on the Racing Softs. Can he make it until the end with that low amount of fuel? No, that's impossible, I think. If you compare it to all the other guys who refueled and had their scheduled stop, I don't think that's possible. So they need to make another stop. And 66 already stopped. And let's see if the number 1 is going to stop as well. No, okay. Let's go a little bit further back. Oh, half-second penalty for the 64. No, don't do that. Here we have the 66 on the Racing Soft tires and can make it until the end. And here on Racing Mediums, refueled enough to go to the end as well. The number 5, but 2 minutes and 21 seconds behind. Lap times aren't that good as well. Could have been better. Let's go all the way to the lead and let's see if the leader is going to stop or not, or still is going to continue. Yeah, 69 be best, just bump drafts. Yeah, true. Well, let's see, he's coming in. Okay, so we have the 44 of Race Asylum in the pit right now. Let's see what P1R is going to do. Going to stop as well. So the number 1 and number 2 in the race are in at this moment. And let's see, yeah. Grid Life definitely has to stop because they can't continue another lap with that amount of fuel. So they're going to come in as well. So the number 1, 2, and 3 in the race are in. And I think, okay, the 35 is coming in as well. So the whole top 4 is in. And there we can see, yeah, the Sector 7 car, the 764, can grab the lead, but they have too few fuel. Yep, have to stop. And here comes Overboost Racing Team with the number 1 car. Are they going to repass? Are they going to pass the number 1? We can see that they are refueling right now. What kind of lap this is going to be? Oh, it's the out lap, of course. Oh, there we can see it's going to be a close call. There comes the 44 out of the pit. Here comes the ORT car, and I think the overcut is quicker than the undercut. Because right now the gap is a bit bigger than it was before. It was around 2.6, 2.7 seconds between the number 1 and number 2 in the race. And right now it's over 3 seconds. So that nearly cost him 8 tenths. 7 to 8 tenths. And if Evo can get the tires up to temperature quick enough, then you can see that 3.5 seconds. Wow, good pit stop. You have to refuel less, of course, when you stop later. But the benefit of soft tires. Yeah, so the undercut didn't work for Overboost Racing Team in the number 1 Viper. And we can see that P1R dropped even further back behind the number 1 and number 2 because they're 12 seconds behind right now, but still on the podium. Still in the podium spot, the last podium spot. And we can see the 45, the number 11 and the number 69 still battling, and yet again the 45 put on his windscreen wiper. Maybe there are real bugs in this game. Well, you have bugs in this game, but not bugs. They're bump drafting again, and is he going to go for the move into the Daytona chicane? And we can see that Apex Hunter Racing went way deeper into the corner, braked a bit later, and behind that we can see that the number 3 car dropped all the way behind all of these guys. What did they do? Did they refuel too much? How could it be? They were in front of them. They were 4th. Wow. Dropped all the way back behind the number 11, the number 45, and the number 69. And then we have the number 3. Ow, wow, wow, that's going to be painful. He has to repass all these guys again. So great job from the both BMWs and the 45 GTR to pass the number 3 Lexus. Wow. Here we can see the 64 still has to make that pit stop. Oh, that's going to be extremely painful. Behind that we can see the 35 of Loose Moose Racing in 9th place. That's going to be 8th place in a couple of laps. There we have the 66 followed by the 764 of Sector 7 Racing. Yeah, and I think that's going to be a spot for Sector 7 Racing for the Boomers. A little bit further back we have the 77 of Race Asylum. And then all the way at the back, going too wide out of the Michelin chicane. Maybe that's going to be a penalty. Take a look at those lap times. It's fluctuating way too much. The really fast lap times, really slow times as well. And Bombardier has the fastest lap, but let's see that fight again for 4th place right now. 4th place between the 45 and the number 11. Into the Porsche curves. A bit of lag from the number 11. Yeah, 3 cars string now, boys, and you're laughing. All on similar pace. Through. Let's see if the number 3 can re-overtake all these guys. But we can see that the number 11 is doing really good. Project Platypus with lemony squeeze behind the wheel. The Viper is a thirsty mule, yeah. Now we can understand why he had to stop a bit longer from Overboost Racing Team, the number 2 in the race. 100% bug free. Esports ready. Definitely, yeah. Well, the game is not bug free, but in the game, when you play it, it is bug free. So you don't need to put on your windscreen wiper. Yeah, Lexus just at a fuel disadvantage. Oh, the Lexus as well. Wow. Yeah, I think Bombardier definitely is done already with this stint. But still, we have this lap and another 11 coming. So that's 12 laps for him to go. Because I believe he didn't even... Yeah, he's not even on the start-finish street yet. Still on lap 20. Let's go back to that battle for 4th position. 4th. That's really good from the number 11, and slowly pulling out a gap over the 45. Wow, coming alive on the soft tires, the BMW. Pwah. So yeah, where else are the fights? I think here and a little bit further back, because the number 1, 2, 3, the number 1, 2, and 3 are quite far separated, because right now we can see the gap between the number 1 and number 2 is 3.7 seconds. Behind that, 13.2 seconds, the number 3 in the race, the number 20 Aston Martin. Then we have in 4th place, the 11th of number 11 BMW from Platypus. And here we have the last minute racing 45 GTR. And take a look at that. It's going to be a 4-way fight. If it's going to close up this way, and maybe behind that, if we look a little bit further back, oh yeah, another penalty for the Sector 7 Racing 64 Mercedes. Yeah, that's going to be painful. Painful again, because he still has to make a stop as well. Ugh. It's not the best stint from Sector 7 Racing, but you never know. It's 24 hours. We're only 1.5 hours in. It still can all happen for them. You don't know. We've seen crazier things. But hey, a good start is half the work, right? Oh, yeah, the tire squeals always into Indianapolis. I always think that somebody's spinning out there. There is that half-second penalty for the 64 car, and the 45 can easily pass. Of the 35 can easily pass him over there. Yes, he can. Yes. Okay, that's done for sure. For the Loose Moose racing car, oh, be careful into the Porsche curves. It's quick over there, and mostly that's single file. And now we can see that the 64 is losing a bit of time in the dirty air, and I think they want to go another lap, maybe even a lap after that, to make sure to stretch this stint, use that soft tire and the low fuel to go as late as possible for that stop, or maybe jump out of this okay, into the last part of the first part of the four chicane, into the last part, the tightening part, and they're going to do another lap, maybe even to stretch this stint to make the last stint as short as possible for them. But then we have in 9th, in 10th, and all the way at the back, the Sector 7 cars. Oy, painful, because in the championship they're number 1, 9, and 10th. Oof. But okay, 4 seconds right now between the leaders. 13 seconds, and a total of 70 seconds behind the P1R car. Whoa, I think that's a little bit too wide for the 45. Is that going to be a penalty? Yes, it is. As I said, it's a really important corner. And we're going to go on board, and you're going to see why and how. You're coming out of the S's, but right now you have dirty air. But this corner is really fast, but you can't go over that curb. No. And if you go a little bit too wide over there, it's going to be, bing, a penalty. And that's a half-second penalty for the 45. Ooh, and I think they're going to drop back to 6th place behind the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. And then they're going to come under threat of the number 3 of Grid Life Racing, who still lost a lot of places because of that refueling. The Thirsty Monster, as I've been told. I doubt it's sunny during the night. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that was Mr. Shadow. Global warming for you, says Jack Belfast Dap. Still can can see that the 45 is right on the tail of the number 11 car, but with that half-second penalty, of course. Yeah, it's gonna be, that's a 24-hour race. It's not gonna be exciting constantly, immediately, and every single time. It's an endurance race. You have to enjoy the strategy. No mistakes, so no penalties, no crashes, don't get any damage. And that's what it's all about. Let's see who can focus constantly on the perfect lap time, but without all those problems. That's endurance. There will be a river on the track at some point, though. Watch out for that. I think River, Ruckus Racing is going to drive. And here comes that half-second penalty for the 45 of Last Minute Racing. And is he going to come on the threat of the 69? Can the 69 pass? Because, oh, that's going to be difficult. Into the Porsche curves. He puts up a defensive line. Will he go to the inside? No, he thinks better of it. Okay. So he didn't lose any place. He didn't lose any place for that. Excuse me. The streamers will adjust the exposure settings so it's still sunny during the night. Yeah, we'll brighten everything up. It's gonna be just one big white block. Can't see anything. Yeah, it's a lot of British flags right now. The whole top 6 is British. And behind that, quite some Americans. And here comes the 64 of Sector 7 Racing. It's based on the real-life weather forecast. And it's scorching hot and ridiculously hot right now in Le Mans. So that's why. Those are the settings and we have to deal with that. And it's going to be the same for all the guys. They know it's not going to rain. Oh, the half-second penalty. No, for the number 1. Doing best lap times at this moment, but it's purple at least. But that half-second penalty is going to bite, but not enough to let Overboost Racing Team catch up and even pass them. And B1R can catch up a bit as well. In 4th, still the number 11 BMW of Platypus. And here we have the 45, closely followed by the 69. Out of the Daytona chicane. Will they go for a move? After this 9 laps to go. Here they come. Is it going to be a bump draft or a pass? They're thinking about the pass. Yeah, do they? More. Always be careful in these chicanes. Oh, no, nearly losing it over there, the 45. Whoa, the BMW because of that, nearly losing it. Whoa, half-second penalty for Lucy, Lemony Squeeze. Whoa, but take a look at that. They both nearly losing it. My God. Here we're going to go. Under pressure, the 45 goes a little bit deep over there. That means you're going to run out of road over there, nearly losing it. And the BMW has to lift over here, wants to come out of the slipstream, but nearly losing it as well. Holy shit, balls of fire. That nearly went wrong. But yet again, a half-second penalty for Lemony Squeeze for the Last Minute Racing Team. And this time they're going to lose that place to the 69 behind. Whoa, that was really close and well held, sir, both of you. And here already comes the move from the 69 to the inside on Indianapolis, and they passed them already. And that's going to be double painful for the 45 because right now they're going to lose. They lost the place already and still have that penalty above them. Blah. Double painful, as we can see right now. If we get on board with the number 3 of Grid Life Racing, they're going to pass them as well. Yes, they do. Oi, 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 oi. That's double painful. Triple painful. First that pass, of course. Quadruple painful. First that mistake, then the penalty. Then the penalty came, but got passed already by the 69, and now the number 3 as well. And they dropped 2 places in less than half of a lap. Ay, 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 painful for the 45. They were doing so good. Ay, 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 ay. And now we can see that Grip Live in the number 3 Lexus is back in 6th place. But it's going to be difficult for them to catch the 69 and the number 11. But who knows? A bit wide over there from the AHR car. Everybody made a stop, so it's going to be a race until the end. 44 car still in the lead. Had that half-second penalty, of course, last lap. Still a 3:58. That's a good job. Then the number 2 in the race, the number 3 in the race, P1R, Project 1 Racing, with France K88 behind the wheel. Oh, there wasn't any real contact. Slider rules. There wasn't real contact. The 45 GTR nearly lost it, coming out of the last chicane of the Milson Street. And the BMW wanted to get out of the slipstream, was a bit too eager on the throttle, and nearly lost it as well. But after that, there was a half-second penalty for the 45. And just before Indianapolis, the 69 already passed him. And right now they're in 7th place, and we can see that the 35 of Loose Moose Racing is catching the 45. Lemony just broke my pants. Otherwise, all good. Yeah, that's for sure, River. That's for sure. Yeah, Loose Moose Racing definitely has a good race right now. Slowly catching the 45. We're looking at them. Oh, Tom said it just flipped on him. No wheel sensation. A lag spike. Yeah, that's possible. I know that one. That can happen. If you suddenly lose your force feedback in your steering wheel, yeah, you got no feeling anymore. And it's just done on guessing how far you have to steer. Yeah, that's a difficult one. Luckily he held it together, but had that half-second penalty, of course. So unfortunately lost 2 places because of that. In 7th right now. We're on lap 24 already. Time flies when you're having fun. Let's see. No big fights anymore. The gap between the number 1 and number 2 in the race keeps around about 4.2 seconds. The gap between the number 2 and the number 3 is slowly growing, but we can see they're driving like clockwork. And the BMW is doing really good in the hot weather on the soft tires. That's ridiculous. On the mediums it was meh, but right now we can see on the soft tires, especially with a little bit less fuel, they're doing really, really good. In 4th place right now, Platypus with the number 11, and the 69 BMW in 5th. And we can see that the number 3 car is slowly catching the BMWs again. Yeah, we see if we compare the lap times, they do, and I think the 69 is even quicker than the number 11 is right now via the lap times. And if we look a little bit further back, we see, because of the penalty and a bit of a mistake, that the 45 is losing a bit of time. And we can see that. As said, fire the chat as well. That Loose Moose Racing is catching the 45. And maybe he's going to go for the move this lap, because he is in slipstream range. A little bit further back, there we have the 764 of Sector 7 with the fastest lap as well. Last lap, 3 minute 56.5. A little bit further back, there we have GT Finland races. Intent dropped quite a bit back, 57 seconds right now. And here we have the 64 of Sector 7 Racing in 11th. And then the number 2 Race Asylum BMW 77 in 12th, and all the way back to championship leader from Sector 7 Racing. And yet again with front bumper damage and right front suspension damage. And they're gonna stop yet another time. No. What did you do, you guys? Do we have a replay of that? Here we go. Maybe it's gonna show, I don't know, because they don't have any damage right now. Is it gonna be a spin or too wide? No, nothing over here. I don't think it's gonna show. Okay. Oh, yet again for the championship leader. No, this is not good at all. Ay, caramba. Well, let's see. Oh, full second penalty for the number 3 car. Wow, what did they do? That's probably coming out of both chicanes, a half-second penalty. Oh, that's going to be painful. They're going to drop back behind the number 45 and the number 35. Now let's see if the number 35 is going to make that move on the number 45. Not yet so far. Also in the Aston. Yeah, I agree with you, Sludgy. No, Bombardier, park it up and go have a beer, mate. Yeah, I'm reading the comments, by the way. Oh, and there comes the move to the outside in Indianapolis. Wow, what a beautiful move, but a half-second penalty. No, half-second penalty for the 45. No, of the 35. And here's the full second penalty, and I think the 35 is going to benefit from both penalties on. It's going to be the next lap for the 45 to serve that penalty. But we can see immediately already that the 45 and the 35 pass the number 3 car on that straight because of penalties. And we can see the half-second penalty for the 45, but can we see the replay of that move into Indianapolis? No, here it was done already. What a move, but unfortunately a little bit too wide over there. And now a half-second penalty for the 45, and they're going to immediately lose that place yet again to the 40. The 35 has the penalty, and the 45 is going to repass them if they stay close enough. Drop the 7th place. Well, they're still in 7th place, but the number 3 dropped from 6th to 8, and the 45 is in 6th right now instead of 8th. Well, that's probably going to be number 7 again at the end of this lap. Oh, and we can see that the number 3 is a bit quicker than the number 45. There they are, right underneath each other, or right underneath the wing of the 45, and we can see that it's, oh no, and a half-second penalty for the number 3 as well. No, yet again. I think he cut the chicane, the Dunlop chicane, a bit too far. Let's get on board with him. There it is, the braking zone break way later, and I think this is the cut. No, it's not. Is it the exit? Yeah, no, it was the cut at the beginning. Okay. Never saw that coming. Bump drafting right now, that's smart. Else you're going to lose more time. And you want to catch the other guy. You want to catch the 35. He's got a half-second penalty as well. Nothing else crazy going on, so let's follow this battle. And whoa, the 45, because of that overspeed, because of the bump drafting, nearly went too deep into the Daytona chicane. Yeah, it's definitely penalty party out there, official Razor. Let's see a little bit further up front. Any other penalties or crazy things? No, nothing going on over there. Ooh, maybe a little bit too wide over there from Evo in the 44. Then we have ORT and P1R. A little bit further back, the 11 from Platypus and the 69 of AHR. And then we have that half-second penalty for the 45 and the 35 behind it. Sorry, other way around. The 35 of LMR with a half-second penalty. And then last-minute racing with the 45. No as well! Oh, also a penalty. All three of them have a half-second penalty, so nothing is going to change over here. They can just fight. Oh, huge hit from behind over there from Grid Life Racing. Oh, luckily no damage, luckily nobody off track. And as you can see right now, they're going to go into the Mulsanne kink and then into Mulsanne corner. Did he outbrake himself a little bit? Yes, he does. Or did they? Oh, he releases the brake a little bit too early. Pushes the 45 nearly into the gravel over there. Luckily, they anticipated on it. And no damage. And they both can continue. No penalty as well. So let's forget about that. But don't do that again. Please. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Here comes the 35. First of all, with that half-second penalty. There comes the 30 for 45. There is the number 3. All a half-second penalty. So nobody loses, nobody gains. And they can continue. They only lose a little bit time to all the others with no penalties. 35, the 45, and the number 3 fighting for 6th place in the race. 26 laps into the Porsche curves. Here we go again. Spicy meatballs, Batman. Okay. Yeah, it is really close in the midfield. It definitely is. This is ridiculous for already nearly 26 laps. Yeah. Into the 4 chicane, that first fast. Right left-hander, do I say that correctly? Left right-hander, and then the tightening right left-hander onto the main straight. And we're going to go for lap 27. 1 hour and 3/4 already in. The first 2 hours are nearly done, nearly over. And let's run you through the order again. We have the 44 still in the lead, a 6.7 gap towards the Overboost Racing team in the number 1 Viper. In 2nd place, then in 3rd place we have P1R Project 1 Racing in the number 20 Aston Martin with friends behind the wheel. And yeah, it's a bit boring between the number 1, 2 and 3, but hey, boring race is good. Mostly that means you're up front or something went horribly wrong. But in 4th, really nice recovery and really good strategy, really good pace from Project Platypus in the number 11 BMW, and behind it as well from Apex Hunter Racing in the 69 BMW. Those two came alive on the soft tires in this scorching heat. And just behind that we can see that we have the number 6 in the race, the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Behind that in number 7 we have the 35 of Last Minute Racing, the GTR. Closely followed, nearly underneath the wing, the Lexus number 3 of Grid Life, the number 3 in the championship, by the way. The number 1 in the race is the number 2 in the championship. And a little bit further back we have the Sector 7 in 9th, the 764 car of them. That's 9th in the championship. Then in 10th we have the GT Finland Racers car number 66, the GTR. And in 11th, also with trouble, the 64 from Sector 7 in 11th. And in 12th we have the 77 of Race Asylum. Not racing, but Race Asylum, as you can see on the site over here. in 12th place. And in 13th, all the way at the back, 2.5 minutes behind the championship leader of Sector 7, the number 5 Lexus. So let's get back to the fight for 5th place. Sorry, 6th place, 7th place it is, between Lemony Squeeze and Luke Ass. Oh, that name. And they're still bump drafting each other. Is there going to be a move? I think the bump drafting is the fastest way to regain time on the guys in front of you. So that is well advised. Went a little bit deep over there. Be careful, don't touch each other again. Don't do that. Doesn't help you, doesn't help the other one. And the 35 of the 45 nearly lose again on the rear. Still with the windscreen wiper on. Here we go towards the Porsche curves. That first right-hander, you have a little tap on the brake and a shift down. This is a full throttle left-hander. A bit of a lift over here, then full throttle again, then braking into this one. Another gear back. Hold it tight to make sure you get a good entry and exit out of this corner, because there is a straight, well, it's not really straight, but a right left-hander, that's full throttle towards the Ford chicane. As I said, a left right-hander, that's the fast part, and after that you brake for the slower part. Left right will really squeezes over there. Don't go too wide, you can get a penalty as well. We can see that the 45 is slowly pulling out a bit of a gap over the number 3, but the number 3 has better tires and about the same amount of fuel, so they should be in the benefit. Any other big fights? Let's see a little bit further up front if the number 69 is closing up to the BMW. Number 11? No, not really. Gap stays around the same. We can see that the 35 is slowly catching the guys up front. So yeah, Loose Moose Racing is on the hunt, and doing a really good job. Curtis says, come on Lemony, let's go. Okay, let's go. Of Lynchstorm says, would have been worse if it's called Luke Hemorrhoid. Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, let's continue. Let's see a little bit further back. Yeah, we can see that the number 3 car did pass him. Is it over here already? Oh, was it yet again? Yeah, I think the 45 went a little bit too deep into the Michelin chicane, and here is the pass after that. And right now, oh, there is a repass immediately. Let's see that as well. Here they're gonna come towards the Michelin chicane. By the way, the other one was the Daytona chicane, and here comes the repass of the 45. Is it gonna be a mistake? Is it gonna be an outbraking maneuver? I think the number 3 goes way too deep and whoa, nearly cuts him off. Wow, I think that's gonna be a penalty as well for the number 3. Let's see that. No, it's not. Okay. Well, probably went off the throttle hard enough to make sure that he didn't get any penalty. But the losing time to the 35. But the 45 still in number 7, Lemony. And then Luke Ass in 8th. Nearly hitting the 2-hour mark already. Don't forget we had that out lap, of course, so the time at the bottom you can see is not showing the actual race time, We still, after this lap, 3 more to go. So number 29, 30, 31 and 32. Sorry, 4. 4 laps to go for the 44 car. Soon for the number 1 car as well. And slowly losing a bit of time towards the number 1. When they came out of the pit, it was around 3.3, 3.4 seconds. And right now it's already 9 seconds. Then we have P1R still around 15 seconds. And the gap stays stable, but slowly losing a bit of time as well towards the number 2 in the race. And then that is a 14-second gap between the number 3 and the number 4 in the race. And right behind it we have the 69. There we have the 35 closing up to those guys. And behind that the 45 and the number 3 closely following each other still. And behind that in 9th we have the 764 of Sector 7. And the 66 of GTFR. Nearly on the 29th lap as well. So we had 28. Here comes the 64 of Sector 7. And here is the 77 of Race Asylum. And behind that, all the way at the back, the number 5 with the half-second penalty. Sure, why not? Oi, that must be hellish for Bombardier. Aye, aye, aye. So let's get towards that fight for 7th place again. Between Lemony Squeeze and Lucas. Oh, sorry, yeah, true, Sludgy, yeah, they pit at the end of lap 31, so they're not going to finish this one, of course. And then we're going to open stint number 2. Jaeger will handle all that. That's true. Thanks for the reminder, Slugsy. We can see that the 45 can't break away from the number 3, but the number 3 isn't losing the slipstream as well. So it's going to be a fight until the end, unless somebody makes a mistake. Wow, did you jump? No, there goes Lemony Squeezy. Sorry, Lucas, nearly losing it. Out of the Daytona chicane, of the Michelin chicane. That's going to walk with him. We can see that Lemony nearly losing it. And Lucas follows. You can see that he goes a little bit wide coming out of here. And they're too eager on the throttle. And a half-second penalty as well for Lucas. Oi, 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 oi. These guys have been battling for the last couple of laps. There have been many penalties between them. And, yet another half-second penalty for the number 3. That's not good. Could have been place number 7 for the number 3 car. Not sure. But this ensures for the 45 GTR that they're gonna have that 7th place if they do not make any mistakes anymore. And Luke nearly goes to wide over there. And here comes that half-second penalty. Aye, painful. Especially at the end. And we can see that 764 of Sector 7 Racing is closing up. Let's see if we can fight any battles. The number 1 is gone. Nearly 10 seconds. The number 2, yeah, solid. The number 3, solid. And yes, maybe there is going to be a fight between the 2 BMWs over here. The 69 and the number 11. And what do we got in the comments? The comeback for the next 22 hours will be good to see for Sector 7 Racing. That's for sure, Slugsy. That's for sure. And Is this the stream of car 45? No, it's not. But that's the only battle we had. So yeah. Cheers for the screen time. Yep. Well held, Lucas. Definitely well held. That could have been way worse. That could have been a kiss to Barrier, right? Zach casually typing whilst driving. Legend. gotta have something to do on the streets, I guess. Says Fisher Razor. Type through the Porsche curves. I'll be impressed. Then I'll be impressed, Zach. Says Slugsy. Kids these days can't drive in a straight line for more than 10 seconds without... Oh, there's something in front of that. Can't read it. Without losing focus. Now that's true. But as we can see right now, the battle is heating up between the number 11 and the number 69 for the last 1.5 laps. 1 3/4. Well, 1.5, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna come. They're gonna immediately go for that move into the Michelin chicane on the Mulsanne straight. No, not immediately, and we can see that the 35 is slowly catching as well. So this is gonna be a three-way fight in stint number 2. Are they gonna bump draft or are they gonna fight? If they're gonna fight, the 35 definitely will close up. And there is bump drafting going on. So the 35 on his own is losing time right now. That's for sure. Well, let's see if the 69, this or the next lap, will make a move for place number 4 in the race. Whoa, the number 11 nearly losing it coming out of Mulsanne corner. So after this lap, one more lap to go.
Hey, hey.
Hey. Good afternoon. There you go. How you doing?
Did you enjoy your stint so far?
So far, so good. Definitely.
Nice.
Yeah. A lot of battles on track, even though it's an endurance race.
Yeah. Let's hope it continues like that. And I see the number 5 at the back. Whoa, spicy for the rest of that race, I reckon.
They have a lot of catch up to do, because right now they're 2.5 minutes behind. Lap times are good again, but yeah, some lap times really aren't. So yeah, that's going to be tough for them. But if they keep the focus, no mistakes, no damage, then it is possible. And you can see the battle for place number 4 is heating up as well between the 11, 69 and the 35.
Okay, my mic is too loud, so I'm just be very quiet now.
Oh, okay.
Usually I have to scream through party chat for my voice.
I've put the volume up, so...
Nah, okay.
Yeah, just whisper to me. Oh, that's wrong. But right now the 69 is he gonna make a move? You think? What do you think, Jaeger?
I have no clue.
It would be nice, right, to go into the pit in 4th place.
Sure.
Good recovery, by the way, from Loose Moose Racing as well. The number 4 in the championship. Really close to place number 4 in the race. And I think Grid Life Racing. Oh, 4-second penalty again. No. Ay. I think the tires are nearly done and they're a bit overcooked. Or that Lucas has lost focus. Because that's a lot of penalties in a couple of laps right now. Losing way too much time. But let's get back towards that battle for 4th place. But on the last lap, we have to look for those guys up front when they're going to come in. Well, let's see if the 69 will overtake the BMW number 11. Is it going to be a bump draft? It's going to be a bump draft just before the braking zone, so be careful over there. Don't overshoot it. Don't get any penalties. Whoa, the number 11 nearly losing it. Huge wiggle over there. Let's see that again. Oi, oi, oi. Let's get on board. Coming out of... Oh, sorry. Coming out of here. It gets loose all the way at the rear. Coming out. So a good entry. And here on the exit. That's 3 corrections. And there goes the number 69 in front of the number 11 into the Michelin chicane, coming out of it. And will it stay that way? Let's see that overtake quickly. Here he comes in the slipstream. A little bit too far back with the replay, I mean. And there's the move into the Michelin chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Perfectly done, perfectly executed. But will the number 11 retake that 4th place? Maybe towards Indianapolis, because right now it didn't work into Mulsanne corner. And you can see because of that fighting, the 35, oh, with a half-second penalty. No, you just closed up. Don't do that. Why?
Because it's Zach.
Because it's Zach? Okay. And here comes the number 11. He wants to be number 4 if they're going to go into the pit. And we'll have to take a look because the number 1 is already in the Porsche curves. There goes the number 11 before Indianapolis in front of the 69 in 4th place right now. And then the 35 has that half-second penalty. So they're still really close, but not close enough after this anymore. And let's see. The number 1 is already coming out of the Porsche curves. And let's see when he comes in. Here he comes. The 44 car, the leader in the race, in. And here comes the number 2 towards the pit. The number 2 in the race, the number 1 car of ORT. And behind that we have P1R in 3rd place with the number 20, Aston Martin. Solid job. Coming in right now for that driver swap. Behind that, we have, of course, still that fight for 4th place between the 2 BMWs, the number 11 and the 69. And they're going to come in as 4th, the 11th. And as 5th, we have the 69. And behind that, the 35, who closed up as well. So the number 4, 5, and 6 in the race coming in as well. Behind that, Lemony Squeeze, the 45. GTR in. And there comes the Sector 7, 764, nice recovery. And he's even in front of the number 3. So the number 3 lost 8th place as well. Here comes GT Finland races with the 66 GTR in 10th place after 2 hours. And then in 11th place right now, we have the Sector 7, 64. And as soon as you want to take over, you can take over, Jaeger.
You will stay with that battle.
Here comes the number 11 in the race, the 64 Sector 7 racing car. And then in 12th place, we have the 77 from Race Asylum. Oh, goes nearly too wide over there. I think it was a bit too wide. Yeah, half-second penalty. Aye. And how are you going to resolve that one? Good question. During a driver swap. And then all the way at the back, we have Bombardier in the number 5, Lexus from Sector 7 Racing, the championship leader, in 13th. Ow. Painful, but still 22 hours to go to recover. That's quite a lot.
Mic check, here we go. Ha. Live, back with the full screen, stint number 2. So exciting, stint number 1 it was, and we can continue with that race as it is. So a quick update for all of you joining that race. We have the 44 Race Asylum Esports Nissan GTR in the lead. Number 2, it's the Viper for Overboost Racing, the number 1 car defending champions. In P3 we have Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, the number 20, out on the track. And in P4 AHR, great stint 1 up to P4. Here the 69 BMW. Right behind, another big mover so far, the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So they couldn't partake in the qualifying session due to a penalty last round. They're already up to P5. Then the Furious 2 for our pole sitters, the 45 last minute racing Nissan GTR P6. Closely followed by that number 11, Project Platypus. They also had a qualifying penalty, couldn't set a lap time yesterday, up to P7 as well. Good progress so far during that race. And in P8, the best of the Sector 7 racing cars, the 764, the Boomers. A bit of a surprise. Actually, they had a good qualifying session yesterday, but usually it is the number 5 car that is their lead car, the championship leaders as well, but they had a bit of an issue in that first stint, couple of mistakes, damage. We'll see where they are. Really interesting. See what they can do. They have a quick driver sorted already, but then let's continue with that grid. The Lexus number 3 Grid Life Racing. It is shaky now behind the wheel. Or the number 3 car in P10. It's another Nissan GTR Nismo. This time for the GT Finland Racers, the 66. They were running with the Corvette for the season so far. Now it changed to that Nissan T11. We have the second of the 3 Sector 7 racing teams. That is Mick Cougar in the AMG 64. Also, they changed the car throughout that season. I think they were running with a Lexus. Now it's an AMG 77 BMW for Race Asylum. Blue Racer in P12, 2 minutes 11. The gap to the leaders, the 44 Race Asylum entry. And then the number 5 car, our championship leader, the Lexus RCF with Antonio, though. Antonio, now can he start the comeback drive? That's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, you cannot hear me? Can someone hear me? Should be okay, I think. Chat, can you confirm you can hear me? Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. All good. All good, yeah. Don't make me nervous like every time. I know I pressed the wrong buttons sometimes, but I think we can hear. Yeah, you can hear me at least. So I wasn't like talking to myself for the previous 5 minutes. It is all good. It is all good. Thank you for the confirmation and feedback in chat. Love you too, guys. So, yeah, definitely an interesting setup with the number 5 at the back of the grid. 2 minutes 40, that gap to the leaders. I wouldn't be surprised to see Antonio at least get into the top 10 by the end of that stint. And you can see the timer at the bottom of your screen. 21 hours 52 minutes remaining, so it's still a lot of time left in this 24-hour race here at Le Mans. Still not the start the Sector 7 Racing Esports team wanted to have for this one. So yeah, Mike, I think increasing his lead slowly, so nearly 8 seconds to Pyrex for Overboost Racing. currently in P2, then a 26-second gap already to P3. And that Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, and if you spot, we have good eyes on that livery. There's a nice little decal showing on the side of the car, with some NTT thing going on, and so here we go on the side. So no, Tom, that's so not right. That's like what it stands for. If you know, you know. If you don't bother, right? But yeah, nice to have a little bit of a callback there on that car. Oh, the 35 with some moves. They got past the 69 BMW at already 4 seconds of a gap. Oh, Alex putting in some serious pace for the 35. Oh, it's 14 seconds to the podium at this stage. But a great first lap for the Norwegian driver. 4-minute flat compared to a 4.4 for Checo and Apex Hunter Racing. Alex has less fuel. I cannot confirm that, James. We had just a really good first lap, I think, compared to Checo. That 4.04 is probably not the pace you're looking to go on the mediums. Negative, James, negative. So I can tell you that Alex has more fuel compared to Checo in his tank at the moment. I'm not telling you the exact values, but it's definitely more fuel. Perry also getting the run. So the two BMWs again very close on track together. Let's go on board with Project Platypus, the 11 car, through the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Perry bringing that gap down half a second. He might get a look before the Michelin chicane, that second one on that Mulsanne straight. Oh, not close enough. So roughly at the 100 on the right hand side. Drake, go through the chicane. Don't run too wide on the exit, especially the exit here, to avoid those track limit penalties. Roughly half a second still. And getting closer again before the heavy braking zone into Mulsanne corner. First gear, I think, for rotation, second gear on exit. Both of the BMWs very tail happy out of that corner. Saw that. Oh, it looks like Checo found his rhythm on that second lap. We can keep that gap quite stable between 3 and 5/10 into Indianapolis we go. Oh, we saw a couple of drivers running wide on the exit over the gravel. Still okay. Then Anash, one of the slowest turns on the deck. Ooh, a big slide, and there's contact between the two cars, both with a massive, massive moment out of Anash. Let's go to the replay. This is good news for the 45 car in the distance. Well, let's see that once again, both with a... Oh, I think Checo hit the wall and then wanted to get out of the way. Perry couldn't go anywhere. Go get out of the replay, come on. Let's go to the live racing action. And yeah, so Checo got some damage on the front and the left suspension here. That was a bigger hit than it initially looked on my perspective, but yeah, there's front left suspension has damage and the bumper as well. So lost some time, and also that damage. Will they stay out? Will they pit? They pit. Oh, it's an unscheduled pit stop now for the 69. And a big scare for the 11, definitely. Didn't expect that. Thought they had the run. Also a big wiggle coming out of Anage, but luckily the 11 got no damage with that little contact. So they can continue with that race. Oh, let's have a look at the order. Mike, 8.6. To Pyrex Novoboost Racing Team in P2, so gaining a little bit. Kevin in third for Project 1 Racing, 26 seconds, that is. Nice little gap. Alex flying, doing good lap times, not 4 minutes currently. Not the fastest lap of the stint so far. That goes to Antonio. You see that on the left hand side. Antonio is pushing, but did not expect anything else. So we saw that Perry and Furious 2 for Project Platypus and Last Minute Racing. 2 cars of Furious 2 with a track limit penalty, half a second. So we didn't see much of Sticksander here for the Sector 7 racing team. For the 6-4 Boomers, Aston Martin, but is being pressured by Jakey in the 3 Grid Life Racing Lexus. Down into the Michelin chicane, the second bottom straight. Jakey wasn't close enough. Needs to tuck in behind Sander, and an opportunity for my favorite camera in the game. Let's get that view and see a fast charging Jakey closing that gap. Will it be close enough to go for a move into Mulsanne corner? Don't think so. But maybe before Indianapolis. Let's see, get a good run out of Mulsanne corner. Oh, nearly touching the gravel, but kept the power down by the looks. Losing a little bit of time. No, but we'll be gaining that time back in that slipstream. Virginio Racing, hello, how can you participate? The Discord link is in the description. If you want to join the server. We have currently 2 splits running, but both splits are currently full with entries and teams. So if you want to enter a team, you might have to wait for the next season. If you want to drive as an individual, maybe one of the teams have a spare spot. So yeah, just have a look at the Discord link in the description or on our channel, or maybe someone can post the Discord link in the chat, some of the admins. There should be all of the information needed for you. We're coming out of karting, and Jakey after that overtake, 7/10 already. No, it's too early for beer now, but I will have one later on as well. So yeah, it will be a long event once again. So I will be back in the morning hours for my second commentary stint, but I will be in the background, like managing the stream and stuff like that. So I will drink a beer with all of you then later on. as well. So I was just running through the grid order, by the way, that we got caught up with its battle, and battle always has priority, of course, on track. So in P9 we have the GT Finland racers, the 66 Nissan GTR in P9. The Checo, after that little mistake and the damage, dropped down to P10. So I don't think they changed tires, just repaired the damage, I think. Then Ridvan for the Mikugar, Sector 7 Racing AMG in P11. 33 seconds the gap to Blue Racer in the 77 BMW for Race Asylum. And in P13, Antonio in the number 5 Lexus, 358s in a row. Will it be a third time for our championship leaders? We'll wait. And he comes around. Looks like a very fast lap indeed again. And a 58.0. So definitely one to watch in this race. Go back up the order. See the gaps. 3 seconds roughly quicker per lap compared to the 77 at the moment. 17 seconds divided by 3. That's 6 laps roughly until we can see probably a battle. Another 33 seconds to the 64 in P11. And then we have the 69 in P10. That's 13 seconds to P11, 17 to P9 currently. So that's not unusual that we see some gaps forming in those endurance races after the first 2 hours of racing. So now I'll get into the rhythm and keep it clean. Alexander and the 764 Aston Martin trying to stay with Jakey in the number 3, the Green Machine, the Lexus. And P8 and P7, 3 seconds that gap to the 45. Last minute racing GTR. And indeed Perry could open up a gap to the Furious 2 for the number 11 BMW in P5. Alex in P4 for Loose Racing. Another sub 4 minute lap time, so I think 2 drivers currently below that 4 minute mark. I'll make it 3. Kevin just did a 3:59 for Project 1 Racing in P3. Also Pirex now into D59s. Okay, so I wasn't running with them, so I did them all wrong. And Mike as well, 58.8 now. Increasing and that pace, I can also confirm for all those wondering. So all drivers did start on the racing medium tire compound. The racing medium is mandatory for every stint. What do we mean with a stint, by the way? So it's a 24-hour race. We are running 12 driver stints in total. Every stint roughly 2 hours in length. It will be set to a fixed lap time. You see that on the top left. So the lobby is set up to 32 racing laps. There will be 1 in lap. And for the drivers, and they drive directly into the pits, wait there, don't touch anything. Then they wait for the signal from the driver in the other lobby that are currently racing. When they arrive at their pit crew, they will receive the go signal. Then they can start the work on the car, like changing tires, refueling. And then the same goes for the end of that 32 laps. So at the end of lap 31, the drivers in this stint will pit again and then give the go signal, the handover for their teammates in the next lobby. And so we are running through this 24-hour race in Gran Turismo 7. Have like a continuous race at all, so at all time we see the actual gaps between the cars on track, and at the end of this 24-hour race, the end of stint number 12, we will have an unofficial race result, let's call that way. We have like the in-game track limits penalty enabled, and also the pit line cuts, but no car contact penalties. So this is where we have incident reporting and stewarding in place, but it won't be a live stewarding, so if you're wondering, it will be handled after the event. We need to have like the footage, the POVs, the replays, etc. for the stewards to make their decisions, their judgment calls. So yeah, what I was trying to say, penalties can affect the official race result afterwards, like when penalties are being applied for some I don't know, push to pass maneuvers or causing damage to another car, also like driver swap infringements. So we are checking every driver swap if the teams are not jumping the gun there for that swap. So yeah, this is like the procedure of these endurance races here on Gran Turismo 7 with the limited options we have in the game. Also, I know it's a topic no one wants to hear, but at some point a disconnect might happen to one of the teams and the drivers. But this is not the end of the race, of course. With that lobby setup, like if you disconnect in the current lobby, you get the chance to rejoin the next lobby. You will lose some time. There's a disconnect rejoin calculation in place. Won't go too much into the detail, but the teams will get to know their time when they can leave the pits again for the next stint, so it's not race over. And yeah, so it's basically the disconnect. We cannot reintegrate the drivers in Gran Turismo in the same race, unfortunately, so that's why we treat a disconnect like, I say, kind of a mechanical failure in real life. So imagine that you have a puncture or something with your gearbox, so you have to drive into the pits and do some repairs on your cars, and then at some point the repairs are done and then you can rejoin. So this is like the analogy currently with the disconnect. So, but yeah, I don't know if you hear it, knock on wood, but hopefully don't see any of those disconnects throughout this race. Stint 1 was very stable. Jakey is on the move again, closing that gap to the 45. Nissan gets a nice little toe down the Mulsanne straight. Looking for a move into the Michelin chicane. Zeno staying behind for now. But might get the run into Mulsanne corner. It's really close, less than 3/10 that gap at the moment. Alongside we go. Jakey has the inside. And upper position, P6. You see on the bottom part of our stream the current championship standings, overall championship standings, that is. So the number 5 car, the Lexus for Sector 7 Racing in the lead, then the 44 Esports Race Asylum Nissan in P2, and that number 3 car, GTEC Racing, currently P3 in the overall standings. And if you're wondering, that 44 is currently leading the race, 9 seconds. And our championship leaders, they are currently down to P13, but with one of the fastest drivers in Gran Turismo, Antonio, and has a big challenge. So he started with 2 minutes 40 behind the leaders. It's down to 2 minutes 30 and 10 seconds to the next car. So this is definitely something we will keep an eye on throughout this stint. Antonio's progress. Well, apart from that, it looks very calm at the sharp end. 10 seconds between Race Asylum and Overboost Racing. Another 27 to Project 1 Racing in P3. P4 and 4 Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston. Very similar lap times now between the drivers. The first 3:59 for Perry for Project Platypus, with Jakey for GTEC Racing. Not wasting any time. Yeah, after he passed the Furious 2 in the 45. Now on to the next target in front of him. 45 car, and dropped out of that slipstream range now, out of Tetra Rouge, 2 seconds. And has to look in his mirrors pretty soon, because the Sector 7 Racing Boomers 764 entry, another Aston Martin, is on the move. Cookies, and then 3 seconds behind. No assist down the long straights for that Nissan. 25 seconds to Jacko, who had to pit with the damage early on. Was running P4. P10 it is for now. In our 64 car, Ridwan for Mekugar, Sector 7 Racing, the 3rd car for that team, currently in P11. The lap times are looking good now, sub 4 minutes for the Australian driver. Just 6.4 between Blue Racer in the 77 and Antonio in the number 5 car. Another improvement here for Antonio and the number 5 crew, 3:57.6. So if you are wondering about race pace and consistency, take a look at the right hand side. So started with a 3:58.6, then 3:58.2, 3:58.0, 57.7, 57.7, 57.6. So yeah. It's fast pace, Mike. Whoa, that's close to the fastest lap. Also putting the hammer down in the lead. 11 seconds currently. That gap also, after that bit of a slower start, let's put that way, 4 minutes plus than since lap number 6. He has upped the pace, definitely. Also very, very consistent lap times for the number 1 Viper. Still, it's weird to see that Viper running on the grid, but we all like a little bit of diversity and not everyone running the same car, of course. So good to see some different cars at some point. And so someone again joining that lobby. You don't need to go to a lobby while the race is running. Please, people. Yeah, goodbye. Also just spotted that penalty. Yeah, so easy to get a track limit at Le Mans. Yeah, if you're wondering, 13 cars out on track. So usually we have 14 teams competing in this season for the races in both splits. This is the first split, and the 14th team, they unfortunately cannot make that weekend. So it's Eric's Racing. Shout out to the black and gold team, usually run by Finnish drivers. Yeah, hope to see you again back at round number 7. So, of course, I've prepared something. Let me just bring up the race calendar. Well, we don't have any real tight battles at the moment. So yeah, you see Le Mans 24, that's round number 6. You see the previous rounds as well. And then next month, middle of August, we head over the pond to Watkins Glen, 8 hours of endurance racing. And next month, for round number 7 it is. Then we still have Fuji, Road Atlanta and Spa for the remainder of that season. Perry with another 3:59, still shaky, closing the gap, nearly has that slipstream range, and also Cruise 2 and 6 under. Oh, Cookies! Where does he come from suddenly? He was like 3 seconds behind. He found another gear, 58. Cookies a very, very quick driver for the GT Finland racers. Sixander with that penalty might lose that position now to the GT Finland racers. Let's get a little bit of an onboard. Dashcam, hoodcam, action into an arch, and should be an easy overtake. Sander now through the penalty zone, and through goes the Finnish driver, moves up into P8. Good news for the American driver is that he has still that slipstream range, less than half a second into the Porsche curves. We go. A bit of dirty air in those fast sweeping corners, and out of karting through the Corvette chicane. Second, so the right hand side of the Maison Blanche, and pit entry as well into the first of the 2 fall chicanes. We go, preparing for that final one. Don't touch that sausage on the inside too much, at least it will unsettle your car. also looks like that Cookies is not done yet. Oh, 6/10 that gap to his fellow GTR. 66 versus the 45. Might get a good run onto the Mulsanne straight away through the S's at before the Tetra Rouge corner, and carried the speed maybe a little bit off the dirty air, still within that half second. What about Jakey and Perry? Cherokee with a penalty now, so good news for the 11. Back to the battle of the Nissans for P7 into the Daytona chicane. Very good run for the Finnish driver. Less than 2/10. Maybe too close. So will we see a bump draft and then an overtake before the second chicane? No bump draft this time. Cookies feels like he has the pace advantage at this stage, has the inside line for the Michelin chicane, and up another position for the 66. Can the 45 stay with that Nissan, or will that Aston Martin in P9 go for a move? That's the question. So, I was touching on the tires. Everyone is running on the racing mediums currently, and they are mandatory. But the racing softs are also available, even the racing hards, but we don't probably see those tires throughout that race. So stint 1 was basically a medium to soft strategy for most of the drivers. So will we see the same in the next stints? Oh, a big moment coming out of Indianapolis for the 764. Good catch. Didn't lose that much time, gaining on the 45 now, coming out of Panache, heading towards the Porsche cars. Gets a run. Will he get a look the inside? They go side by side before the Porsche curves. Will the 32 back out of it? No, they're going side by side. But he's on the outside now, has to lift off to survive and fight for another day. It's still very much early doors in this 24-hour race. You see, with not even 3 hours in. But at some point, you have to make your decisions. I think it was a smart decision to not defend that position at this stage. With the heavy damage in the game, so you want to avoid going for extra pit stops. A quick run down the order, 13, nearly 14 seconds. P1 to P2. The gap stays roughly at 26-27 seconds to P3 as well. The number 20. Very, very similar lap times, so not much happening between the cars at the moment. Jakey, after serving that penalty, dropped out of the slipstream. Can he crawl back into that roughly 1.5 second gap then to gain some speed down the long straights? And we have plenty of them here at this race. Cookies after the overtake, 2.5 seconds, and already Sander past the Furious 2, keeps it within 1 second. The stage 30 seconds, 32 seconds to Checo for AHR. In P10, Ridvan. In P11, we see Blue Racer pitting early, getting rid of the mediums, maybe going for Soft's aggressive strategy. Right, probably that saved Antonio from going for a move on the 77 car. So next target for the number 5, 35 seconds. That's still massive, like that's that gap. And indeed, Blue Racer out on the soft tires at 77 BMW. 20 laps on softs. I don't know if it's possible. So I think we need to go to Perry and Jakey. That gap was coming down, so that will be a battle for position really soon. Lemony, aka Zach, in the chat. It's Furious 2 is such a nice guy, right? So not pushing too hard, so that Maddie can have a little bit of fun later on for the 45. I also reckon there will be once again a battle for the fastest overall lap time throughout this race between Antonio and Maddie. So they were fighting, not like in race most of the times, but like in different stints and pushing for that fastest lap. Shaky with a moment, 2.3 seconds. Could also invite Cookies to join that party soon, just 2.7, 2.8, depending on the update, the refresh rate with the mini sectors. It's 2.8 now, 58 once again, 59 for Jakey. I think there was a little moment to the Porsche curves. We lost a bit of time. Perry, great consistency. So keeping it very clean. If I can remember correctly, in stint number 1, the medium tire runners, we are looking at lap 18 for their scheduled pit stop. Say from like the graphics I can see with the tire wear and stuff, it's like no need at all to pit at this stage. So medium's looking good. And with the sun slowly settling down, we might also get some cooler temperatures, which might help the soft tires later on in the evening and the nighttime. So maybe we can see longer stints on the soft tires throughout this race. But definitely getting into a lovely atmospheric mood now on the track, so the sun slowly coming down. Yeah, Lucas in the chat confirming between lap 17 and lap 19 is the ideal pit stop in those settings. Say maybe in cold nighttime conditions you could pit a bit earlier. My tongue is not working already. Slowly, it looks like that Harlex for the 35, Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin is catching the number 3. So just over 11 seconds. I think we were like 14, 15 at some point towards the start of that stint. Little progress. And this can still be interesting. 2 seconds between the number 11 and the number 3, another 2 seconds to the 66 car. And we have 4 seconds to the 764 Aston and another 2 seconds to the 45 Nissan. So the best for the Furious 2 last time around, 4 minutes flat. We have a battle. Let's stay with that battle. Ridwan for Sector 7 Racing and Checo for Apex Hunter Racing. I think Ridwan just made that overtake on the D69 car. We're looking at the lap times. Out of the Porsche curves. Whoa, 1 second. That was a huge cut. And probably Ridwan will regret that line. Probably gained 2/10 on Checo, but that 1 second penalty will lose them maybe up to 2 seconds. That's on the next lap. So penalty zone out of Arnage up towards the Porsche curves. Oh no, the task for Checo is to stay with Ridwan at least within of a second before the penalty zone. He will get that position back. Don't get a penalty yourself, of course, throughout this lap. It's a second now, roughly. The Ridwan is pushing, definitely. Counting on my singing. So yeah, I will be back for stint number 8. That is like a very early morning for me, and so you will probably then be awake again, but I don't have any night shifts on comms today, so you have to wait for quite some time. Stint number 8 it is. But I can confirm, so no 24-hour stream when I'm on comms without a little bit of a Jägeroki. But it will be later on, so don't you worry, folks. So we go back to the closest upcoming battle on track. Perry with that penalty. Jakey now right behind Perry will serve that penalty this lap. Yeah, exactly. Half a second. Jakey might get a run before the Porsche curves. It's a second 1.1. Perry serving it now. Jakey now getting closer, half a second. 3/10, 2/10. Perry defending the inside line, forcing Jakey around the outside. Jakey with more speed. He could get his nose in front. Yes, he does. So makes that move before the entry of the Porsche curves, the right-hander, and shaky up to P5, parry and stick. And look who is also joining this fight. It's cookies for the 66 crew. Less than a second coming out of the Porsche curves, karting. No penalty this time by the looks. Everyone kept it clean. Gets a good run and start that lap with half a second into the Dunlop chicane. Good entry for the BMW right behind. Stayed within half a second. Let's also see who has the best downforce settings on those long straights. Oh, half a second for penalty. The exit of Tetre Rouge. So easy to run a little bit too wide. Stay with this one. He's now really close. Can he go for a move? Oh, cookies! He has damage out of Indianapolis. Perry also with a wide line got distracted. So what happened to the 66 car? Let's go to that replay camera once again. Car just got unsettled coming out of Indianapolis. Too much curb. Boom, and then hits barrier, gets front right suspension and aero damage. Unlucky for 66. So we heard like lap 17 might be the start of the pit stop. Now they go early. Maybe they go medium instead of medium soft. Now with that little mistake. And yeah, just like that, it's easy to make a little mistake and you get damage. Antonio 56.9 by the way. Oh, he's still pushing. We have 20 seconds between P1 and P2, so the 44 leading the number 1 car. Another 30 seconds to the 20 for Project 1 Racing. The Loose Moose Racing Aston, less than 10 seconds now, 7.4. I think that the podium is within reach for the 35 after starting. P13, I think, on the grid. P12 definitely at the back of that grid. P4 and just 7.5 seconds to gap to P3 at this stage. Jakey with another penalty, but 2.7 seconds to gap to Perry and the 11 car, so should be safe to keep that P5 for now. E764 Boomers for Sector 7 racing in P7. 5.5 seconds that gap to the car in front. 3.3 seconds for the 45. So we heard it in chat. Furious 2 is keeping it clean, staying out of trouble. So 3.2 seconds P8. Checo versus Ridwan. We saw that battle earlier on where the 69 was behind the 64. Oh, it changed again. Let's see if we can catch. But yeah, it looks like lap 14 for minute 2 for the AMG. Still has that slipstream down the long straights coming out of the second chicane Michelin. It is 6/10 getting a good run. It's still gaining towards the end of the Mulsanne straight. Braking for Mulsanne corner, coming around the kink, then hit the anchors. Drop down to first gear, second on exit for most of the cars, and a good run. Once again, gained another 10th. So why is everyone like now talking about drinks? Because it's so hot still here. Don't drink and drive, you know. So 410 heading into Indianapolis. A smooth run. Bit wide, but it was okay. We carried the speed and momentum, less than 6/10 still. Oh. There was grass on the inside. Oh, a bit of a weird line through the Porsche curves. Oh. Some adjustments for the drivers. It is a close one between P9 and P10. Currently braking for the 4 chicanes now. Starting lap 17, so the first scheduled pit stops may arrive now very soon, this lap, next lap. Rid one all over Checo's tail now. This could be a nice setup for the long straight. Just that Tete Rouge. A bit careful for my liking for Ridwan. Didn't want to risk a penalty here. So we'll no, it's not times 10 time progression. It depends on the stint, but it's between no time progression times 1 and times 2. So we try to get through the entire 24-hour circle. But I feel like this is times 2, so and there we go, the move, the overtake, inside line for the second chicane, we go. Okay, time progression is wrong, by the way. So Nick is the lobby host. Nick, you had one job, Nick. It's set to time 3, okay. Okay, that's probably a bit too much. Oopsie. It still gives us some lovely visuals, come on. But yeah, it's probably progressing too fast. Oh yeah, Back to the Future, stint number 3. let's go from darkness into the light again. Yeah, exact. Nick. Hashtag blame Nick, everyone in chat. So still doesn't take away anything from this great battle between the AMG and the BMW. Yeah, let's do like every stint, like the total 24-hour cycle within 2 hours. Let's go, we can do it. We all just pretend stint 2 just didn't happen, and we forget all about that in stint 3 again, when it's still daylight and we progress into the evening. It's all qualifying more or less until the last stint. No, not really qualifying. I mean, it's a 2-hour stint for every racer. I don't think you can run 2 hours straight qualifying pace. You still need to make sure that you keep that car like intact, no damage, and at some point a little bit of fatigue. And yeah, as mentioned, like in UK and Europe, quite a heat wave going on, so still probably the drivers in their living rooms or game caves or whatever will suffer from that heat at some point. It will be quite tiring, but if you can build a gap throughout these races, then you have a good chance to finish high up the order at the end of this race, but this is basically endurance racing, right? Yeah, it's definitely not like just playing a video game for 15 minutes and then you're fine. So it's actually a 24-hour race without any breaks. Like with the race, of course, the drivers will get their rest, so they can't do back-to-back stints with the setups. So 2 hours, then they get at least 1.5 hours of rest before they can join the next stint. And we see the first drivers pitting now. It is the number 1 car heading into pit lane. The 44 is staying out. And yeah, and depending on your team's strength, so I think the minimum is 3 drivers to compete in that 24-hour race. You can have up to 10 drivers on your squad to share the workload. And I guess most of the teams will be running with 4 to 6 drivers for this one, so everyone gets a little bit of rest, but also gets a big amount of driving time in this one. Next drivers are pitting, and we see the Viper comes out on the Racing Soft tires for the second half of driver stint number 2. Jakey is quite low on fuel. So could be the end lap before the number 3 car, but it probably goes for most of the drivers here as well. 600 staying out. We have the number 11 in the pits, and 10 seconds behind it's also the 45 now pitting. The next drivers, Cookies, already on soft tires, so a massive undercut from the 66 car. Next, Antonio also in now. Checo on the outlap on Racing Soft as expected. Blue Racer on the Racing Softs for quite some time. A very, very early pit stop after, I think, lap 11. Racing lap 10, something like that. Let's go back to race leaders. 55 seconds between Mike and Kevin. Both need to pit. Not sure when they will pit, though. Let's look at the lap times on the right hand side. All sub 4 minutes on the medium tires. So will it be the end lap for our leaders? Yes, it is. So the 44 in to the pit lane for the scheduled service. What about the car number 20? P2 currently, the Aston Martin for Project 1 Racing. Through the Porsche curves. They go 6.5 seconds the gap to Blue Smooth Racing in P3 to 35 Aston. So a massive first stint for Harlex and the 35. So will Kevin also pit? Yes, he does, for Project One Racing. Penalty for Alex. It's under 7 seconds the gap. And we had Pyrex for Overboost Racing Team on the outlap, so the undercut compared to the leaders. But Mike and the 44 are out on track again. So where is Pyrex now coming across the line to start the next lap? We see the gap now roughly when we had the Dunlop chicane, so 30 seconds. Viper's quick but very thirsty compared to that Nissan, so 30 seconds now. That gap, also a massive first stint on mediums for Mike. So the number 20 also on the soft tires. Now 27 seconds. Alex lost a little bit pit stop, half a second maybe in P4. 66 with a massive undercut up to P5. It is the 66 Nissan. Shaky, then P6, 5 seconds. The gap to Perry and the 11. 6 seconds roughly. The stick sander for the Boomers in 8th. 2.5 seconds. Another 7.5 to the 45 true last minute racing in the GTR. So all on the soft tires at this stage of the race. 64 and the 69 are still running very close. Less than a second separated. Antonio on softs completing the outlap. Ooh, under 10 seconds to gap to P11 and P10. So I was like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Antonio finishing inside the top 10 by the end of the stint when we started that one. And it looks like that could happen. All A+ drivers know. So they're most of them think have an A+ rating, but not all of them are doing like sport mode races on a regular basis anymore. Of course, we have the likes like Antonio, who's like a World Tour finalist, and so he's one of the very quick drivers currently on the game. But yeah, many of the drivers they don't enjoy like the sport mode stuff, and so they just went for lobby racing, community racing, whatever you will call it. So outside of the ranked system on Gran Turismo. So the rating doesn't really tell you the pace, so we have probably drivers that don't care about their rating and still are very fast on the game. But you can clearly see it's not like a beginner series, let's put it that way. So they have, most of the drivers have many years of racing on the Gran Turismo, and yeah, plenty of experience then gathered so far. It's still like it's open to anyone, so if you want to participate, head over to the Discord and maybe you find a drive for one of the teams. Always time to improve, of course. And there's no exclusion like in the league, so you have to have a certain rating or what. that's not the case. So if you're fast, if you're clean, if you enjoy endurance racing, find a team or enter a team yourself for next season maybe and compete. Who's the genius, the Einstein? I mean, we are standing on the shoulder of giants, so there were like people a couple of years ago that came up with the idea of like continuous racing on Gran Turismo, like with this 2 lobbies and then handing the car over. Some call it box to box or whatever system. So it's not like that IRO invented it. So they're using this setup, and of course, like the whole admin stuff and the organization and everything. This is like the IP of IRO to come up with the calendar and with like the setup, the cars. You can then also have a little bit of tuning in those races, so you can adjust the downforce on the cars. There are some livery rules, of course. There are rule books like that try to cover everything. There's stewarding, everything. Yeah, that doesn't go like without any preparation, of course. So yeah, it's the second year for the IRO. So we dipped like our feet into this kind of racing last year, and this is like the first fully fledged season like that way, so expanding like crazy, gaining like attraction from all over the world basically. It's not like the beauty of those endurance racings. So you see like the flags on the cars, the nationalities from UK, from Europe, from America. We also have Australian drivers, Japanese drivers entering. This is the beauty of this community. And so bring them together for those kind of events. So and I can already tell, oh look how dark it is. So it's a bit of a running gag, but oh boy. It's not supposed to be that dark at this stage of the race. Yeah, so we established that there was a little bit of a wrong setting while running this lobby, unfortunately. So you just get a little bit of a peek preview how it looks like for the night hours. But it will be, I think, roughly 8 hours of racing in the darkness. So this is just like how it will look for the nighttime in the UK and Europe, at least, from this race. Yes, Ishmael, there is a Jaegeroki, but not this stint. It's stint number 8. So if you don't want to miss the singing action, tune in for stint number 8. I think we go a little bit of onboard, so we see a bit more now. TV cameras not good in those dark nighttime conditions. We run with this battle now, of course, between Sector 7 and Project Platypus. Battle for P7. Uh-oh. Did someone say karaoke? No, I'm actually scheduled for stint number 8. So it is what it is, people. Unless GT45 Gaming wants to do something in stint number 7, but I will be back with stint number 8 for you on the comms. I'm not ignoring anyone here. Come on. It's a bonus actually for you early nighttime racing here in stint number 2. I never admit any mistakes. It's fine, it's fine. So let's have a quick run down the order for all of us. Mike flying purple. So we'll stay with Mike then for the rest of this lap. 36 seconds now on the soft tires. Oh, he's having a really good stint. 56.9. Will he also get down to a 55, Antonio, with that one? Yep, we will be there for the entire race, 24 hours. We will have 3 parts of the stream because of YouTube. So roughly after 8 hours, we will then go to the next part. But the streams will be connected, so once this stream ends, the next stream will start automatically for you. So Mike with that new fastest lap, 35.3, we saw that. Overboost Racing team, and still running in P2, the number 1 car, and the number 20 for Project 1 Racing in P3. Keeping that gap. Yeah. Alex not gaining that much for now, but still gained a little bit more. 7.5 after pit stop now. 6.4 after a couple of minutes on this soft tires. And Cookies also with a great stint so far, up to P5 for the GT Finland racers in that 66. Nissan GTR Jakey for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Green Machine in P6, another 5 seconds the gap. Then in P7 and 8 we have the 2 cars fighting, the 764 Aston Martin for Summer Sector Racing Boomers and the 11 BMW for Project Platypus. P number 9, the Furious 2 for Last Minute Racing, number 45, Nissan GT and R. Antonio up to P10 already made that move just on grid 1. So we go to the replay and have a look at the setup. Just before the Porsche curves, I think it was, even if it's really, really dark, we see light coming around, and yeah, that's the number 5 car getting in front of the 64. So Antonio up to P10 to 28, the gap to leaders, so gained 12 seconds on Mike in the lead. But yes, it will be still a long comeback drive for the number 5 car, or championship leaders, Sector 7 Racing Esports it is. But into the top 10 they go. So P11 for the 64, we saw that. The AMG for Mekuga, Sector 7 Racing, the AMG. And just under 2 seconds, it's Checo for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69, BMW in P12. And Blue Racer for the 77, BMW in P13, a minute the gap, and 3:35 currently to the leaders. So yeah, 20 seconds roughly before they see blue flags appearing. So can they stay on the lead lap? That would be interesting. I was a bit confused about what I wanted to show that one exactly. Perry and Sander, the two cars in that close fight. Just catching up with some Discord messages. You see the battle on screen. So it's back and forth between the two cars. So out of the Porsche curves to the 11 with a bigger, little bit of a gap now, a 10th. Sander still in striking distance though, coming round the final chicane, starting lap number 24. A second between those two. Decent run for Sander and the Sector 7 racing crew. And at BMW, some good straight line speed without that toe. Nearly up to 9/10 again before the first chicane, Daytona. Out of the chicane, initial acceleration is good for Sander. Why is it already night? Because the lobby host had a moment and messed up the settings. Yeah, we cannot revert it, unfortunately. So yeah, that's why we are staying on board, have a little bit of a better visual and display for all of you. No, that one. Onboard. And here we go. The move. No freaking way. Antonio disconnected. The number 5 car with the comeback drive, they disconnected. So AHR is in P11 currently, 3.3 seconds behind P10. And that is a massive setback for the number 5 car. Our championship leaders. Not ideal start to that race. Already then Antonio with the fastest lap and pushing, and then he got a disconnect. So it's still not race over, of course, for the number 5 crew. They will be able to join in stint number 3, but they will lose more time to the leaders again. So that's didn't see that coming, to be really honest. So if you have a look at our championship standings, the number 5 car, Sector 7 Racing Esports, leading with 339 points, and looks like a top 10 finish might be now really difficult for that team. And with currently the 44 car, the Esports Racing Silent team leading that race, we might see a change in the overall championship standings after that one. It's still, I know it's early doors, I know it's still more than 20 hours of racing. That's a glitch in Gran Turismo as well. So I don't know why Emery even joined that lobby. But yeah, Antonio had that fastest lap. He got disconnected, and the game just randomly picks someone, basically, to award them the fastest lap of the race. So just ignore it. Usually that fastest lap stays with the driver if no one else joins the lobby. But yeah, someone decided to join the lobby. And it's now all documented on the stream that TRSY Amri is the quickest driver here, even if they, I don't know, of course, the gender, even if they haven't entered that race. Whatever, just ignore that, please. Exactly, GT Polyphony Digital thinks for us. Cookies versus Jakey, 5 seconds, not sure about that development. Cookies looks to be a tiny bit quicker than this previous lap. Jakey picking up a little bit of pace, gaining on the 66 car in front. And it looks like the number 5 car, they will still be on the lead lap when they rejoin the race. That's probably the only good news for the number 5 team. Jakey's really pushing under 4 seconds. How did Cookies? I don't know, it was a bit of a mistake maybe. Let's see the lap time. 58 incoming maybe. Yeah, 58.4. Jakey with a 57. 56.9. Here we go. We're improving his personal best. Six-hander versus Perry. 764 Aston versus the 11 BMW. Still going back and forth. Once again, we might see an overtake down the Mulsanne straight between the two cars. Oh, that's Aston Martin staying in the P7 for now, out of the Daytona chicane. Another attempt before the second chicane Michelin. It's 4/10 for now. No lifting early. You shouldn't see that. By the way. Yeah. I need to prepare the next broadcast, so sorry for that. We didn't miss any of the racing action. Braking for Mulsanne corner. We continue with the battle for P7. Fifth gear, using the revs in that BMW, somewhat keep up with the other cars. Looks into Indianapolis, a little lift, looking then onto the brakes, open up the turn, a left-hander, don't run too wide on the exit of Indianapolis. Now brake for an arch, down into first gear for rotation, second gear on exit, don't hit that wall of course on the exit, and now entering the Porsche section. Good run for six-hander for the Boomers for Sector 7 Racing into the Porsche curves. Long right-hander, double apex into the left one, avoid the wall on the outside, just a little lift needed into the left, chuck it over to the right. Keep a tight line, open up the next left-hander out of karting, don't run too wide. Good run for the BMW through Corvette chicane and approaching the four chicanes, braking at the entry of the pit, and then coming out of the second of the four chicanes. You can use that little green runoff area. That was a nice lap for both drivers, I think. Oh, quick run through the grid, 47, 48 seconds. Now that lead for the 44. The number 1, Viper. And in P2, a bit of a slower lap, last time around 4 minutes. The 20, Aston Martin in P3. And that gap might come down to under 4 seconds to the second Aston Martin V12 Vantage. The 35, Luz racing car, with that penalty for Kevin. It's 4.6, 4.7 still. Serving at half a second after a notch. Yeah, guess 4 seconds, probably. Cookies versus Jakey, the 66 crew versus the number 3, under 3 seconds. So Jakey is flying in those nighttime conditions, even if they were not on the schedule for this stint. Drivers have to adjust, of course. Nothing they can do about it, but looks like Jakey a bit more confidence in those conditions. Or maybe the Lexus just being good in cooler conditions. You know, maybe it's a combination. 2.5. Definitely flying. And those two are still very close, extremely close. I think for the entire stint so far. Oh, wide line for Stig-Sander, who avoids the spin. Oh, we saw that happening in stint number 1. I think, or was it stint 2? I can't remember. But someone got damaged, like coming out of Indianapolis, touching the gravel, and then lost the car. I think it was this stint, right? I think I hit the replay button. Whatever. It's a good catch. Good reaction time. Keeping that P7. Good run for the 11 though, before the 4 chicanes. Maybe just a little scare for the Aston Martin. The second now, not the perfect final chicane. It is then in P9, it's the 45 last minute racing GTR. 20 seconds roughly the gap. Ooh, the cars in front, 31 to the car behind. That is the AMG for Sector 7 Racing. Mick Cougar, 64. 69 BMW. Apex Hunter Racing in P11 with 7 seconds, 7.67. Oh, losing some time. A poor exit and a penalty. That's unlucky. And in P12 we have the 77 car that BMW for Race Asylum. Still on that lead lap. We might see lights appearing. Yeah, here comes Mikey, so 10 seconds roughly And Mike is not slowing down at all this stint. Lap times don't look that bad for Pyrex in the overboost racing Viper. Still nearly 50 seconds now, that gap. We might have a battle for P3. Project 1 Racing versus Blue Smooth Racing, just under 3 seconds. Down to 2.5, and then a big mistake coming out of the final chicane. Penalty, gravel, 1 second even. Whoa! That is huge. That is a setback definitely for the 35. We were catching like crazy over the last couple of minutes. Also shaky within the slipstream range suddenly. 1.4, P5 to P6. We could have had 2 potential battles now, probably just 1 for position. P5 and P6, the 66 versus the number 3, with the number 3 catching. .5. Oh, I think that wasn't like the best first sector for the green machine. Dropping out of that slipstream range, just doesn't get any assist down the Mulsanne straight now. Jakey needs to nail the first chicane to get back into that slip.
Can you hear my fan, mate?
I can't hear your voice. I can't hear your fan. No, it's probably probably good then.
Yeah, usually I just sound like a robot whenever I've got my fan on, but it's like 32 degrees in my room, so I've kind of got no choice. We may have to sacrifice audio quality for me not passing out mid-stint. I'll lob my stream link in the chat.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'm a little bit later than usual.
Yeah, we will be going back in time for stint number 3. It will be like good visuals together.
It's a little bit dark to stint too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who do I blame for that? Was it Nick?
It is Nick, yeah, all the way.
Way! What a guess.
Nah. I mean, everyone who does some hosting knows, like, there's always one setting that is completely off, and
yeah,
today it wasn't the time progression, unfortunately. It still doesn't take away from the racing action for the drivers. Still, they probably didn't expect to go racing in nighttime conditions in stint number 2. But hey, a good racing driver needs to adapt, needs to adjust. That is definitely so. Mike is on the penultimate lap, and for the stint, so the end of lap 31, where we see the driver swaps.
Not even in the pits yet in stint 2, there's stint 3 actually.
Right. He will be fine.
There we go, sounds
There you go.
streaming.
Thank you, good sir.
Sports guy, yeah.
Hey. So then 52 seconds now. Mike is like a monster today. What relentless pace. Kevin versus Alex, no? 5 seconds now after that penalty. 35. Dropped the pace, but Cookies versus Jakey. It is now. And we'll stay with that while I prepare the driver swap sequence. Nice, I have a 1080p stream from Trentis today. What?
Damn, that's rare.
What the hell?
It seems to be perfectly fine if I do it with like graphics. It's just streamers. The second I try and set it to 1080p, the thing just dies instantly.
I'm totally fine with that so far.
It's alright because it's a naked stream.
Yeah, exactly. Monitors are shutting off everywhere for me. No, don't do it. I have it covered.
Hopefully this one doesn't die midway through.
Don't even mention it, please.
I've not got any settings to mess with. It's just straight through the PlayStation.
That's true. Right, we see the overtake now probably happening. Jakey, the slipstream pulls down the inside before chicane number 2 down the Mulsanne straight. And I can tell you that the undercut we saw from the 66 might bite them into their rear ends. Now the tires are cooked for that 66, so definitely an explanation why they were losing quite some time over those last couple of minutes. And still, they are quite close to P5. And both very wide on the exit of the Mulsanne corner. Will they get away with track limit penalties? Yes, they do. What is the battle between P7 and P8? Oh, the 764. Open up a gap, 2.5 seconds to the number 11 on that penultimate lap in stint number 2. So yeah, so get yourself ready then to see sunshine again in stint number 3. So prepare your eyes. Don't get a flashbang. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the 44 is on that final lap for stint number 2. 54 seconds it is currently. And we will see the number 1 car starting that final lap as well right about now. Next up will be the number 20, Project 1 Racing, the leading Aston Martin. We have 3 Aston Martins in that race, and the 20 just in front of the 35 Aston Martin for the smooth racing. So on that final lap as well. Jakey in the best of the Lexus RCFs, P5. Cookies staying with the number 3, keeping that gap roughly at a second. Could get interesting. Or stint number 3 right away. With 2 cars really close. So yeah, Cookies the 66. Nismo in P6. Again, plenty of 6s. Or around P7. The third Aston Martin. The second 7 Racing Boomers. Harry for Project Platypus. P11 starting that final lap. Then next up will be the 45. Last minute racing Nissan GTR with the Furious 2 coming round D4 chicanes for the last time in this stint. Starting lap 31. Or 3 cars in this stint. And Ridwan for the Mikuga Sector 7 Racing. Checo for Apex Hunter Racing in another BMW, and 77 crew. Race Asylum facing blue flags now. They might get away with it. They have to serve a penalty now, and Mike, the leader, just behind. Think they will get past. 77, yeah. So blue flag zones also in that in the race director's notes. It should put it that way. So you have to then let the cars pass if you're inside that blue flag zone. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, 1 lap down now for the 77, while we see the 44 car 55 seconds that lead. Now crazy insane stint for Mike and the 44. Into the pits they go. So next up will be the Viper, and I will prepare our lovely little transition screen then. Peak realism, where we see daylight in the pit lane.
Pitch black versus daylight.
Yeah, whatever. It will be fine.
It's not endurance racing unless something goes wrong.
Exactly. Oh, you see picture.
Oh, I need to take the names off the cars. You don't like that? There we go.
I don't like it, yeah, exactly. So
yeah, some sort of realism at least.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, they do that in F1. Like the graphics.
Yeah, I saw that, but very poorly. I mean,
yeah, yeah, it works that half the time.
Yeah.
Bit like the timing streams.
So it's gamification in real life, and we want to replicate real life in the game. And yeah, it's all coming together. And so P3 is in the pits, closely followed by the 35 car in P4, and Jakey could build a nice little gap, 3 seconds to the 66 car behind. Prepare to be blinded, yeah, exactly, yeah. So you can get your eyes adjusted to that little window on the top right. So, but then wait for it. The 66 is in. P7 and P8, 2.5 seconds. Still that gap between the Boomer Sector 7 Racing and Project Platypus BMW. They are in. Say we wait for the 45 car to enter the pits, and then we go full screen then with Quentis in stint number 3.
Thing's the only one I can do is stint 3 whenever we do these. Like this stint 3 man.
Yeah. Also some sort of consistency, right? Okay, so the 45 is in, so we transition and back to full screen for stint 3.
4 cars out on track at the moment in stint 3, the number 40. 4 cars out on track at the moment in stint 3, the number 44 being driven by Evo, with that 51-second lead from the dominant drive from IRO Mike. In stint 2, some night racing masterclass.
My eyes, it burns, yeah. We all know.
Oh, everyone's burning here in this heat. This is the one I'm supposed to keep family friendly, right?
Yep.
Alright, there goes about half the jokes I was going to say. LRT Kings, our reigning champion overboost racing team in P2 at the moment, the number 1. Nice to see them back up front. Where are they currently in the championship? They are 8th currently in the championship. Not quite having the start of the season they would have wanted, but changing to that Viper. Hopefully seeing some better results later on in the season. P1RJ, Project 1 Racing, rounding out the podium at the moment. But only 4 hours in, nothing here matters anyway. Anything can happen. That is the beauty of endurance racing. So it'll be interesting to see what these drivers can do, how they can work their way up the grid and put their team in confident positions. There goes my bloody controller.
Alright, so I'm off for a little bit, so I'll be back stint 8, and stint 8 is Jaegeroki time, so...
Hey, set a reminder for that.
Yeah, reminder, exactly. So enjoy the following stint with Grantis, with Tati, with GT45 Gaming, and Cupcake, your streamers for the upcoming hours. So, see you in a bit.
Oh, got out. Bye-bye, you absolute legend. So, P1R currently 4th in the championship, 3rd on track. Very, very strong team. I have to apologise to the entire team for the absolute shambles that was that BFS versus P1R Extreme. That got absolutely murdered in CTC, if you know, you know. This is why I can't be trusted to do 1080p through Streamlabs. I am going to butcher this name so hard for the number 35, Tusbap. T-Bap. T-Bap is easier to say. We're going to assume the S is silent. T-Bap for the 45. Was it 45 or was it 35? How have I already forgot? It's 35. 35 Loose Moose Racing, currently 5th in the championship. 4th on track. They got 4.8 seconds to go to the podium. We just call him Bap. That is even easier to say, although it does hurt me to say Bap from Nottingham, as it's clearly a cob. It's a circle of bread. It's quite literally the name. King is for one of the many Race Asylum teams. The number 3, never mind, that's Grid Life. Number 3, 3rd in the championship after 8 hours of Monza. 5th on track. There's a decent points at the moment, but only 2.5 seconds away are the number 66 GT Finlands in a lovely little red and white livery, if I do say so myself. Used to seeing them rocking the colours of the Finnish flag, but the red and yellow go quite well together. Shadow 977, you gotta be living under a rock if you've not heard this bloke. He's in every single one of Tidney's videos when you're watching the race. The daily race time trial guides, because we really only do the time trials because who can be bothered with daily races? Once you get used to league racing, you can't go back. Right, another name I'm going to butcher, and he's already butchering the track limits with a 1 second penalty already for the number 764 Boomermobile. It's Hyde 64, the Dutchman. He's got 16 seconds to go to Shadow, 6 seconds behind to Zico, the only one of him, the only Zico, who is number 11,
for the Project Platypus number 9. Oh, hey, GT Finland are usually in a white and blue livery. I may have had a couple points. I'm not, what's it, Mandela effect? That's what I'm looking for. I'm not thinking wrong. I swear I've seen GT Finland running blue and white, because why wouldn't you? Anyway, the dooby Project Platypus Mobile in 8th for 9th in the championship for the BMW. Be interesting to see what they can do. They are catching up to Heide before he even serves that 1 second penalty. River Ruckus down in 9th for the number 45 last minute racing. 4th in the championship. Not quite where they would want to be, P9. But it'd be interesting to see what they can do. We know we've seen River Ruckus do well in the past. BFS got absolutely shat on by him in CTC in the CLR versus BFS match. I only mention that because that's the one time I've actually done competitive racing. That's right, I'm not just some deranged 18-year-old that sits on his arse talking about guys that are way better at Gran Turismo than me. I can do alright. Granted, it was a wet sprint race. I'm on controller. I may have had a slight advantage. But we take a P5 in CTC. Your Nan's not got P5 in CTC. I have. Therefore, I'm a better driver than your Nan. The Truth Serum, he raced in Black Flag before. Therefore, he's automatically the best driver on track. What car is this? We barreled down the straight. That is the number 64. There we go. 67 Makuga, 10th in the championship. 10th on track. He's got 29 seconds to go to the German in P9, River Ruckus. Will that gap come down? Will it stay roughly the same? We don't know, but he's gone purple. Never mind, that's his first lap. That means dick all. We got in P11, we got official 001. That livery looks absolutely insane. Looks like some rejected pride flag. Number 69, I'm damn right with that. Number 69, that is Apex Hunters Racing, AHR, 12th in the championship, 11th on track. We've got 14 seconds to go to the True Serum, 28 seconds to go to Macho Monkey, another Black Flag driver. I'm yearning for the past here. It's a Black Flag reunion for the number 5. These are our reigning champions down in 12th. Second to last. I don't know if we've had a DC or something, but I swear there's supposed to be 14 drivers on track and we only got 13. Macho Monkey, an absolute alien here. He's got 3.5 minutes to go to first. We don't think we're going to be seeing him there anytime soon, but 28 seconds to official is very doable for this man. Look at that. 7 cents purple. I reckon we go on board with this man for the second half of Le Mans. I mean, he's got a 1 second penalty. We can see how devastating this is. At least it's not on that giant ass straight. It's definitely a mean penalty zone, but it could be meaner. We come through here very fast, left-right section. Well, I mean, right, left, close enough. 8 cents purple before serving the 1 second penalty, which is right here. Almost goes flying into the barrier. That's a very suboptimal line if you do that. So 28.8 seconds ahead to official before the penalty. Already at 29.9, so we're at a net loss. Currently 1.2. You'll see what it's like after this set of corners. So we go towards the Porsche curves. Look at that apex, positioning the car exactly where it wants to be. 30.3 seconds, lost around 1.5 seconds for a 1.5 second penalty. Look at how aggressive he is on the gears there, using the engine braking to its absolute max as we come towards the final section of this grueling track, the double chicane. See how the championship leader takes it, braking just at the start of that curve. Left, right, left, right. Let's see what the lap time is. Already gaining on official. After that, 4 minutes, 0.4. Not quite purple, but we're serving a 1 second penalty and losing 1.5 seconds would have been without that around a 38. So definitely got to keep our eyes on the championship leader, the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Macho Monkey. Their Evo takes it with a 358.6. JP for the Race Asylum Black 77 in 13th, 33 seconds to go to Macho Monkey. Rejected pride flag. That's what you get with Correntis commentary. We've got 2 cars within 2 tenths that I didn't even realise. I've got a 4-pack of Thatchers that I've not even bothered putting in the fridge because I know damn well I'm drinking the entire thing in these 2 hours. I don't care that alcohol dehydrates me, it's a liquid, therefore I'm staying hydrated. I'm going to get the spotter's guide up, therefore I don't completely butcher stuff, which I will get completely wrong. Because this is the thing with a Correntis commentary. I've been told I give off deranged mad scientist vibes, which, like, I did maths for maths physics, I'm doing motorsport engineering at uni, like, it does add up. There we go, 6 tenths between Overboost Racing and GT Finland, Shadow and King Ears. 2 drivers I have seen at the tippy top of the leaderboard of the one time the blue moon that I check for daily race leaderboards, because we stay far away from them. I would much rather do open lobbies which are dictated by crazy I've bloody hit my keyboard. P5, that's what we're watching. Gap up to a second. Let's just have a quick skim, see if there's any closer gaps. Don't think there are. 56 seconds gap to up front between second and third. We'll keep our eyes on P5. Evo taking the grid by storm, trying to make up for Race Asylum the mistake that Nick did, making stick to a night stint 3 times. Time multiplier in what is supposed to be a realistic race. So we basically saw a preview of stint 6 or whatever, maybe 5, of what we're going to get later. Let's get a look at that lovely red and gold livery of the GT Finland guys that I've been flamed in chat for already. Stream's been live. I've been live for what, 10 minutes? Maybe a bit longer. I'm already getting absolutely flamed in chat. We love to see it. Wait, we have a tipsy commentator. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad, but like it's 32, 33 degrees in my room. I've got a shitty £10 Argos fan that has literally been getting slower by the day. I compare it with the one that's in my mum's room, which is the exact same make and model, same age and everything, but mine's being used basically 24/7 because I'm assuming like we might get like 2-3 hot days a year. Meanwhile, this is like day 755 of this heat wave. I swear, I'm losing my sense of time. It's that bloody hot. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to try and think of a family-friendly way. I'm maybe tipsy, but I've got to somewhat keep a filter on for IRO because you're a bunch of softies. The chat doesn't keep a filter at all. The chat is absolutely wicked. If the kids are watching, I'd turn off for the next 2 hours because Correntis is on comms. This gap at the moment, Shadow versus King is staying around that 7/10 to a second gap between these two. They're both gaining rapidly as their mediums come alive. Both of them on the mediums. Some butchers through the grid. Seems to be most on mediums at the moment. In fact, no, the Truth Serum on softs with that 1 second penalty. But apart from him, the entire grid on mediums. So, is he in the Boomermobile? The Truth Serum? Nope, he's in the Makuga. I mean, I got it right with Sector 7, but it wasn't the Boomermobile. As the main battle on track goes through the Porsche curves. It's going to be a long stint ahead. 2 hours of driving for these guys. 24 hours adds in total. How did the Sector 7 Vantage must have got only sip of fuel? Gap was way similar in the stint 2 than at the start of this stint. The Vantage. Sector 7. Alright, Pete Commentator. That is the Boomermobile. Who is in the Boomermobile? My keyboard is playing up. It's not you. Boomermobile's a bit further up. How have I already forgot? Is it Hyde? It's Hyde, yes. We found the Boomermobile. Right, gap seems to be effed up. Is that another L by the organisers? We took less fuel. Hey, fuel seems to be about the same. Currently P7, yes, we found it eventually. Promise I didn't tell my dads to go until the car was completely stood pits. But we have a bit of cheeky strategy coming from the Boomermobile. The 764 Sector 7. Zico is relatively close and he is lapping slightly faster than Hide. It's around about a second, maybe 2. Could we get away with 2? Yes, we could get away with a second to 2 seconds faster a lap. But this is this is the modern in the Group 3 cars. A lap takes about 9 million years. So we could see these two getting close together in a couple of laps time. Let's have a look at the gap for P5. Still around the same. These guys just getting in a zone. King is adapting to Shadow's pace, keeping that gap around the same, so he's got a reference point. I mean, I know these top split A plus drivers are highly unlikely to miss their braking point by 100 meters, but if you've got a bloke in front of you to see what he's doing, you'll know when you've missed your braking point by 100 meters before you go flying into the Shadow Realm. I mean, you're still going to go flying into the Shadow Realm, but at least you know before you go flying into the Shadow Realm. How am I trusted to commentate these? This is supposed to be some, like, proper professional, like, sophisticated league. Stint 2, we muck up the time multiplier. It's dark at 6 PM in summer. And here we've got some deranged 18-year-old just yelling over cars for 2 hours, slowly losing his mind. A platypus? Barely the platypus. Oh, hey up, DJ. You set as Hyder. Well, I'm not gonna listen to a Dutchman's pronunciation of a Dutch name. It looks like it's pronounced Hide. I'm saying Hide, mate. Rule 1 of commentary is to butcher every single name as possible. If you make your name with a native pronunciation, how dare you? I'm here for my occasionally family-friendly jokes, and to get a message from the mods afterwards to say I'm not allowed to stream again because the viewer count plummeted to 20 viewers while I was streaming because I scared everyone off. I'm not here to pronounce names correctly. That gap's down to 1.6 seconds. We should keep our eyes on this. Let's have a look at the gap up for P5. It's exactly the same from when we last looked. Let's have a look at the battle for P7. Do we go on board for a lap of Le Mans, driven by a barely commentated by a barely B-rated driver that does not know Le Mans enough in the Group 3s to give a track guide? We're going to do that. Only one Zico, 1.4 seconds to Hide, as we look for the first of the orange boards into the Dunlop chicane, keeping it in third gear for the stability. Gap comes down momentarily to 1.3. Looking for that escape road as a distance marker for this absolute nightmare of a corner. I think we've seen the only case in human recorded history where someone does not get a half-second penalty through that corner, as we go on to quite possibly one of the longest straights in the history of mankind. They added the 2 chicanes because the FIA are boring bastards who don't like to see cars go over 250 mile an hour. So we can get a lovely look at the very suspicious Platypus. How is that gap already up to 8 tenths? Clearly this Platypus mobile has some pacinator developed by Dr. Doofin Gran Turismo in the back, and the gap goes up to 8 tenths and 9 tenths. So we ignore everything I've said and go back on board with Zico coming up to the second of the boring chicanes that are only put there to slow cars down and annoy engineers. And he gets it flawlessly. Why wouldn't he get it flawlessly? He's an A+ driver. Streamers first order, butcher every name. Thank you, Jaeger. You said you're taking a break. That means you're going to go into the other room and moderate chat. Gap up to 1 second as we come towards the end of the long straight, braking as it starts to turn. Second gear for the stability, but he's a bit too hard on the loud pedal. Has a bit of a twitch up that allows, how am I supposed to pronounce it? Hide. That allows Hide 64 actually, to gain a couple tenths in that corner. Look at Zico maximising the res that he's using. Fuel saving is a lie by the government, according to the Project Platypus team. It's developed by the tri-state area to avoid pace. So here we go, he's gaining up to 9 tenths, just about a second. I am having way too much fun here. I'm less than 30 minutes into this. Choose the wrong note. This is a problem for Nick. Nick decided to set the time multiplier to 3 times, so it got pitch black at 6 PM. Here we go through the Porsche curves. One of the few corner names I know at this track. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. There is the please refuel remaining fuel laps that you get with every single commentary stint. My chair just went down. As we come through the final couple corners, he's gained around 3 tenths on Hide this lap as we come through the final chicane. What time is it going to be for the Platypus mobile? As the Dutchman ahead has a bit of a moment. It's going to be a 3:59.5 and a 3:55.9 for the Boomermobile here. Let's have a look at the battle for P5 again. It's down to just 6 tenths. We're in slipstream range. Let's buckle on, boys. I'm having another 7 fractures. The longest eclipse known to man. Yes, peak realism. Pizza eater. See, this is why you tune into a Currentis stint. I may not know what I'm doing, but I can make you laugh occasionally. Like, half my jokes are completely just off the rails and absolutely terrible. But the couple few that are, why, how the hell has Macho Monkey got a 357.9? He's got an alien here. 3/10 the gap between these two. Coming up to the second chicane. Are we going to see a move, or are they going to play it safe? King is a boring bastard, and he comes off the throttle, deciding not to go into the back of the person and give us an entertaining race. No, he's going to play it safe because he actually knows how to play the game. The gap comes down again to just 2 seconds between these two. Not 2 seconds, bloody hell, 2/10. See, this is why you don't do an extra 2 years of advanced mathematics. It makes you completely blind. Are my glasses dirty? Nope, they are crystal clear. I'm just blind as a bat. Gap less than a 10th. Are they going to go side by side? Are they going to give each other a bit of bump draft to try and catch up? Because it's going to be way better fighting for P4 than fighting for P5. Especially in such a long race as the 24 hours of Le Mans. What is the gap to BAP? It is around 20 seconds. These guys gaining roughly the same, and in the 3 seconds that I took my eyes off these guys, King Ears has got a penalty. Let's have a butchers if we can see where that is. Nope, he's just going to give himself it randomly. There we go, peak Le Mans, peak realism. You get penalties out of absolutely nowhere. That's why I'm commentating this instead of driving it. In other news, in the 2 seconds that we have taken our eyes off these two, they have been scrapping it out. The divorce papers are ready with the fight that these two are taking. Let's see if I can catch anything in the replay. Oh, it was a penalty. There is the Dutch bloke whose name I can't pronounce going back past into P7 for the Boomermobile. 9/10 again for this gap. I'm not missing this one. Back to 8/10. The gaps are exactly the same. What do I watch? That's right, we're watching P12. Macho Monkey, fastest man on track. Look at them times, the absolute alien. Hashtag washed indeed. Isn't that his nickname on Gran Turismo? I swear I've seen that. King is, yeah. Yeah, I swear I've seen that in the, like, once in a blue moon that I do daily races. I mean, the only thing when I see nicknames reminding me the fact that this game came out and within a week I used all my name changes and I'm stuck with bloody cookies are cool. Like, I'm in a ZFS race and I get referred to as Cookie, and it just reminds me that my GT... If anyone knows how to, like, if there's, like, some way you can get into the game's codes and bypass the nickname limit, I will happily change it to ZFS Currentis, because I don't want to be known as bloody Cookies are cool ever again. But hashtag washed is a far better nickname than bloody Cookies are cool. Alright, ignore the crash out, completely justifiable. I've got a bloody, like, 8-year-old Roblox name stuck as my GT7 user nickname. Sector 7 begins the comeback. I'm going to call it now. Esports still podiums. The number 5. How far have they got to the podium? 114 versus a 3:37. So we are looking about 2 minutes and 15 meant to gain by this, and holy bloody hell, he's gone and got a 3:57.6. This man is a machine, Macho Monkey. The Lithuanian running under the British flag. We're not far enough into the stint for that joke. I've been saving it for later. Let's have a look at this gap. 8 tenths. This one here, 2 tenths. We'll watch this one because they are closer. As always, if you have any requests to see a certain car on track, be sure to put them in track as I will ignore them. As we come towards the end of the big ass long straight at Le Mans. Gap up to 7 tenths. What the hell happened there? I just realised these guys have swapped positions. The Platypus Pacinator is up to P7 for the number 11. I'm a poet and I do bloody hashtag cookies are cool. I look in the chat and Jaeger is taking the piss out of my GT7 nickname. I mean, I did kind of ask for it, but it's cool with a K. It's cool spelled Kewl. And R is just spelled as the letter R. It couldn't get more cringe if I tried. I'm having way too much fun here. There's not even like wheel racing like there is in CTC where I can just like yell at the top of my lungs. I'm just sipping on a cider and just taking the piss out of absolutely everyone on track. Because what else would you want? It's endurance racing. You don't come for wheel-to-wheel action. You come for unhinged commentators. Am I the lowest rated commentator here? I mean, not in terms of commentating skills, I know that, I know I'm dead last, but in terms of driver rating, like, I'm mid-B rated. Like, everyone else is like A+, actually knows what's going on in the game. Meanwhile, I'm here trying to figure out what the loud pedal does. As we start lap 10 for the midfield. 3:58.7 for the Project Platypus number 11 car. Hide still in P8 with a 59.9. So Zico just kind of sending it off into the distance after making the overtake that we completely missed. You waffling again? Absolutely, I'm waffling again. That's exactly what IRO is. You don't come for wheel-to-wheel action, you come for 2 hours of 24 hours of waffling. Well, to A up Shakira. Because I'm not doing the OBX side of things, and I've just got the what's it called? Just going through the PlayStation. That's why it's in 1080p, and you can hear my beautiful voice. Or not beautiful if you're in the names of Andy. He can't fucking stand me. Wait, I'm not supposed to swear. Alright, he can't bloody stand. Bloody's not a swear word. I can get away with saying bloody. It's bloody hot in here. Hey, shit, you doing the 4 hours is that a Festa Super Sunday tomorrow? Because I thought I was able to do 4, 5 and 6. I might only be able to do 5 and 6 because I'm being dragged to my nan's. I mean, I'm not complaining, my nan is an absolute G. But I want to go racing. This heat is doing absolute madness. It's turned my unhinged commentary into even more unhinged commentary. Possibly not 100% yet, that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear you calling in sick to work to go endurance racing. Well, I wrote there, I have work, which means why I'm missing stints, races. I said bloody stints. I've gone into the endurance mindset. I'm missing races 1 through 3 because I got work. And I'm not calling in 6, that'll cost me 40 quid. Race Asylum are absolutely smashing it. Yes, they are. That is... Which car are you? You're the number 44. Yes, you are. That was because of Mike BFC's incredible night stint 2. I don't know what that says about the only driver that has competed in the ZFS leagues. Absolutely dominating IRO. I mean, stint 2 was a night stint because Nick can't do absolutely anything and put the time multiplier on 3x instead of 1x. So we went from pitch black to not even sunset yet. Long way to go, keep it up. Assuming you're not talking about me because I'm in the party more than you are. Right, are there any battles on track? Shadow is absolutely belting it away from the hashtag washed driver. I'm saying hashtag washed to appeal to the Race Asylum viewers, even though this is a Grid Life car. King is... I mean, he's a top split A+ driver, but he's not top split, therefore he's washed. Alright, these guys, keep our eyes on them for a bit. 420, 0.420 tenths between, well, seconds, bloody hell, I'm forgetting how to speak. I'm blaming the heat, not the alcohol. I mean, 420 to a Dutch driver. Is it ironic? Is it not? With a half-second penalty, does the Boomermobile have? Let's have a look at Macho. I swear that gap was like 30 seconds last time I checked. It's down to just 25. The Race Asylum Black for number 77 by JP. 77 in last, as usual. I'm sorry if that was a bit harsh. I thought it was going to be funny, so I said it. He's got 1 minute and 5 seconds to go to Macho Honko. Which I feel like that's going to only go up because this man is absolutely flying. Is he going to get onto the podium? According to the official Sector 7 YouTube channel, he will. I mean, we still have how long to go? We still have 19 hours to go, so anything can happen here. A 3 minute and 40 second gap could get absolutely demolished. But his times are coming down slowly but surely for the reigning champion, the Sector 7 Racing Esports car. Let's have a look at the battle for P7 again. 8 tenths that gap up to as we come towards the final sections of this long straight. Sorry, Rabbit. Let's go, JP. What a legend. Endurance racing, anything could happen. You just got to get your head down and get the stints down, even if you're getting flamed by the commentator. There are 6 minutes stop and goes when we need them. Yep, Evo, you're too quick. 1 minute and 6 seconds that gap. Is King's driving like a noob. I mean, sub 4 minute laps of Le Mans is hardly noob territory, but when you're going up against 58s and 57s, yep, mate, you're a noob. Reigning champion, noob confirmed. Pioneer Jake, what is he setting? Absolute blisteringly pace, as always, with the Project 1 Racing number 20 car. Let's sail to the Aston. I'm going to go on Discord because I know someone's used a car swap. I can't remember who it is. I got told to remember who it was, and I've completely forgot. I know RT is one of them, I think. There's me getting yelled at for not having my commentary sorted. Piss off, someone will tell me in chat they know far more than I do. Hey up, Cupcake. Got another legendary commentator in chat. ORT went to the Viper. Yes, they did. That is not a BMW on the track for the ORT. They are in the Viper. Who else was it? Because I remember seeing 2 swap. How the hell has this gap got to 2.8 seconds? Has this bloke like had to serve a 9 million year penalty in typical Le Mans fashion? Are we going to get to the pit stop window soon? No, we aren't. We're going to have to sit through all this again. I think it's going to be around lap 18, lap 19, where we see some actual lights come in the pits. I'm just a pastry bro. Well, I'm some drunk, unhinged 18-year-old, so your competition isn't really much. Therefore, you're legendary. Yeah, I'm hot, I'm bothered, I'm drunk. My commentary is far more unhinged than usual. The stream hasn't been taken down yet, but I'm assuming it will in the next 5 minutes. Speaking of the number 5, keep your eyes on Macho Monkey. The championship leader, the number 5. Yes, it was the Platypus. The Pacinator. In 7th, I forgot they took that position. 3.4 seconds now, absolutely gapping the Boomers. Oh, the Platypuses. In the number 11, let's get a good look at that car, showing the Perry the Platypus colours. Gee willikers, I wonder if that's a coincidence. From the Merc to the Beamer. Saw them in Hide's mirrors, in the Boomermobile's mirrors earlier on. I absolutely mucked up that transition there. I was trying to get it so the camera stayed in the same spot, showed the 2 cars going through the chicane, but I messed it up completely. And to add salt to the wound, there is the Boomermobile with a half-second penalty. So we travelled back in time before the dark then. Yes, we did, Blue Racer. Guess what? Nick is an absolute buffoon and set the time multiplier to 3x instead of 1x. So you lads in stint 2 had to do a night stint at 6 PM. Oh, bloody hell, didn't mean to do that. Alright. So we get a run through of the gaps. We're around a third of the way, well, just over a third. We may have just missed it. But I'm going to say a third, so it looks like I know what I'm doing. Let's get a run through the gaps. So currently in the lead is the Race Asylum, number 44, Esports Race Asylum. Second in the championship, driven by Evo in this current stint. 1 minute and 9 seconds to the reigning champions, Overboost Racing Team, the number 1, driven by ORT Kings. Now they've not quite had the start of the season that ORT would have wanted. In 8th currently, we saw them, never mind, it was Project Platypus that went flying up the leaderboards. In the 28 hours of Monza, I'm pretty sure these guys did well in the N24, but I might be pulling that out of my arse. Anyways, P8 in the championship, a second would be very nice for these guys. Though we still have like 19 hours of racing to go, anything could happen. These guys could be 14th at the end. Speaking of which, who are we missing? I'm going to see if I can work that out. I think it's Arix. I think it's Arix that we're missing. If they had a disconnect or whatever. I know we're supposed to have 14 drivers, I may not know much about this series. You'd think commentating for them for over a year, I'd know something about the series. All I've remembered is that I get a spotter's guide, I get a championship table, and I know there's supposed to be 14 cars on track. And there's only 13 cars on track, so someone is deep in the Shadow Realm right now. Anyways, Project 1 Racing, the number 20, driven by P1R Jake, in that lovely Aston, as you can hear it roaring to the straight. RX can't make this race, sadly. Alright, so I was right with it being ARIX. Let's go. I did something right. That's a very rare occasion. So they didn't disconnect, they just can't make it. Alright. So we do have just 13 cars on track for this entire 24 hours. I know how annoying it is to miss a race, not be able to make one, especially one as prestigious as the IRO 24 Hours of Lemons. In P4, 25 seconds off the podium, we have BAP. In which car is that? I think it's one of the Sector 7s. It's 35. No, it's not. It's Loose Moose Racing. I should know that. Moose, we've got a Canadian in the driving. Got a Canadian driving on track in the Loose Moose Racing car. Therefore, they must be Moose, so Loose Moose. I'm going to forget that immediately. At least this one's alright. GT Finland, bloody hell. King is completely washed that gap, already up to 12 seconds. 4 minutes and 8 seconds, that last gap. Did he go flying into a barrier at Mach 10? Did he serve a 5-second penalty? We may never know. All we know is that on lap 12, King Ears set a lap that I would. Hashtag washed in the chat for King Ears. I'm never going to be allowed to commentate for this again, am I? I'm just pissing off like 12, 13 different communities at once. Anyways, 66 GT Finland's in 5th position, 12.6 seconds back. Street of the number 3 Grid Life, driven by King Ears. The only one Zico 11 seconds behind in the Doobie Bamobile, the Project Platypus number 11. Behind him is the Boomermobile with another half-second penalty. The number 764, driven by Keyday. Oh, well, what did DJ say I was supposed to say? So I could say far from that. Where is he? Where's he gone? I'm dying. He-do. I'm saying Keyday. Suck it, DJ. Right, River Ruckus in P9 for a sexy looking car. What is that? 45. That is last minute racing. 4th in the championship. I forgot I said I was going to do the championship as well. I did that for the top 3, then completely forgot it. Anyway, we're continuing it. 4th in the championship for last minute racing. Down in P9, setting some very nice times. 4 minutes 4:01 for the midfield. Are they going to catch up to Hidu? Maybe they won't. There's a couple of 3:59 sprinkled in there. In P10, we have the only bloke brave enough to go on the softs that are looking absolutely shredded at the moment for one of the many Sector 7 deals. It's not the Boomers, it's not the number 5, it's the Makuga, the number 64. I should probably double check that before yes, it is the number 64. And we have official behind in the rejected Pride Flag Mobile. Remember, I made someone laugh with that. The number 69 does add up with the rejected Pride Flag. 9 tenths to go. Yes, that is the 10th section for Parentis. It is not the seconds. Don't know why I've gotten dead posh after all. Here we are. Second to go. We will watch this battle for P10 between the Truth Serum and Official. The Sector 7 Makuga versus the Apex Hunters Racing. Hashtag sack the cookie. That is a banging hashtag, but you can't sack someone that doesn't get paid. What were the last two sentences? I don't even know myself, mate. I think I was waffling something about these two. But it's too hot that I am forgetting how to speak. But we've got wheel-to-wheel action at last. Coming on to the straight. 3 tenths behind. Oh, 5 tenths now after I say that. But that is still slipstream range for Apex Hunters versus the Macougars. Cheers. That's starting to take another sip. I'm staying hydrated. It's only 5%. That can't dehydrate me, can it? 5 tenths coming into. Has someone nerfed the slipstream? Slipstream on like light or off or something? Or is it the custom downforce that you've got setting? Either way, this slipstream does not seem like what it usually is, as there is the rejected fired flag again. It kind of looks like a Tango Ice Blast. Actually, yes. The Apex Hunter. I'm only taking the pick. It is a really good looking livery, but I just like taking the piss out of people. That Marshall is having the time of his life. It looked like he was getting bummed by that camera. Macho Monkey behind these two. That gap down to just 20 seconds. We've got just over an hour to go to the end of this stint. Will he catch up to these two? Will he? We've been told by Sector 7 that the number 5 will be on the podium. Now, I'm no expert, but I know there's 9 hours to go, but P12 does not look like P3. I mean, he is gaining, though. He had about 2.5 minutes at the start of this stint to go to catch up to Jake, and he's got about 3 minutes 20. He's getting about 10 seconds on them. Man like shit. Go best commentator at ZFS. You can actually understand what he's saying. Unlike me, who slurs every half word as I'm trying to think of a joke and then put on my filter to keep. Believe it or not, yes, this unhinged version is less unhinged than my CTC streams. I mean, granted, the CTC streams die halfway through, but I don't know if it's easier to say that they're getting, if they die halfway through, or if they're getting put down because the commentary is too unhinged. You know, that's why I only do one stairs. There is official having a little vague sniff at the inside of the truth serum. This is an absolutely incredible battle between these two. We come through the final couple chicanes very, very hard to ace, very, very easy to go absolutely flying off into the distance. And it looks like the True Serum got a slightly better run through them, but official with the better exits coming towards the Dunlop chicane. We've got 2 tenths to go. Let's go on board. If I can hit the button, let's go on board with official, the Apex Hunters racing team. The number, which one? The 69. How did I forget that? See what he can do against the True Serum. Gives him a little bit of a nudge through there. Quite hard to go for a move, but he's side by side going up to the long straight, and he's got past. What a lovely move from the Apex Hunters racing team, but it's not over yet. He's got the True Serum right in his slipstream. Look at how close they are. Serum doesn't look to be going for a move, looks to be giving him a bit of a bump draft, trying to catch up Ruckus with that 24 seconds gap, but that was a wonderful overtake from official Serum has a V-sniff up the inside, but gives it up at the chicane, and that is Apex Hunters Racing up to P10. The Sector 7 Makuga down to P11. Let's have a look at that overtake. Oh, I just set another replay marker, did I? I'm an absolute buffoon. I just went to go press V to watch the replay that I'd set and press Z to set another marker. So we're not going to watch that replay. One of the few overtakes this stint, and we're going to completely miss it. But hey, it's in spirit. How many you had, crew? I sound like this sober. See, I had 2 Copperbergs and spoons after work, and I'm on my second Thatchers. On my lightweight. Too many Smarties. Fuck off, Chick. Alright, I may be a baby, I may be a freshly turned 18-year-old, but I could still get served at a pub, so I'm an adult. We still have another bloody... Oh my god, we're at the halfway mark, I didn't even clock. Lap 16 of 32, look at that. And the stream's not been taken down yet, that's doing good for me. What is the viewer count at? Have I tanked it? I've bloody tanked the viewer count. That's alright, 80 earlier, we're down to 65. People are turning off, the kids are going away, they are hiding from Corenta. That is not a sentence I wanted to say. Meanwhile, this gap between P5, what was once a battle, King Ears has been sent away 18 seconds. That's a 16, not an 18, you blind absolute buffoon. 10 seconds to go to BAP in P4 for the Loose Moose Racing. What's the gap looking like up front? 30 seconds to the podium. 5 seconds between Kings and Jake. King had a big moment 4 laps ago that will explain. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I mean, them times look really consistent. That does not add up to having a massive moment. Where is that? Is that the bloke in last? Yes, that is. That is JP. In the number 77, about to be lapped by Kings. King Ears. Alright, okay. We got too many Kings in this room. 4 laps. Ah, yes. That adds up to the 408. That I was taking the absolute mick out of him, even though he's a top split A+ driver and would absolutely whoop my ass in any setting. Maybe not commentary. Probably commentary. I think a drunk 4-year-old could do a better job than me. But hey, that's the beauty of endurance race. What is the point of endurance racing without unhinged commentary? Cheers, Lucas. Do we have any requests on who to watch, or do I just spin my finger on the keyboard and land on a random button? We're going to land on JP. Race Asylum Black, and so we've literally ended up at the exact same place that we was. There is Kings, ORT Kings. You may have too many Kings on the grid, but there is only one queen around here. I'm a bloke, mate. I'm not a queen. I'm a king. There's 3 kings. I mean, it is small, but it is there. Wait, this is supposed to be family friendly. I keep on realising, like, every 15 minutes I'm supposed to keep this family friendly. I'm never getting trusted with a stint again, am I? can't call him the Queen. Right, 5 seconds between P1R and ORT. This could kick off soon. I mean, the Evo is just absolutely sending it into the distance. I mean, look at that times, 59s, 58s, 57s there, not 1-4. I thought my 4 minute and 10 seconds was good. It's a reason why I'm a commentator in this series and not a racer. Well, I did get a podium in a 1 lobby race yesterday. Therefore, I'm literally a lobby 1 driver. I mean, granted, there was only like 15 sign-ups to that Friday league. But if there's what it said lobby 1 in the thing, and I got a podium, therefore I'm a lobby 1 driver. It is flawless logic. 4.9, that gap is coming down. Like I say, as it shoots back up, why do I even bother opening my mouth? Maybe a drama queen. Shut up, DJ. But 5-2 for Jake. Very consistent with his best. That's what we see with these top split drivers. They can do the same laps over and over and over again. I mean, I was taking the piss out of GP, but he is, JP. He is keeping up. We have our first pit stop as the Sector 7 Makuga Racing comes in. Under fueling, as they were our only soft runner in the entire field. There goes Macho Monkey for the Sector 7, number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports, our championship leaders. God damn, I just realised that last minute racing, the number 45 went up 4 positions in the championship after the 8 hours of Le Mans. Just about a wonderful race there. Get a good look at the Makuga Racing car. That's enough of a look. Let's have a look at the battle for P2. There is King still slowly catching up on Jake, as Jake just had an absolutely flawless run through there. Or was that King's just having a bit of a moment? I could have sworn I just saw damage on this man's car, but he doesn't. So I might genuinely be seeing things. That's what happens after an hour of endurance commentating in 32 degree heat. You start to turn into a madman. Right, 3.6 seconds. That gap is definitely coming down. What is happening to Kings, our championship leader? Are we going to see a change in order for P2? I mean, they've all not really got much fuel in. We are definitely coming up to a pit stop window where strategy can play a massive role in how much fuel you want to take. Pretty much just that. What tires you want to go on. It looks like we're just going to have mediums again. I mean, you could go soft. The Makugas have showed you that you can go soft. You might actually have to run both of them. I don't even know what the regulations are. Do you have to run both of them in the stint? You have to run mediums and softs? Or is it open choice? I think it's open choice, but I might be completely wrong in that. I'm probably completely wrong in that. Medium is mandatory. Alright, so that's all. Alright. So you could have medium. There is the truth serum on the medium tyre. Not quite fueling to full, but I mean, we're over halfway through the stint. It makes sense. I mean, barely for this man. He did underfuel at the start. He's going to underfuel again. And that Merc is quite good on the fuel. It's one of my favourite cars actually, that 20 Merc. I mean, listen to that engine sound. The Doppler effect, so we hear wow! We'll go softs after this. Right then, I know who is that in the barrier? It's JP. We've had a Shadow Realm entry. What happened here? Going through the chicane. Are we just a bit too aggressive on the loud pedal? Yes, we are. Tracks over there, mate. Meeting with barrier. Getting a little bit of front bumper damage, but staying away from the tyres, so the car should still be controllable. As I need to press X. There we go. There is official into the pit lane for the rejected Pride Flagmobile 69 car of Apex Hunters Racing. Rest in peace, JP, indeed. We actually caught some on-track action on the replay. I remembered how to do it. Gap between second and third at 3.4 seconds here. Kings just fending a little bit better on these worn mediums than Jake is. But Jake seems to have a little bit more fuel than Kings. Around, I'd probably say, just eyeballing that, like, is maybe 2% at a push. But it is noticeable. The refuel doesn't seem to be too fast, but it doesn't really seem to be too slow either. I'd probably say it's at like, god damn, just pulling this out of thin air. Like 3x, 4x, so it might gain like half a second Kings in the pits if they both fuel to full. Thought he was going in there, but that's just the racing line. Jake's still gaining though, not dropping off the pace one bit. Let's look at these two. Tyre wear looks roughly the same. I know you guys can't see any of this because Jaeger's put a massive overlay over it to make it look dead professional. Because how dare you be able to watch what the top drivers are doing in terms of braking and accelerating, gearing, and all the stuff that you actually need to get good at this game. That was a lovely shot watching them going through that chicane. 2.2 seconds. That sounded like some tyre squealing for Kings. Yes, indeed, it does look like that. Gap comes down by another 10th. Shadow in the GT Finland comes into the pit. The sweltering 11% of fuel remaining. The fuel-saving king is the Finn in P5. But there eventually goes King Ears past as Zico comes back in. Or stop, look at that, 11 versus 4. Shadow fuel saving to the max. T2 comes in for the Sector 7 Boomermobile. Is Ruckus going to follow them to come through the Porsche S's? Doesn't look like he's got much fuel left, but he could go for another lap if he wants to. All comes down to what he plans to do here, and he comes into the pits. Does the number 45 last minute racing car. And what about Macho Monkey? Well, he's got like 2 milliliters of fuel left. Will he even make it to the pits? Is a question. He's not slowing down one bit. That gap coming down. Is he going to come into the pits? He should. Yeah, he's coming in the pits. Here's the number 5. So it really seems to be the top couple of drivers that are extending their stint to lap 19. Don't know what that says about the ability of the lower drivers. You can make that conclusion for yourself. And your race leader is into the pits. Evo comes in with 5% fuel, around 50% wear on their mediums. Kings should follow his way given how much fuel he has got. But it all depends at this here between Kings and Jake. Jake could very easily be a bit more aggressive on the fuel and inherit P2 in the pits. It all comes down to this. What are they going to do in the ORT and P1R garages in terms of strategy? Let's have a look what the leader does as a sort of reference. The almighty DJ says we're going on softs here. Yep, 65% fuel onto the softs. Rather aggressive on the fuel from the leader. 65 is our benchmark. 1.9 seconds going into the pits. Evo aggressive on the fuel. Keeps his car light onto the softs. Push, push, push. Says Ray. 2 versus 5. So if my guesstimate of 3% refuel rate, 3 times refuel rate, actually 3 litres per second, is correct, if they were to both refuel to the same amount, it would come out at 7 tenths. You can't refer to me as my lord. Well, I just did. What are you going to do about it? That looks way quicker than 3 times, actually. Where are they all going to... Oh, Maps came in as well. Didn't even clock that. I'm an incredible commentator, I am. So, 65% for Evo. What are they going to go? Jake does 62%, and look at that. Takes Kings in the pits. Thinking, alright, I can fuel save better than you, mate. Let's see what we can do. So we've got a change in the pit lane. P1R a bit more aggressive on the fuel than ORT's conservative rate, and that 2.2 second gap between them two seems to have reversed. So it's your fault you spun, Ray. Literally as you left he spun. God damn it, Ray. It totally wasn't me taking the piss out of Race Asylum Black 77 being last every single race. And it was Ray's fault that you spun. A 4.3 seconds between Shadow and T-Bap. Well, I said I was going to call him Bap. I'm going to call him Cobb. Shadow and Cobb. The, correct term for a roll of bread. I mean, roll is semi-valid. Cobb is completely correct. Bap is alright because you know what you're getting, but it's not as correct as Cobb. And Bomb Cake gets sent to the Shadow Realm. Welcome to the chat, ATB614. Your username sounds like a computer error message. How are you doing today, mate? Saying that JP, another bloke, JP7714, another bloke whose username sounds like a computer error. How is Macho Monkey doing? How the hell is that gap already down to 4.8 seconds? This man may have damage. Has he got that straight out of the pit? I know your pain, bro. It's so annoying. Is he going to pit for the damage? He's going to pit for the damage. How annoying is that? When coming out of the pits on cold tyres, you're pushing too hard and go flying into the barriers at Mock Jesus, and you have to pit again for damage. So, the gap between the Truth Serum and Macho Monkey will no longer be 5 seconds, as we have to pit for that damage. Not quite what the Macho Man would want, what Sector 7 Esports would want, to go on that podium that they also want. Well, that's Sector 7's YouTube channel has put 2 messages in the chat. And I'm still taking the piss out of them over 45 minutes after their messages were sent. They're not even in chat anymore, I'm just talking to myself. 37 seconds that gap comes down to. So useful information for teams. If your driver is an absolute beanbag and goes flying into the wall for damages, and you just pit 4 damages, you will lose 30 seconds roughly. That comeback for number 5 is getting harder and harder. Correctamundos, it is Jaeger. Correctamundos. But the number 5 have shown dominance this entire season. I mean, 339 versus minus 276. Can I work out what this point difference is? Come on, I'm a bloody maths student. I should be able to do this. 13 minus 7. That is a number. 13 minus 7. I'm going to say that is 6. There's 63 point difference. I'm not pulling out a calculator to check that. I'm saying it's 63 points. 339 for Sector 7 Racing. 276 for the number 5 to the 44. I'm saying that is a 63 point difference between them two. If that's correct, if that's not, be my guest. I'm a bloody further maths, well, not a further maths student anymore, because we're done with A-levels. We don't have to deal with that kind of absolute misery again. But I can do like differential equations, integration by parts, all the like hard stuff. I can do that perfectly fine, like in my head. But take it away to 3-digit numbers, that's too much. Anyways, official 001 with the official fastest lap of Stint 3 so far. Never mind, as Zito has just taken it the second them words come out of my mouth. 3:57.265 on them softs. The Paceinator absolutely working flawlessly for the Project Platypus Mobile. They started in 8th, about 20 seconds away from them absolute boomers in the Boomer Mobile. Let's have a look further up, 3.1 seconds between Jake and King. King is not quite able to get these softs working as well as Jake, but Jake with that more aggressive fuel strategy that he used to get past Kings in the first place. Will it come back to bite him? We know the Aston is quite good on fuel, especially when compared to the Viper. The Viper is a very thirsty boy in this group 3 in this Group 3 class in Gran Turismo. I mean, the custom bop that we've got here, or I say custom bop, it's just the downforce that the teams can alter. Might play a role in fuel consumption. It may not. That sounded like a bit of tyre screeching, but that's literally just the game saying that. They're braking. Bit of gravel coming up. Nothing major to worry about for P1RJ. Still a minute and 17 seconds to Evo with the fastest lap. That last lap, 21.356.695. If someone in chat could tell me what the fastest lap of the entire race is, I'd be very appreciative. But the fastest lap of Stint 3 is Evo currently. Lap 21. We're about two-thirds, 66% of the way through this stint. If you just give it another 45 minutes, you'll never have to hear my sorry voice again until the next event. 3:55.9. Alright, bit off the fastest lap of the current event so far. Was that stint 1 or stint 2? I'm assuming it's stint 1 because it'd be a bit hotter than whatever monstrosity stint 2 was with the time multiplier. GTEC on a Storm as well. P1R Jake a 3:56.7 for him, slowly taking chunks out of Evo, who goes purple again. I saw that at 1:17, it's now 1:16. So both of them purple at the moment. Have a quick butchers down the field. Shadow is catching up to BAP. Someone is ahead of them. Ignore that audio malfunction. This race has been on for 1 hour and 34 minutes. I'm assuming it's not a corrected stream without a technology malfunction. Antonio in the number 5 in stint 2. What actually happened to the number 5? Did they have like poor qualifying? Did they spin in stint 1? It's very unusual to see them down in P12. Especially this far back, 4 minutes from the lead, is the Macho Man. But we haven't seen what his pace on the softs is like just yet. With them being a full lap down from the leaders. We'll see what this lap is at the end of it. I mean, it's 5/10 purple, so in typical Macho Monkey fashion, he's absolutely storming his way through the grid. And after that little bit of a mishap that we had coming out of the pits to go on to the softs. Unlucky stint 1 with multiple damage and a DC in stint 2. Ooh, that'll explain it. Yeah, DC penalties are absolutely ruthless in this league. Alright, let's see what Evo sets this lap. Benchmark, he was purple going over it. And it's a 3:56.5. What about Macho? He's going to come across the grid. Look at his curb usage. Absolutely knows where the limit is. Knows exactly where the car will get unsettled. There's the fastest lap by 9/10. 55.6. It's a 55.9 was the fastest lap. We have the fastest lap of the race so far by the number 5 Macho Monkey LT, and I gotta see it. What a lap indeed. At 2.1 seconds gap between Shadow and BAP. Number 5 had a horrible first lap with too much fighting, and then back to the lower end of the midfield. Got damage on bumper by contact, pitted for that. And he got some penalties. Not quite where we want to see. It's a 55.1. Alright, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. And nor does Jaeger. I trusted Jaeger. How dare I? That's very old finalised. I think that's the first message I've seen you put this stint, and it was calling me incorrect. I don't know how to feel about that. Blame Jaeger, sack him, indeed. Bring the stream down. I'm going to do the entire 24 hours through my Streamlabs setup. That'll be an entertaining watch. So I'm far more qualified than Jaeger. Sack him indeed. That gap is down to 1.2 seconds. What the hell? I look to read chat for 5 seconds and the gap goes down by like 9 million years. Nah, it's annoying, mate. I barely have a stable enough internet to stream the event, let alone drive it. Are we still at 1080p? Because, like... Oh my god, we're still at 1080p. We've got a Cruensis stream running at 1080p. This gap is down to 8 tenths. Coming through the chicane. Oh, we're going to see GT Finland up into the top 4. They've got slightly less fuel than the Loose Moose Racing in P4. The Loose Moose number 35, number 66 gaining on these both red cars. Hey, he's got a red bumper that's close enough. 5 tenths through that chicane, 4 tenths. Much better exit for T-Back though. Definitely doesn't. Looks like Slipstream is playing a slight role here, but nowhere near as effective as I thought it would be. Probably running on light, I'd say, Slipstream. Definitely not off. Love me just trying to guess what the race settings are, nobody validating what I'm saying. So I could be speaking complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Macho Monkey has set a 3:55.2, 22 seconds to the Truth Serum, so he's running them mediums. Gaining around 6 whole seconds a lap on Serum is in the Makuga Mobile versus the number 5. We'll keep our eyes on the battle for P4 though. 3 tenths down that gap is as we come towards the Porsche curves. At least I think they are. One of these are the Porsche curves. Exact time is a 3:55.198. So we're just under a tenth off the fastest lap overall. Thank you, Finalized, for keeping better track of the stream, better track of the fastest laps than the literal organizer who is in chat. I again apologise if the stream has been too unhinged for the IRO for the IRO audience. That was a little bit of a moment for Shadow, almost going flying into the pit wall. You're hired. I'm having way too much fun here. Oh, bloody hell. I just cracked open a Thatcher's and the thing went everywhere. Well, at least I'm cool now. But a bit went on my keyboard, which is not ideal. At least I'm staying hydrated. 2/10 now, that gap between T-Bap and Shadow. What's that T-Bap just letting off slightly to let him pass as they go barreling into the chicane. Little bit of contact there between Loose Moose and GT Finland. Getting a bit argy-bargy here. But GT Finland up into P4. Let's have a look at that on the instant replay. Here is the Shadow getting past. Was that just T-Bap getting a bit too late on the brakes? Yes, it was. A little bit of contact there. Nothing major, no damage to either party. It doesn't look like Shadow has got a half-second penalty for that, which is very rare for this track. You make a slight mistake and you get a 9-year penalty. Just waiting for my guy to get in the car later. Oh, I wish I was driving this, mate. I'd love to do a like full-on 24-hour team endurance race. I might look if I can just like dive into one of the pits and dive into one of the teams in Stint 2, because I've done quite a couple. Believe it or not, given like how little I know about the league, I've been doing commentary for like almost a year now for this league. Bloody hell. Should have given them the place back there. Yeah, well, that is a problem for the stewards. Already made the pass before the turn and the other car pushed him off. Yeah, I think that's what I saw as well. We'll have another look at the replay. Here, we'll go into the forbidden chase cam. There is the number 66 going for the pass, already ahead. This is the 66's corner. That is the 35. Going a bit late on the brakes, pushes him over. And yeah, I don't think he'd have to give the position like that. Looks like Shiki Okua talking out of his arse again. T-Bap just cooking it a bit on the brakes, pushing him wide. And Shadow knowing exactly what to do, taking the run off, keeping the position ahead. Yo, finalised. Join the comms, VC. It'll be funny to have you on chat. You seem to know a lot more than I do, so it'll be entertaining. We'll look at the battle for P2, 6.7 seconds now, the gap between P1R and ORT. But P1R with a half-second penalty. Serve that later this lap, see how that affects things. Although, as we've seen earlier on, you only lose around 1.3 to 1.5 seconds. Well, that was a 1 second penalty. I reckon around 1 second, like 7/10, around that range for a half second. So King still definitely far enough away from Jake. Have another butchers through the grid. Do we have any drivers that are close together? Macho Monkey, the bloody alien, got that gap all the way down to 14 seconds. Would be up to P11 without that damage. 2 minutes back is the number 77. Looks like he's gone medium, just playing it safe and knows what's works. He's done all his practice on the medium. It's only the medium that mandatory might as well use the medium until the end. Can't fault you, JP. We want the pleasure of hearing that. and DJ has just sent me a message asking me how to use commentary. Button how you can show the replay from earlier in the session. So you say about marker. Press set for a yeah, DJ. I'll try and find. I've got something saved where it's got a list of keybinds you can use with the keyboard while you spectating. To like, cause it's Z, X, C, and V that you use for bloody hell, 15 milliseconds off his best, which was last lap. JP on the move, very consistent, as he has King Ears behind him, slowly creeping up. Zico catching up as well. The doobie Batmobile slowly creeping its way to P6 to get past hashtag washed. As there is the actual sunset starting to creep up. Not the sunset that we saw in Stint 2. That was completely and utterly erroneous. That was because Nick, don't know if I've mentioned it, but Nick doesn't know what he's doing. And he set the time multiplier to 3x instead of 1x. This here is actually the sunset that we need. And it will get dark in Stint 4, because believe it or not, at 10 PM, it starts to get dark. I know, absolute unrivaling cinema here on the IRO channel. I have lost the spotter's guide. There we go. We don't want to look at the viewer count. It's 26 laps out of 32 for the leader. T-Lab and Shadow still close together. Shadow keeping the lead. As we come to the corner where all the controversy kicked off earlier. I think going for a move 9/10 back might be a bit idiotic. So nothing kicking off there. Shadow with a much better run through the chicane though. T-Back with a better exit. Gap stays roughly the same. King Ears and Zico coming close together, actually 3.2 seconds looking at the times. Zico gaining and gaining. We could see them coming close together around about lap 26. I think we keep our eyes on the only one Zico in the Project Platypus Mobile. Nice to see them up front. The 9th in the championship had a nice turnaround, up 3 positions in the 8,000 Monza. I think it was Nürburgring when they were dead last. I don't remember. Project Platypus, they seem to like the quali times. They get really, really good quali times, but seem to drop off towards the end of a race from what I've seen looking at the results earlier. Nice to see him up front anyway, 7th, good points. It's annoying that Arix couldn't make it, but we completely get it. There's a reason why I only do Stint 3, and that is because I think 4 hours of me waffling utter nonsense would drive my mum absolutely insane. And it's because no matter what shift I get put on work, I will always be done by 6, half 6 latest. So provided that the bus driver can put his foot down, and I don't make a cheeky pit stop in Spoons like I did tonight, I will be here for 7, which starts at 3. I can't believe I've been waffling for over 1.5 hours. It hasn't felt like it in the slightest. Like, usually, like, in the endurance races, like, ERF, God bless it, with the safety cars, you had wheel-to-wheel action, and it was entertaining, and, like, you could bounce off what was happening on track. Whereas IRO, like, it's pure endurance style. Everyone's separated by about 9 light years, so you've got to proper just waffle for 2 hours straight, which is alright if you got a mate in the com box with you. Like, you can bounce off them, call each other a cunt, works perfectly fine. But if you're just on your own waffling in your bedroom in 32 degree heat, it does get a bit hard. Hey, 2 seconds between these two, Zico and King Ears. These guys are on an absolute storm. I think I already said that like 2 minutes ago. The softs do seem to be dying off. Getting towards that window where they start to become just rubber cosmetics. So, alright, this is going back. Can I see what the main moves of this stint have been? The main one is in the pit stops. P1R being more aggressive on the fuel, took P2 away from ORT down into P3 for our reigning champions. Evo extended his lead, the number 44, off to a storm, taking valuable points off the number 5 down in 12th, although not for long. 5 seconds between Macho and the Truth Serum. Macho gaining rapidly on the Truth Serum, who was the only driver in the stint who took the softs at the start. What if I change that to live chat? Are some people getting flagged? Nope, we just have no one in chat. Alright, that's alright. 64 viewers, not a single person in chat. That's just what happens when you put me on comms. Already that gap coming down. Trying to think of other moves that went. Main mover this one, well, we had a change in P4. They're still very close, Loose Moose and GT Finland. GT Finland bouncing up to P4 though. P5 being operated by Loose Moose. Number 7 in 7th position. Oh, number 11 in 7th position actually. The only one Zico for Project Platypus, getting past the 764 of the Boomermobile. Firm finalised has turned gay for Medi. A Frenchman to Ugh. Well, I mean, in the BFS versus TLR, I mean, this race was like 2 months ago, but I'm still bringing it up because it's the only CTC race I've done, and I want to bring that last bit of hope that I am quick enough for CTC. Finalised did have on his on his like side plate the one bit that you can change where everyone makes them a bit different. He made it rainbow. Therefore he's gay. Flawless logic, yes I know. Not as gay as the rejected pride flag of the number 69. And granted, this is the one good joke that I've made this entire stream. I've milked it to absolute death. I'm going to continue milking it because I've got a bunch of laughing emojis in the chat. There's a unicorn in there too. What, up your arse, mate? Half a second penalty for River Ruckus in the number 45 last minute racing car. Oh, on the end plates, alright. Don't even think I thought of that. There is River Ruckus serving his penalty. Official goes past. They almost make contact there. But number 69, the Apex Hunters AHR Racing, up to P9. River Ruckus, you are, I believe, number 35. Let's get a 45. Last minute racing. P4 in the championship, P10 on track. Not quite having the 24 hours of the Mon that they would have wanted. Let's have another look at the battle for P11. The Truth Serum will be looking in his rearview mirrors and seeing a very terrifying sight. That is the number 5 car being driven by Macho Monkey. After the damage, this gap was 37 seconds. It's down to just 1.5 in about 9 laps. If that's not terrifying, I don't know what is. So 1 second. I reckon move's gonna happen on the main straight. Depends how much speed the Macho Monkey takes through this chicane. Left to right. Illa left, Illa right. And it's already down to half a second. This man is flying. 3:57 versus a 4-minute flat for the Truth Serum. Five tenths, 3 tenths, 2 tenths. What a run through the Dunlop S's for Macho Monkey's. Gonna have a look up the inside of the Truth Serum. Try and put that number 5 Sector 7 Esports racing car up into the top 11 as we come onto the main straight. Go on board with Macho Monkey. Or should I say Macho Alien, with the way he is driving tonight. Uses a slipstream, gets past. We are officially side by side. There he gets past, puts the hazards on to say hello to chat. I miss you, Macho Monkey. I miss you indeed. God bless Black Flag. The legacy carries on, even though it's been like a year since the team completely got shattered into oblivion. I still miss it. Bring back Pirate. I can hear my voice in the PSN chat. I think that means that Jaeger's back. Probably
surprise. Yeah.
Probably to tell me off for the absolute unhinged commentary that has been in the past 2 hours.
No, it was entertaining.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a little change in the commentary booth, so I will take over stint number 4.
Alright.
Sorry to disappoint you all.
No, more Jaeger. We can't take it. Right, let's have a look further up. Battle for P4, Shadow versus T-Back, still under a second. Gap between P2 and P3, the gamble has worked for P1R. Perchance it was ORT overfueling a bit, rather than P1R underfueling, so they got roughly the same amount of fuel as the leaders do. But let's have a look further back. Oh, is that behind Zico? I think that is JP a lap down. Yes, it is. Half-second penalty for Shadow. That's going to be interesting. With T-Bat just slightly behind him, 1.2 seconds to go to that Loose Moose Racing car. Go through the back straight, gap stays roughly the same, not quite in that slipstream range yet. As we come towards the second chicane on the straight. All about the exit here. Doesn't matter how well you take it. Was that Shadow going a bit too wide on the exit? Looks like he's got away with it, but he's not quite got the exit that T-Rap has got. That gap down to just 7 tenths. That penalty zone is easing closer and closer together. About a minute to go until that penalty is served. Will we see a change again in the P4-5 position between GT Finland and Loose Moose Racing? They've given us plenty of action this stint. As we barrel down 4 tenths, 3 tenths. If he can keep this right, he will get that position as the penalty is served. 2 tenths. Is he going to get past before the penalty is served? T-Bap on an absolute storm in that Loose Moose Racing number 35 Aston Martin. The penalty zone is at the end of this corner here. 5 tenths. There goes Shadow off the racing line. T-Bap follows through. Loose Moose Racing back up into P4. GT Finland having their nice run in P4. Loose Moose taking it back like it was at the start of this stint, but it's not over yet. We've still got 18 whole hours of racing ahead of us. It's the beauty of endurance racing. Oh, 10.4, 10.5 seconds between P2 and P3. Further back, 6 and 7. Zico not quite caught up to the back of that Grid Life racing car yet, but we've still got 2 and a bit racing laps. That's about 9 minutes of racing action before the driver swaps for these blokes. For the leaders, it's less than that. It's about 6 minutes before the leader comes in. Evo carrying on Mike's absolute storm of a stint too. My controller just hit my glasses. Sorry if you could hear that. Very strong start to this race for the number 44. 1 minute and 21 seconds to Project One Racing, number 20 in P2. Exactly
what
what
an understatement. I think a strong start.
Yeah.
What the hell? Like, yeah, pure dominance.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, that's a better statement. Pure dominance. Yeah, it was like 55 seconds at the start of this stint, up to 1.21. I mean, not 1.21 seconds, bloody hell. 1 minute 21. There we go. Third time's a charm. Yeah, the number 44 taking out very valuable points from the number 5 in the championship. Speaking of the championship, our reigning champion down in P3. I say down in P3, still on the podium. Nice to see them up here. They've not quite had the start of the season that they would have wanted. Had a good couple races here and there, but still down in P8. He's starting on the Beamer, as there they are, going flying off into the gravel. Manages to keep it on track, but not with gaining a bit more to that penalty. 1 second, very harsh, but 38 seconds to go to T-Bap. Should be alright for the time being. these two, Loose Moose, Shadow. GT Finland still scrapping it out. There is Shadow having a little bit of a sniff around the outside of T-Bat. He's got about 1.5 racing laps to go to try and bring his team up to P4 for the driver swap. See what he can do. We've seen plenty of action from these boys this stint. I think they've got more screen time, these two, than the entire rest of the field combined. There they are, side by side. Shadow having a little bit of a look. Very, very brave to go for a move there. Decides to back out of it. Very smart. Ooh, bit of a gravel kicked up for T-Bat bit of a moment. Is he going to pick up a penalty for that? Looks to have got away. Shadow very, very low on fuel here. Is he going to be able to make it another way round? Looks just eyeballing that to be about 8-7%. Will he get another lap around? We will find out soon. That's the bloody replay button. I did not mean to hit that. As the leader is on the penultimate lap, so is second place. Third is as well, so podium on the penultimate lap. I'm sure Jaeger is getting ready to sort out all the technical stuff behind the scenes that I can't be trusted with.
No, I'm also like not the man I was. I gave you false information. So
Hey man.
blame it on the heat.
Yep,
So,
blame it on the heat. Even on the penultimate lap, Shadow and T-Bat wheel to wheel as always as we run towards the back straight. Still got a couple tricky technical corners to go. Try and keep my eyes on the leader and not miss them going into the pits. A bit of a bother for that. They are there. Moving on to the back straights, around 4/10 is the gap between these two. Look at the slipstream between them. Nice covering Correntes. That was good fun. Nice butchering. Shower up, mate. I'll take the compliments. Rule 1 of commentating: butcher every single name possible. And I'm confirmed we're 7. He's number 8. There he is. This guy is Hida, not Hide. That makes no sense. Oh, Hide. Sorry, the Dutch make no sense. Don't trust them with anything. Jaeger agrees.
I totally agree. As a German, I say don't trust.
Don't trust the
French.
Dutch.
Don't trust the Dutch. Yeah.
Don't trust the English.
Sorry.
Wait, that's me.
No. I actually don't mind the British, to be honest, but I know. So now.
Boom, we missed it as usual.
Yeah, exactly.
There goes leader into the pits. It's about 9 million years to second place. Have I missed another overtake? Nope, they're just side by side. Still attempt, definitely keep your eyes on the battle for P4 between Loose Moose and GT Finland. They've given us plenty of action in stint 3. Sure, they'll give us plenty of action in stint 4. We go 3/10 at the end of the straight. Are we going to get through? Jake should be coming through anytime soon. There he is coming through the final set of corners. Look at that. See how close they get to the wall, even on the penultimate lap with everything on the line. The aggressive Fueling has worked, managing to gain an 11.6 second gap to ORT. Project One Racing up the works. Just coming into the pits with 0% fuel, running out of fuel in the pit lane. Strategy down to the absolute match. Here comes ORT. Kings with a very strong stint. That rounds our podium into the pits. We're going to swap on P6, right? Roughly around there.
Roughly, yeah, that sounds about.
Around that area. That's good enough. As Loose Moose, I bloody missed it. Loose Moose Racing pulls out a bit of a gap to GT Finland. Tracks over there, mate. Foreshadow, is that going to be a penalty going into pits? Yes, it is, as he runs out of fuel. Double bad for GT Finland. If they get a penalty going into the driver swap, does it carry over to the next stint? Or
Maybe that's a grey area.
alright, okay. Never mind. We ignore the flaws in endurance racing.
Shush.
Right, we get pitch black to basically midday, and penalties that just get completely ignored. Peak realism indeed. There is Grid Life coming in, P6. Zico, you are Project Platypus, I think, P7. Am I still full screen? Do I need to keep waffling? That's full screen on. Yep. Still got to keep waffling. Alright, okay. Hide, DJ getting slightly more offended every time this guy comes on track. Boomermobile 764 into the pits, P8.
Oh, here's
Alright, so we're full screen now.
Wait, I'm done.
Bloody out, PSNs. G7 nicknames, I might be crying.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, always a fun stint with you. So, thank you, Ed.
Never quite the best one, but always fun.
Indeed, yeah. Alright, so have a nice Sunday, and maybe next round at the Clan, 48 hours in August.
Yeah, see you in Stint 3 again. Seems to be the one I can do.
Okay, yeah. So then it's me again, yeah. Didn't plan to run stint number 4, but emergency streamer is always available, right? So here we go.
You're the backup.
Yeah, backup, yeah. So let's have a look at the race situation then. After quick math, that is 6 hours of racing. So we have the 44 in the lead. Mike again, grabbing the wheel. So we have Evo, and Mike for the first 4 stints for the 44. Esports Race Asylum, this on GTR. And what a race they had so far. 1 minute 23. The gap to the Project One Racing Aston Martin, the number 20, the blue, black, and with a little bit of red in it. We saw that there was an overtake in the previous stint for a long time. We had the number 1 car, the Viper for Overboost Racing Team, sitting in P2, now down to P3, and it's Gomez now driving that Viper in P4. It's one of the biggest movers of that race so far, the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Ishmael now driving that 35 car around the track at the Circuit de la Sarthe in France, northern part of it. P5 then the 66 car for the GT Finland racers. It is Raisku driving that GTR, also good progress in this race so far. Then we have the green machine, the number 3 Lexus 4 Grid Life Racing. It's shaky again and driving. He was also driving stint 2, where was last on comms duty. So nice to see Jakey again. And track won't be the last time probably we see Jakey in this race for the green car. P7 then we have the BMW number E11. That is BX Royal for Project Platypus. They also started at the back and made their way up to P7. P8, the first of the 3 Sector 7 racing cars, and it's still not the number 5 car. It is the 764 Aston Martin, the Boomers, with C, who competed in the qualifying session yesterday and did a great job putting that car into the top 7, the Super Pole. OPA it is. Then our pole sitters, the 45 last minute racing Nissan GTR, the Lemony Squeeze with his second stint of the event. Did the first stint, now back in the driver's seat for driver stint number 4. James for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 BMW, that very, very colorful car. Rounding out the top 10. Only just 3 seconds behind the 45. In P11 we have the number 5 car. Our championship leaders with a quite unlucky race so far. Damage, penalties, a disconnect in stint 2, damage again in stint 3, so they're 4 minutes 28 behind the leaders at this stage. And Caso now behind the wheel for the number 5 Lexus. In P12, it's the 3rd Sector 7 racing car, the AMG, the 64 Mikuga, the team 5.5 seconds behind the sister car in P11, the number 5 car, and then ATB for the 77 Race Asylum BMW out on track. We see nearly 7 minutes the gap at this stage. And yeah, 13 cars instead of 14, so Eric's Racing unable to compete in this 24 hours, unfortunately. So we'll spend the rest of the event and with 13 drivers, hopefully. So yeah, the 44 today really strong from the get-go. They are very competitive. Evo took that lead in the stint 1 at some point, never looked back. Since then Mike extended that gap to, I think, roughly a minute. Evo in the previous stint, another 25 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. Not sure about that gap. But yeah, so that we now running with a 1:24 gap to the next car. Despite that big gap, I'm pretty sure the Project 1 racing team is very pleased with that position in the race. They've been like inside the top 3 for the entire race so far. So very strong pace for the P1R crew in the Aston. Our number 1 car, the defending champions, Overboost Racing Team. Yeah, Grant has mentioned it. They had a rough start to the season. I think they started in the BMW, weren't quite happy with that, so now they went with Dodge, and it's the Viper GT3 car. Now, the only Viper in the grid, but yeah, I think also won't be happy about the gap, but the position, podium so far. Smooth lines, definitely, and we might get to see a battle on track soon. P4 and P5, the GT Finland racers. Number 66 Nissan is flying currently, closing the gap to the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin under 2.5 seconds. The driver so far as in the previous stints opted to go for the medium tire compound to start the stint. So at least the top 5. Would be surprised to see anyone out of the leaders to go onto the soft tires. The medium tire is mandatory for every driver stint. And judging the first 3 stints so far, it looks like a 17-18 laps on the mediums and then rest on the soft tires is the go-to strategy for this race. But there is basically no surprise, so I can quickly show you the weather forecast here for this one, and you see all of the stints. It is like dry and sunny conditions, so no chance of rain throughout the entire 24 hours. So that's why the strategy will most likely look the same, medium to softs. That is, of course, if you have to do something unusual due to a damage, pit stop or whatever, we might see some alternative strategies. The P7 then 3.3 seconds. They lost a little bit of time to Jakey, I think. So the number 3 building a gap. Now to the 11 BMW. Then we have a bigger gaps between the cars. 23 to the Boomer's Mobile. To quote Grantis once again, once more. The Boomers in P8. Purple. Good first sector. A lemony squeeze for last minute racing. Sub 4 minutes. Oh, on that second timed lap for the 45 car. James staying roughly at 4 seconds. And there were some blue flags showing. So this must be Mike, the 44 car then. So for now, we have the top 10 on the lead lap. But that might be changing soon. So the first car that is 1 lap down is the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports. Nearly 40 seconds the gap to the top 10. And this could have a massive impact on the overall championship standing, so I can briefly bring that up. So the number 5 car is still in the lead after the 8 hours of Monza, so 4 rounds of driving in the 2025 season, and the 44 car getting in P2. I'm not sure about the points, but this will get very close. The Race Asylum team might even jump the Sector 7 racing team then after the end of this event, if it stays like that, of course. So that's why it's a bit of a shocker, to be honest, to see the championship leaders outside of the top 10. But yeah, they had an unlucky start to that 24-hour race so far, and it's still 17 hours 38 minutes of racing left in this one, so plenty of time to recover from something. Cass for the Mikuga team in P12 still sees the number 5 in the distance. ATP for the 77 is getting into rhythm. Consistent lap times for 03s. Let's jump back to James for AHR. Keeps that gap roughly at 4 seconds, and no blue flags showing at this stage. Yeah, now again blue flags, but it really depends on the actual sector. Still, it probably won't take that long. And then he has to get out of the way. So there are predefined blue flag zones on this track. It's mentioned and described in the briefing document for this round. So if you get the blue flag indicator in the game, it's very early, we all know that, but it's not that much longer, and then within those defined penalty zones, you have to move over and let the car behind through. So this will lose you, of course, some time. We see that Mike is not too far behind the 44. We go on board with the GTR and have a listen to the sound. Also, we see the marshals waving the blue flags and the flag indicators as well. Very precise and clinical lap so far from Mike. And increasing their lead to the car behind. 1:28 now. To really get the pass before the Porsche cars, it doesn't look like. Purple. Next purple lap incoming? Question mark. Into the 4 chicanes we go. Whoa, that was a big moment. So no purple. Nearly lost the car there on the exit off the final chicane. Yeah, one little moment. Boom. Let's have a look at the gap between P1R and ORT. It's coming down, I think. Just 11 seconds. Sorry, we missed that overtake, by the way. The 66 car got in front up to P4. .4 seconds already. Looks like Ishmael is slowly getting up to speed, not overdriving in the car and taking it easy in those longer races. 4:02s, 4:03. .19 seconds the gap to the number 3 in P6. with another 3.8 to the 11 in P7, if I'm not mistaken. And it's also P8, bringing that gap down. Yeah, a bit quicker, 22 seconds at this stage. What's the gap between Lemony and James? 45 versus the number 69. 3.8, so James gained a little bit. Now sees the leader quite big in his rear view mirrors. Oh, and Lemony is saying hello to the stream. Flashing his lights. So stewards, please look away. It's a way for him to say hello, because you are not allowed to use excessive flashing throughout this lap. So Lemony, if you can hear me, stop it. You don't want to get a penalty. So coming out of an arch, the next blue flag zone, and yeah, James getting out of the way, indicating that he will be staying on the right hand side. And here comes the overtake. So that's perfect execution. That's what we want to see in those races. So clip that, remember that. Well done. Finalized. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he seems to be always listening to the streams when I'm doing comps, and he knows exactly when he's on screen. So back to the 45 car through the 4 chicanes. So with that overtake, up to 5.7 now, the gap, and a personal best for the 45. James might want to use Mike then as a ghost, as a reference, to get closer to the 45 again. Also, the gap between the 5 and the 64 is coming down. So the 64 is catching the number 5 under 4 seconds. Listen to that roar of the AMG engine. ATP is still very consistent with the lap times. So yeah, that's very kind of James that to provide Mike with a slipstream as well, and then perfect execution of the blue flags. So Mike didn't lose any time on that lap. 58's all the way for the 44 car now, trying to get to the 45 for the next lapping maneuver. All lap and GT for the Project 1 Racing, also very consistent, sub 4 minutes, 59's all the way, losing a little bit, keeping that gap kind of stable to the Viper in P3. It's still roughly at 11 seconds. So after the overtake, the 66 not able to really drive into the distance. The 35 car now able to keep up with that pace. So after those first 2-3 laps, now Ishmael is arguably in the groove. 3 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also, the gap between Jakey, the number 3, and BX Royal in the number 11 at just under 3 seconds. One little mistake, one little penalty, and the gap between the two cars will get closer, and as soon as the gap reaches the 1.5 seconds, so then Slipstream will help the car that's chasing massively. On that straight, it looks like the Aston Martin is losing a little bit of time to the GTR. Gap went up from 3 to 3.4. We're not like missing any overtake opportunity at the moment, so we just cycle through the grid once again to see the cars, the gaps. So a bit of no man's land for the Boomers Mobile, the 764 Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing. Lemony 6.6, that gap now. Well into the 59s now. Hello, Zach. Oh, you're living dangerously here with those flashes. James 6.5 after the lapping maneuver, so not able to get up to the pace, and that half-second penalty. Yeah, you won't be able to get a sub 4-minute lap again. Where's Mike, leader? Still too far behind. So Lemony should be safe for now. Let's jump back to James. See here in roughly 7 seconds. At this stage, what about our Sector 7 Racing? Currently P11, P12. The number 5 finally into the 3 minutes 59 on the previous lap. Cares keeping that gap roughly to the 5 seconds. Didn't have the best first 2 sectors. A second down roughly on this lap. And then the 77 BMW M6 for the Race Asylum Black team. 4:02s now for ATP. So what is the closest battle on track? Nearly 4 seconds now between Ishmael and Rescu, so the Finnish driver upping on the pace. Also shaky with a 2-3 tenths gained. And we are approaching the night. Now, should I say again in this race? No. We all know what happened in stint 2, so let's forget about that. We have now the correct time progression, nice little transition from the evening into the night time. And I'm still expecting in those conditions like to see faster lap times from the drivers. Everyone will be running the soft tires on their second stint of this driver stint. Stint is like a word that's used for the entire 2-hour stint for the race and also for the driver. So yeah, so the 2 hours are usually like split into a 17-18 run on the mediums and then a 12-13 laps run on the softs. So that's what I was referring to, stints within stints. 7.5 between Lemony and James. Oh, it's Nick in the chat. Hey, Nick. The next overtake will probably be like the 44 lapping the 45 car that shouldn't be too far away in the grand scheme. Of it, so currently 9 cars on that lead lap and Mike in the 44 machine. They want to bring that down to 8 cars on the lead lap. The less the better, I think, for the leaders. When's the thing in stint number 8, yeah. It is stint number 8. Yeah. This darkness feels familiar. It's the expected darkness now. But yeah, feel free to roast Nick in the chat if you want to. And now we should see the next overtake. Mike really close. Let's see Mike's perspective again. Closing in on the 45. It looks like it will be an easy overtake after the Daytona chicane. And using a little bit of the slipstream as well. Moving all the way. So not interfering with the leaders at all. And that's purple for the 44. Will we see a 3-minute 57 incoming? Lost a little bit of time now. A little bit of tire wear at this stage on those racing mediums. Melvin, yeah. I cannot disguise my German accent. Nice. Oh, the Dutch in the chat as well. Jawohl. Here we go. We can do German now, I think. For the rest of the stint. I don't care. No. Actually, it feels so weird doing comments in German, even if it's my native language. I tried it a couple of times, and all the English words suddenly P1R with the disconnect. In P2, a big F in the chat for the number 20. Another heartbreaking disconnect, unfortunately. RIP, yeah. Such a good race up until this point. Yeah. NTTS NRR. AKA P1R. Huh? See, Tom, Nick did it again. So he entered chat, and then some weird things are happening. Yeah, blame Nick, bloody Nick. Oopsie. So it's a new race situation now, of course. So with P2 being out of that stint, the Overboost Racing team moves up one position, P2 again, and the 66 GT Finland Racers Nissan in P3. Now, so now everyone is blaming everyone in chat. Yeah, I mean, I know we're trying to be lighthearted, but for the team, it is such a tough call, and I think it happened in the Nürburgring 24 hours where the Project 1 racing team disconnected when Nick and Evo were hosting those stints. So, But in the end, it's just bad luck. One little hiccup in the connection and that's your race done. We said it earlier, and we will probably repeat it throughout this event. A disconnect is not the end of your race, of course. So you get a penalty for missing some of the racing action, but you will get a rejoin time for the next stint. So you're still in this race, and it's still a long race. Look at the timer on the top. It's still more than 17 hours to go in this one. Yeah, they will probably lose 2.5 minutes, something like that, maybe, to the leaders. Still, it could be worse. IROs, P1 or lap in GT, totally feel you there. Shaky and BX Royal, number 3, and the number 11. They are catching the 35 loose racing Aston Martin. But they're doing quite similar lap times, P5 and P6. Currently. And if they keep up with that pace, they should be within striking distance within the next 3 laps, I reckon. So we'll remember that. Let's quickly have a look at the gaps for the other cars. Again, a good first sector of 4 with C in the 764 Aston Martin, the Boomers. The Lemony for the last minute racing, and James for AHR, P8, P9, still round about those 7 seconds. You spot James and we spot a penalty. James did some really good laps and 39s all the way. Then again, a track limit penalty and no 359 anymore, I reckon. Surely he's on Matt. Everyone is on the mediums currently. But yeah, we are getting closer to the pit stop window, and then we will see all of the drivers going from the mediums to the racing soft tire compound. So it shouldn't take that much time. Well, lap 18 is probably that lap where we see the first pit stops then for that tire change. Mike doing Mike things, and 1 minute 40 now, that gap to P2. Still consistency for who was racing in the Viper, sub 4 minutes all the way since lap 6. We also have a nice little gap to P3 with a minute plus at this stage. Another 5 seconds then to Ishmael in the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, and Jakey in the 3 Lexus gained at least another second throughout this lap. We could see a change even before the pit stop. Let's go a little bit on board with the number 3, the green machine, the also number 3 in the overall championship standings. So, Grid Life Racing. I think they were running as low as P8, P9 at some point. Now P5 again. Podium is definitely achievable in this race again. Would give them some very, very good points for the championship. Coming out of the Daytona chicane, Jakey can see the rear of the Aston Martin, see the red lights not too far in the distance. And you also see that Delta, of course, braking for the Michelin chicane. Right, left on the exit again. Very, very smooth. Yep, all the stints will be very, very dry. SO1 will be the setting for the entire race. Yeah, thank you, Lucas. I feel like there was a little bit of a disappointment in that. Okay, thanks. We mentioned earlier in that broadcast, the drivers probably will be very happy. There's no rain or drama here for this race. If I can speak for the viewers, the spectators, and the commentators, we all love some drama, and rain usually provides a drama all the way. But it is what it is. It is like summer in Europe and great weather with sun, warm conditions. And the setup for this year's GT Endurance Challenge season is like the real-life weather forecast will be applied as close as possible to the in-game settings. So we had a drama with rain throughout other rounds. For this one, in Le Mans, the 24, it will be just dry racing. Still, it's a big challenge. 24 hours of racing, 12 stints, 2 hours each. Nighttime, like not the best visibility at some time. Small mistakes, even like a spin, a damage, or as we saw earlier, the unfortunate disconnect. So it's still like the recipe is there for great racing, great endurance racing, with all of the drama added to it. Maybe you're living on the wrong path in France then. I guess. Yeah, even with those random slots added, yeah, the chance of rain would be really, really low. So from the drivers and the team's preparation standpoint, I think it's a good addition to the season to have like the weather slots being set to a fixed slot in game, even if R01, 2, 3, 4 or 5, even up to 6 doesn't guarantee you any rain. Now enough with the weather, so we don't have to care about this. We will continue with the racing action, and we have a battle for P4. Now Jakey closed that gap. He gets the slip into Mulsanne corner. No, braking early, hoping for a better exit. He does get that exit. This could be the move incoming. He gets past the Aston even before Indianapolis. So Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Lexus, upper position, P4 it is. Oh, the 35 down to P5 with the 11 BMW not too far behind as well. .6, 2.7, so Ishmael a little bit of a toe into the Porsche curves. Actually, you don't want to be that close. That turbulent air. That doesn't really help you through those sweeping turns, and indeed the gap between Ishmael and BX Royal down to 1.8 seconds now. Lap 16, so we're getting closer to the pit stop window, and the gap between P5 and P6 has come down. Project Platypus, they might sneak into that slipstream, and they did that. So, and the 35 has lost contact to the number 3, so he's all by himself on the first part of the Mulsanne straight, under a second. Good exit for the BMW. It could be that the 35 will lose that P5 before the end of the straight. So into the Daytona chicane, Ishmael should be fine to keep that position. What a run through the chicane for BX Royal. Was close, maybe too close. Already had to back out a little bit. Gets the toe, it pulls alongside inside line for the Michelin chicane. It even gets back onto the racing line. So the 11 moves up into P5, the 35 down to P6. And let's have a look at the other gaps with the 4 Sector 7 Racing Boomers in P7. The 45. 10 seconds to gap to the 69 BMW for and James. But a 1 second penalty, pushing a bit too much on this lap. Through the chicanes or Tete Rouge. We don't know. Looks like also James had a penalty on lap 15, that 4:02. It's a bit slower than his regular lap times. This one. So where's our championship leaders? The number 5 in P10 now, with that disconnect, at least for now. So we wait, of course, for the rejoin time for the next stint to see where Project 1 Racing will come out on track again. Looking at the lap times, 4:01, 4:02 on lap 14:15. Don't think that's the lap time you want to see if you're in that number 5 car. Those 3:59s, more like it. And Ray with the membership, and you're welcome, Oscar _19. Could this be the first member here on the IRO channel? Thank you, Ray, for that. I actually wanted to check where are our super stickers and stuff like that. And I will check after my stint, so we then with YouTube. Oh, Mikey got close to that 3:57 again, 58.010. You won't know. YouTube knows you are broke. Rip. You need to hope maybe for someone to buy a gifted membership, and you will be the lucky one to get it, Evo. Hashtag not rigged. Yeah. Let's help Evo. He wants to be happy again. Gift him a membership. But back to the racing action, where we see Jakey again. Those conditions seems to be like really good for Jakey and the Lexus. He was gaining on race coup, but then BX Royal had a penalty. Jakey had a penalty. BX Royal back into the. Oh, here we go. The next couple of memberships are arriving. Oh no, Ray gifted Gears a membership. Ah, that is rigged. That is rigged. Stays in the family. Nice one. PX Royal pitting now. That's an early pit stop. So like the end of lap 17. So in those cooler conditions, you might get away with running one more lap on the softs then. Oh, can Jakey close that gap again? That penalty on the last lap didn't really help. Still under 3 seconds to the 66 car and that final podium spot. Wait, Macho Monkey, it was dark for you? Must have been a glitch on your end. Come on. We'd never do such things. Membership! Here we go, we see now colorful chats, we see the nice little green names now, the new members. Of course, we still have the blue, the admins. But yeah, nice to see more colors. So the 44 is in now. And refueling, they took tires. And it's the softs. Where is the number 1 Viper coming around the Porsche curves? And it's in for the Viper. Next up, probably we'll also see those two cars entering the pits. Fuel looking very similar though, so I guess the fuel consumption is not too far off for those two cars. So we should see an interesting fight incoming very, very soon. Down to 2.2 now. Number 1, last liters of fuel, and away they go. Soft tires it is for the Viper. 2 seconds now the gap, and oh, the 66 stayed out. Jakey pitting the undercut for the number 3 car, so the 66 staying out. Yay, more memberships. Thank you for that one. Still, Evo, no, Susie Wolf has got a membership. What? Yeah. I mean, we had Toto Wolf, like, driving, so it's all fair that Susie also is supporting the channel. Let's go. So next cars are in Jakey, Ishmael and Wit Z. And Jakey with the undercut on the 66. It was just around 2 seconds in that gap. So outlap might be crucial. Oh, that BMW saved some fuel. Sitting right in the slipstream throughout the first sector. The number 11 can stay with the number 3 out of Tete Rouge. And we might have a nice little fight. Yeah, got a little bit of a toe. No. Oh, that's tasty, you know. Ishmael in the 35. On softs as well, and with C for the Boomers. 764 Aston Martin in P7. We have the 45 now on softs. With the James on the softs for Apex Hunter Racing as well. And they gained some time during the pit stop. Saved more fuel by the looks. From 10 seconds down to 6 again. We see the next cars in. That is the number 5. Car 30 seconds to P9. The 64. They lost some time during that pit stop. Probably more fuel needed for the AMG. 13 seconds at this stage. And also ATB in the 77 BMW is using the Racing Soft tire compound now for the remainder of this stint. So we go to the 66, still running on these mediums. And we remember it was a 2-second gap between Raisku and Jakey before the pit stop. Jakey pitted 1 lap earlier. So what about the fuel? And also the 11 right behind the 3 now. Coming into the Porsche cars now. 2 cars, let's ride on board. Gets a great run out of karting through the Corvette chicane, under half a second. We see the fuel coming in for the 66 car, both cars heading into the 4 chicanes, number 1 into the second one. The 66 is still refueling, so we could see a jump for both of the cars. No. Raisku now coming out of the pit lane. We could see a 3-way battle very soon. Yeah, look at that. See the lights in the distance. And we have P3, 4 and 5 fighting for that final podium position. We jump to Jakey, so we see both of the gaps. 1.6 between the 66 and the 3. 0.8 between the 3 and the 11. So the first couple of turns still cold tires for Racecool in the 66. This could be a opportunity for Jakey to get into that slipstream. He just got it by the looks. Just got it. And this will be bunching up for our three-way fight. .2, yeah, definitely in that slip now. Daytona chicane, not as good as hoped, maybe for Jakey or Racecool now. Tires fully up to temperatures. Got a decent run, keeps the gap. Now Jakey gaining, maybe focused more on the exit as the run will get down. The second now, here we go, out of the Michelin chicane, and here is our three-way battle. Seven-tenths separating the cars now, coming out of Ulsan corner, and Jakey is pushing. 6/10. He smells that opportunity now to get the green machine onto the podium position. Sparks flying into Indianapolis. Oh. Some dust as well. Brake discs are glowing. This is a really nice time now with darkness settling in now for the drivers. The last bit of sunshine on the horizon, but most of the track is dark, and Jakey with the move down the inside into the Porsche curve. They go side by side, and Racecool keeps that position. Just what a maneuver. Don't know if Jakey wanted to go for that move, just to scare the Finnish driver, but whoa, that was close. And suddenly Jakey under pressure. Whoa, the rear stepping out, and that Lexus might have a compromised run into the Dunlop chicane. Don't think we will see a scent from the Project Platypus driver. Nose keeps the gap. Brakes a little bit earlier. You see now, this is intense racing. Deep into stint number 4. And a poor exit for Jakey. Will he get a bump from the BMW? It looks like. Yeah, BX Royal bumping the Lexus. Ooh, and Jakey sends it now down the inside with that extra speed. Again, we see side by side into a chicane. And the GTR still holding that line. What is going on? Great racing, guys. Keep it up. Let's see and let's show the people what good racing looks like. Again, we see side by side racing action. The Lexus now in front of the Nissan, the number 3, up into P3. And can he keep that position coming out of the Michelin chicane? Looks like he has good traction, half a second already. So he might be safe before the next braking zone. But here's the BMW going for the move on the 66. And indeed, there are still some that no this time. It's the 11. A better acceleration for the 66. So, yeah. So this is not the usual endurance racing experience we have. Seeing those battles that early on in the 24-hour race, but still nice to see, definitely. And once again, we see side-by-side racing action into Indianapolis. The GTR on the inside, the BMW around the outside, and he holds that line. So I think I need to grab that one and go to the replay camera and see it one more time. Wow. Nice moves, definitely. Here we go. We'll take you with a 1 second lead with those two fighting, but it's still very, very close between those 3 cars. So and we just have a look at the rest of our grid. Jakey with the new fastest lap, 57.0. Penalty doesn't really hurt that much in the overall scheme. Gomez in the Viper in P2 for ORT. Then we have this 3-way fight. Jakey, BX, Royal, and Raisku with a poor final sector by the looks. Drops out of that slipstream range for now. P6, silent but very fast. It is Witzy for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. The 764 Aston Martin. Just 7 seconds to gap to P5. Oh, he's really, really on a mission. Ishmael for Loose Moose Racing in the 35. In P7 now, 4 seconds. That a gap. In P8 we have the second LMR team, Last Minute Racing, the 45 Nissan GTR, Lemony Squeeze. 6 seconds that gap to James. So after the pit stop it was, I think, roughly just, yeah, it was 6 seconds, so basically the same gap. Didn't really change that much. P10 for the number 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports. After pit stop we saw that gap did open up to the 64 Sector 7 Racing Mikuga AMG in P11 and P12. Then for the 77 Race Asylum Black BMW M6 with ATP, and the unfortunate disconnect for Project 1 Racing. So they will join us in the next stint again, and we go back to this bit of racing action. Battle for P3 it is. Grid Life Racing in the number 3 Lexus versus the number 11 BMW for Project Platypus. Half a second. Just that gap. Keeps that gap. Race crew for the 66 crew. Couldn't keep up with that pace now. It's 2.4, 2.5 now. The gap. 106 seconds to the Aston Martin behind. It's bunching up again. Between, I think, JK and BX Royal, they have the pace to get that gap steady to Rescue, and judging the last lap times, looks like that Witsy could catch Rescue in the 66 again. So the next is quite a big one, roughly a minute between the 35 and the 45. And under 6 seconds now between the 45 and the 69 car. So back to the racing action. Jakey versus BX Royal. Lexus versus BMW, Grid Life Racing versus Project Platypus. Not much separating those two. Into the Dunlop chicane. They go clean, tighter line for the BMW, better line. 3/10. All important DSs. A bit of grass, nothing major now. The right-hander Tetra Rouge, and it is a great run for the BMW. Just 2/10. Will we see a bump draft this time again, or will we see an overtake? It's 3.5 to the car behind, so they are pushing. They are pushing. I could see them working together for the next couple of laps. Now the gap to P2, 1 minute 20 seconds. That's quite a big one. So yeah, why not just help each other down the straights with a slipstream and a bump drafting? Oh yeah, that gap between the 66 and the 764, nearly down to 4 seconds. Witsy is pushing that Aston Martin. Let's have a look. It's lap 23, the end of lap 31 is where we see the next driver swap sequence, and this is also where we will switch the YouTube stream parts. So roughly in 30 minutes time we will go to part 2. That part 2 should start automatically when this part ends. So you don't have to do anything, just keep that stream running. You will be redirected automatically to the next stint then. So we continue with the racing action. Both wide on the exit of Indianapolis. Good exit for Jakey out of an arch. Gives him a little bit of room to breathe. 4 seconds to Rice Crew now in the 66 machine. Just 3 seconds for Witsy in the Aston Martin 40 Boomers. Great stint for that Aston Martin crew. Ten seconds to Ishmael in the 35 Blue Smooth Racing Aston Martin. Oh, that looked wide on the exit. Yeah, he got away with it. Lemony with another penalty, and that gap to James under 5 seconds, make it under 4 after serving the penalty. Here comes James also with a penalty. Okay, so the gap will stay at 4.5 then, roughly. Still James with his personal best last time round, 58.1. Oh, there's an opportunity. Two seconds for the Boomers behind the GT Finland racers. Next lap, Witsy should get that slipstream at the latest, I reckon. Keeps that gap roughly. .5 now. So good run down on the Mulsanne straight, a little bit sideways coming out of Mulsanne corner. Still has that toe now. So 1.3 it is. What's the gap between BX Roll and Shaky? Still half a second. No fighting, but it looks could be a smart decision. Then 5 seconds for the 66 and 1.3 for the 764 car now. Out of an arch. Good traction. That toe definitely helps. Now, how is the aero wash through the Porsche curves? He's very close behind now. Doesn't lose too much time, keeps it at roughly 7/10. Good speed, a 10th loss, but that's manageable coming out of karting. So 1.5 to 2/10 that loss in that dirty air. He will gain that on the Mulsanne straight, pretty sure, through the Ford chicanes we go. Getting closer to that Nissan. A big moment for the Finnish driver. It's 3/10. It's 2/10. Oh, will we see a move? It looks like. Oh, Rice-Ku is defending that. We go side by side. Woohoo! And Witsi with the move through the Dunlop chicane and up into P5 it is. Oh, can he open up that gap? Through Tetra Rouge, she gets a decent run. Think a little lift on the exit. It's still close. Now, the slipstream definitely helping, bringing that gap down to under 4/10. Hitting 283 kph before the braking zone. What a run out of the Daytona chicane. What we'd see at 6/10 now, and he will be fine. I think he will keep that lead. Next chicane, and he might have a 1 second lead. He gets another good run out of it. This time the GTR with a good run, just lost the 10th. Between the number 3 and the number 11, it's still status quo. They're not fighting each other, working together, at least for now. Jakey with a penalty now, but he will lose in that P3 to the number 11. Jakey should still get the lower end of the slipstream range probably before the Porsche curves. Let's see. That gap going up. Yeah, he's just fine. Half a second. Well, nothing to worry, but yeah, Project Platypus up to P3. It is for now. Oh, where is Mike and the 44? Car still comfortable lead. 1 minute 49 seconds. You see that gap to the Viper in P2 for Overboost Racing with Gomez. And the 11 in P3 with a Jakey right behind. 1 second in the 3 car. P4. Whoa! We just caught that big moment for Witsi coming out of the final turn. A massive sideways moment. Good catch, sir. The gap to the 66, already 2 seconds. P7, we have Ishmael in the 35, Loose Moose racing Aston Martin, personal best the last time around. 45 and the D69 still separated by roughly 5 seconds. Lemony Squeeze and James doing roughly the same lap times, getting penalties on the same laps as well, so not much changes between those two drivers and teams. 57.4 now for the number 5. Some would say finally for the number 5 car, 57.4. 5 minutes the gap to the leaders, and still 31 to P9. There was a bold prediction in chat earlier on after the disconnect in stint 2 and a unlucky stint 3 for Macho Monkey, who got damaged after the pit stop, that the number 5 car could still make the podium. Oh, we'll see about that. 16 hours and 50 minutes to go. Still plenty of time, of course, to do the damage limitation for our championship leaders in P10. So I go to this one. I need to prepare the next driver stop sequence. And next up will be GT45 Gaming for stint number 5. So I'll get that ready for all of us. Have a look at the time. Yeah, so roughly 15 minutes. The 11 now after the overtake. 1.3 trying to sneak out of the slipstream range. It is for those last couple of laps in driver stint number 4. Good run out of the 4 chicanes, and it's 1.4, 1.5. And that Aston Martin in P5. What a stint it has been for the Boomers. Just 3.7 seconds behind P4 and effectively round about 5 seconds behind the podium. '66 unable to go that pace. Now 401, 402s. The last 2 laps already 7.6 seconds. That gap. Shaky with a penalty again. Whereas BX Royal, no penalty. Maybe Shaky was going very aggressive through Tetre Rouge. I was like, yeah, I will maybe accept the penalty, but I need to get back into that slipstream. Otherwise, I'll be losing too much time. So maybe a calculated penalty for the number 3. Gap under 1 second. So probably in the end it doesn't really matter. Yeah, 7/10 now. coming down into Mulsanne corner on lap 27. Ooh, that rear. Snappy. So 3/10 now for Jakey. He gets the run out of Mulsanne corner. Looking to go for a move now, maybe? No, there was a little bit of a bump draft happening. Into Indianapolis, and Jakey taking it easy. So 6/10 and a half-second penalty for Jakey now. He serves it. He might just stay within that slipstream range now. 1.23. Just in it, I think. But under 3 seconds the gap to Witsy at P5. The main goal now is to avoid the penalties. Jakey going aggressive. See some dust and a bit of grass coming up. .6 to P3. Dropped outside of the slipstream range now. 1.7, 1.8 roughly to start lap 28. .5 for the Aston Martin in P5. Having a good first sector will definitely help. Jakey 1.8 now, the gap to PX Royal. Oh, the grass! That will slow them down a little bit. Maybe also a code brown moment for the number 11. This brings the number 3 back into contention for P3. That tiny little mistake though. Small, crucial moments. What are the gaps between the other drivers? 10 seconds now to the 66, 13 seconds to the 35. The 45 they gained on the 35. 10 seconds roughly since the pit stop. James also now for AHR. Less than 3 seconds with another half-second penalty for Lemony. We could get some interesting final laps during stint number 4, and this will directly transfer to stint number 5 then after the pit stop. So no time to breathe probably for those drivers who are in a close battle. James collects himself a penalty as well on this lap. .32 seconds for the number 5 in P10 to P9. Yeah, still a bit of fluctuating those lap times. The AMG roaring in P11, 15 seconds. Consistency now for Cas and various ATB in the 77 BMW 417 personal best on lap 25. Now back to the 4.3s, probably also some penalties involved in there. Bigger penalties now for the drivers, 1.5 seconds, so Mike collecting those penalties now. The gap still stays at roughly 1 minute 50 between P1 and P2. We can afford it, let's put it that way. VX Royal, Shaky and Witsy, so 3 cars again having a slipstream of each other, and a new fight for P3 it is. Lap 29, so 29, 30, 31, 3 more laps before the driver swap sequence. Three different teams, 3 different manufacturers, BMW, Lexus and Aston Martin. After nearly 8 hours of racing, we have a very, very close fight for that P3 position. Another penalty. Will this be the decisive factor for that battle? Shaky within a second, but that half-second penalty will probably drop him outside of that slipstream range again, while Witsy has dropped out of that range currently. Will get into Jakey's slipstream then after the penalty zone pretty soon, so it's all good news for Project Platypus and BX Royal. Getting a little bit of a breather. Let's see. Jakey serving the penalty now, bringing Witsy back into the business. 8/10 that gap and 1.2 for Jakey, so he just has the lower end of the slipstream. With 2 more laps to go, and when they cross the line, it's getting closer. Folks, we are having a race for P3 on those final 2 laps in stint number 4. Good run through the S's. Half a second roughly. What about Hedge Rouge? Oh, Jakey went very wide. That's surely a penalty for the number 3. No? Yes, half a second. Doesn't show while driving behind, but he was clearly off track. A10th gets a nice little toe. Let's see. Project Platypus perspective. 6/10 to Jakey. And we'd see another 7/8 behind. Hello Richie, we will go to P8 and P9 soon. We don't want to miss this fight for the podium positions now. Whoa, look at those cars really close. Wide line forward, see bit too deep, maybe into the Arnash corner. See, yeah, 9/10 on that gap. So a brief look, Lemony and James also very close. James within striking distance, 5/6/10 now. Shaky. Of course, we missed that move. I blame you, Richie, for looking at it, but we will have to replay hopefully to see what happened. So it was side by side coming out of the Mulsanne corner, the run up towards Indianapolis, and Shaky with the better run this time. Jakey serving the penalty and drop down to P5. So we go to Lemony and James. It's a second between both of them now. That's the end of the Mulsanne straight. Lemony, no, nearly losing the car. That was ground pants. What the hell? What a save. We had a couple of crazy saves today, but that was one of the biggest ones. James now pushing to get another position for the 69 car. It's one more lap to go after this one. Wide on the exit of Indianapolis. That cost him some time. Maybe also dirty tires. Has to be careful for the Anash corner as well. Goes wide, very wide. Yeah. No, don't do that. I didn't want to do that. Sorry. I wanted to see this one. Lap 31. Let the 3 cars. I just need to have a look at the leader while the leader is in. No. I need to go to this one. I need to prepare my transition screen for the next one. So everything is coming together now. So we hopefully see the transition screen. Yep. This one. We're getting ready for that. Where's Gomez? Out of Indianapolis. BX Royal with a little gap now. 1.1 second to Ritzy, another 5/10 to Jakey. It's the exit of the Michelin chicane on the straight. Gomez now through the Porsche curves. And we have Harlock, stint 5 for the 44, out on track. Those three cars still very, very close. And the number one in now for the driver swap. Project Platypus versus Sector 7 Racing Boomers versus Grid Life Racing P3, 4 and 5 on that final stint of driver stint. Final lap of driver stint number 4. It's getting late now. Final sip. Then my water is gone. And we see a move with the run before the Porsche curves on the inside. Great exit out of Anage and up to P3 for the Sector 7 Racing driver. Just needs to hold that line. And then he should hand over the 764 Aston in P3. Close those three cars, so it will be exciting to see for the next stint. We'll go full screen very soon, of course. So next up will be the 66 car in P6, then the 35. Ishmael going out of karting. What's the gap? Lemony to James. James lost some time. 5 seconds. Oh, there was a mistake somewhere. Pretty sure that Ishmael is in. Lemony will be pitching as well pretty soon. And then we go full screen now to stint number 5. So let me prepare that for you.
See if it settles down here.